Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Mr Speaker, I present the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
I move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Government is committed to keeping Australians connected no matter where they live, from the Pilbara to Palm Island, from Broome to Bendigo. We believe in a simple principle: no one held back, no one left behind. And to do that, we must crack down on the mistreatment of telecommunications customers. Yes. We know in 2025, connectivity is not a nice to have, it is a necessity. It's how people get to work, it is how kids keep up with their learning, it is how people can work from home, it is how older Australians stay in touch with loved ones, and in an emergency, it is how Australians stay safe. That's why the Albanese Government is continuing to invest in services and in infrastructure. We are investing $1.1 billion in the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia, which ensures remote, rural and regional Australians benefit from advances in connectivity, with a pipeline of over 500 projects now funded. And this will be complemented by the agreement signed between NBN and Amazon to deliver city broadband speeds to the bush through low Earth orbit satellites. We are determined for Australia to be the most connected continent, for telecommunications to be an opportunity equaliser, rather than meander with a coalition copper approach that creates metro haves and rural have-nots. We are determined for Australians to be protected rather than exploited through telecommunications. That's why, earlier this year, the Assistant Minister for Social Services and I visited Juno, a respite centre for women experiencing violence, to announce mandatory telecommunications industry standard. The Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Industry Standard makes lasting change for many victim survivors who until now were enforced to engage their abusers to call family, friends and even 000. This reform means victim survivors will never be asked to engage with the alleged perpetrator to resolve their telecommunications issues. Telecommunications are critical to our everyday lives, so it's vital providers meet community expectations in delivering services, or be held to account by the industry regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA, if they do not. And that's what this bill is about. We want to see telecommunications companies do better. Earlier this year, the Federal Court ruled that Telstra made false or misleading representations relating to the upload speed of residential broadband internet services to nearly 9,000 of its Belong customers in 2020 off the back of court action by the ACCC. In June, Optus Mobile acknowledged it engaged in unconscionable conduct when selling telecommunications goods and services to hundreds of customers, including those experiencing disadvantage and hardship after court action brought by the ACCC. At the time, the ACCC Deputy Chair said, the conduct which included selling inappropriate, unwanted or unaffordable mobiles and phone plans to people who are vulnerable or experiencing disadvantage is simply unacceptable. These are just a couple of the recent examples, but they are illustrative of the need to drive higher standards in this industry, which is why we are bringing this bill to Parliament to strengthen the safeguards that protect consumers. It ensures providers meet community expectations. This is acting in good faith. This is providing reliable service. This is supporting customers. And if that doesn't happen, then Australians need an industry regulator they can rely on that has the power to hold telecommunications companies accountable. This bill will deliver significantly stronger penalties for misconduct. Right now, under the current system, the maximum fine for breaching industry codes and standards is $250,000, and this bill changes that. It raises the maximum penalty by 40 times up to $10 million. It was $250,000, it will be $10 million. And in serious cases, allows penalties to be calculated as 3 times the benefit obtained from the breach, or 30% of the company's turnover. This brings telecommunications in line with other sectors like banking, energy and consumer law. The bill also expands and clarifies the Minister for Communications' authority to increase infringement notice penalties that ACMA can issue for breaches of industry codes, industry standards and service provider determinations. These stronger penalties mean no company will be able to treat fines as the cost of doing business, because there are and continues to be real-world examples of real-world harm, like the use of high-pressure sales tactics, misleading representations of service performance or inclusions, unfair billing practices and contract terms targeting vulnerable customers, creating further financial hardship. Through this bill, the Albanese government sends a signal. Companies that engage in practices that put profits before people will be held to account financially. It helps our mission for no one to be held back and no one to be left behind. This bill will also deliver faster enforcement of industry codes. Until now, ACMA has been unable to take direct enforcement action against breaches of industry codes, no matter how serious, without issuing a direction to comply first, and that ACMA can only act if the non-compliance continues. This delays ACMA in taking action, and it can leave Australians exposed. This bill cuts through that. We are removing the two-step process, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, making industry codes directly enforceable. This bill also enables greater visibility of the carrier service market and carrier service providers operating in it. A carrier service provider is any provider who uses telecommunications carrier facilities, for example, transmission infrastructure, cabling or wireless networks to supply telecommunications services like mobile phone or internet services to the public. This bill establishes a carrier service provider registration scheme. This reform gives ACMA visibility of who is operating in the market and the ability to prevent or remove providers who pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or cause consumer harm. It means everyone is playing by the same rules, and those who do not do the right thing are not, or those who do the right thing are not undermined by dodgy operators. Together, these reforms create a modern compliance framework that is fit for purpose. They support fairness by making sure that consumers are protected. They build trust by ensuring ACMA has the tools it needs to create quick action, and they strengthen the industry by setting clear and consistent standards. These reforms have been developed in consultation with industry, regulators and consumer advocates. I would like to thank the Australian Telecommunications Alliance, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network and the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman for their ongoing engagement and support of these reforms, including their feedback following the previous introduction of the bill earlier in the year. The feedback from these stakeholders has meant we have improved the bill, providing clarity on consumer safeguards and processes for all parties. This beautiful country we call home is intangibly unique. Australia is the world's largest island and the 6th biggest country of this earth. Yet, this vast nation holds just 3.5 people per square kilometre, one of the world's lowest population densities. This combination ensures connection is an evergreen challenge. This bill helps meet that challenge, helps keep Australians connected by cracking down on telecommunications providers who mistreat customers. It will deliver the community the services they need and deserve through a system that is fair and accountable. So no one is held back and no one is left behind. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal, Bill 2025.
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to present to the House today the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal Bill 2025. Australia established its own national honours system in 1975 under the Whitlam government. Prior to this, Australian defence personnel were only eligible to receive defence honours or awards, medals, under the United Kingdom imperial system. In 1991, the system was updated by the Hawke government with the introduction of the Victoria Cross for Australia and a number of gallantry decorations, distinguished service decorations and unit citations. A further unique part of the Australian honours system was the establishment of the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal in Australia in 2011 by the Gillard government, the only tribunal to independently review decisions made within Defence in relation to defence honours and awards. The tribunal has 2 important functions. The first is a review function, whereby individuals are able to apply to the tribunal for a review of a decision regarding eligibility for a defence honour, defence award or foreign award. The second is an inquiry function, whereby the government can refer issues to the tribunal for inquiry and recommendation. A defence honour recognises a form of gallant, courageous or distinguished service, often for bravery in warlike or other specific hazardous operations, for individuals or units. A defence award is usually awarded for length of service or a participation in a specific operation or theatre. A foreign award is any foreign award given by any country for which an Australian Defence Force member may be eligible. However, this broad definition creates difficulties where the awarding of the award is not actually within Australia's power. As such, only those foreign awards that are set out in the regulations will be reviewable by the tribunal. The government is committed to continuing this proud tradition to ensure that there is an appropriate avenue of review of defence decisions when it comes to ADF members and veterans' medallic recognition. For the past 14 years, the tribunal has assisted government to explore 30 unresolved complex issues through its inquiry function and reviewed over 350 individual decisions relating to defence honours, defence awards and foreign awards. After well more than a decade of operation, it is necessary to ensure that the tribunal remains fit for purpose and to address a number of concerns that have been raised by the tribunal itself and others over time in relation to its operation. There are no changes made that affect the inquiry function of the tribunal. This function remains as a ministerial-directed avenue to explore complex issues within defence honours and awards. However, to assist the tribunal in their review function, this bill amends the jurisdiction of the tribunal as set out in the Defence Act 1903 in a number of important ways. By updating the time period for which the tribunal can review medallic recognition, by limiting who is able to seek a review of defence decisions to those with a clear interest in such medallic recognition, and by focusing the functions of such a review on eligibility. The amendments also modernise the operation of the tribunal, including in relation to the time allowed to seek a review of a defence decision. Importantly, the bill will not remove the tribunal's ability to review refusal decisions relating to defence honours, defence awards or foreign awards. What the bill will do is redefine the relevant time periods in relation to reviewable decisions. Currently, a person can seek a review of a Defence Honour and Award by the Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal when they are dissatisfied with a decision regarding a Defence Honour, Defence Award or Foreign Award concerning conduct or service dating all the way back to the commencement of our involvement in the Second World War, the 3rd of September 1939, a time when our Defence Force members were only actually eligible for Imperial Awards. The difficulties of making assessments regarding Defence Honours and Awards for historical actions are considerable, given the senior members of the time are often sadly no longer with us and therefore objective evidence is difficult to obtain and verify. This is the case with nearly all 20th century conflicts that Australia has been involved in now. There has also been an end-of-roll process or similar to undertaken after the conclusion of such major 20th century conflicts by Australian defence authorities. So to avoid the tribunal being put in a position where it is having to review defence decisions, where it is having to rely on very imperfect evidence, the bill amends the time period that the tribunal can review in 3 ways, depending on the nature of the honour or award and the nature of the operation that the relevant defence member was participating in. Going forward, the tribunal will only be able to review a defence decision to decline a Defence Honour, Operational Service Award or Foreign Award if the application to defence for the medal was made within 20 years of the relevant operation ending. Where the defence decision to decline a Defence Honour or Award relates to an operation that does not have an end date or is not operational in nature, the relevant service said to be relevant to such an honour or award must have been within the last 20 years of an application having been made to defence. This gives an applicant a reasonable period of time to apply for the Defence Honour, Operational Service Award or Foreign Award and to seek a review of any refusal decision. This means if a member served on an operation that ended in 2021 and had sought a decision from Defence regarding an honour or award regarding service in that operation needs to have done so by 2041, they would have been able to seek a review of a refusal decision by the tribunal. The exception to the 20-year period is for length of service awards. These are awards that recognise a member's length of service with the Australian Defence Force. The bill provides that a refusal decision relating to a length of service award will be reviewable up until the member has, or would have, turned 100 years old. This is an appropriate and inclusive measure and ensures that current and former serving personnel and their families and other personal representatives can continue to seek a review of decisions relating to length of service awards for a significant period of time, even after the death of the relevant defence member, without also being entirely open-ended. To provide flexibility and to ensure the framework remains fit for purpose, the bill will enable regulations to shorten these 20 and 100-year threshold periods in the future if required. The bill also makes amendments as to who can make an application to the tribunal for a review. Currently, anyone that made an original application to Defence can seek a review of that decision, and there is no restriction on who can make such applications to Defence in the first place. With increasing frequency, applications are being made to Defence for the issuing of a Defence Honour or Award or for the upgrading of a Defence Honour by academics and amateur historians with no connection to the member or their family. Such applications, subsequent refusals and resultant tribunal hearings can serve to create unnecessary angst and concern with family members of a deceased defence member, long since passed away, for no objective benefit. However, if the family themselves wish to have the matter reviewed, that should and will remain open to them. For a Defence Award and Foreign Award, the bill provides for a suitably broad range of potential applicants. This includes the affected person, their immediate family member, or, if the member is deceased, an executor, administrator or trustee of the estate or personal representative of the affected person. For a Defence Honour, given the discretionary nature of such medals, only an ADF member that is or was more senior in the chain of command, or an ADF member or veteran who was an eyewitness to the action or service may apply for a review, provided they have the consent of the member under consideration or their immediate family. An individual will not be permitted to seek a review in relation to a Defence Honour for themselves. The bill amends the functions of the tribunal so that its recommendations to government regarding a defence honour are focused on eligibility for the honour rather than making broader recommendations regarding the honours and awards system, which is properly the scope of the tribunal if conducting an inquiry, or recommendations concerning other aspects of service or government decisions that are not relevant to the question of eligibility per se. Currently, there is no time limit on when a review by the tribunal can be sought after a refusal decision has been made by defence. This means a review by the tribunal could be sought now for a decision to refuse a defence honour or award that was made sometime last century. The bill creates a 6-month time limit to seek such a review. The 6-month time frame is significantly longer than the usual period for seeking a review of a government decision by a tribunal. This is appropriate as it takes into account that there could be a range of reasons why a person might need more time to prepare for and seek such a review. The tribunal will also be able to accept applications for review beyond this timeframe in exceptional circumstances, for example, if an applicant has had a serious health condition. In order to avoid a loop of defence decisions followed by tribunal reviews, further defence decisions and further tribunal reviews, the bill also removes the ability for the tribunal to refer a decision regarding a defence award or foreign award back to defence. However, the tribunal retains the power to either affirm the original decision or set it aside and replace it with a new decision. The bill also clarifies that a decision regarding a previously cancelled defence honour, defence award or foreign award is not reviewable by the tribunal. A cancellation decision is already not reviewable under the Defence Act. However, under the current framework, a subsequent application relating to a previous cancellation decision is considered a reviewable decision. The intent of this amendment is to correct this anomalous situation by ensuring that a decision regarding a previously cancelled defence honour, defence award or defence foreign award is not a reviewable decision. A cancellation decision is given high levels of scrutiny, often relates to serious misconduct and is made by the Crown or their representative. Accordingly, it is not appropriate for such decisions to be reviewable. To ensure transparency, the bill will also require the tribunal to prepare an annual report for tabling in Parliament. The tribunal already voluntarily prepares an annual report, so this measure formalises the current practice. The bill also enables regulations to provide for the conduct of reviews of reviewable decisions or inquiries conducted by the tribunal. This measure represents a way to address certain proposals raised by the tribunal during consultation. The intent is for regulations to be made to support the tribunal with administrative matters that would better enable the tribunal to deal with applications made to it. The chair of the tribunal must be consulted before any regulations are made that affect the practice, procedure or operation of the tribunal. Importantly, and acknowledging the independence of the tribunal's decision-making, the bill also provides that the regulations must not direct the tribunal or tribunal members in relation to the performance or exercise of the tribunal's or members' functions or powers. The bill will commence on proclamation or 6 months from royal assent. The application and saving provisions of the bill generally provide for the current law to continue to apply where the original application to defence is made before the commencement of the bill. Those who apply to defence after the commencement of the bill and then seek a review of that decision will be dealt with under the new law as amended by this bill. Recently, the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee held an inquiry into the Defence Honours and Awards system and made several recommendations to government for consideration. I would like to thank the committee for their time and consideration on this matter. Recommendation 6 of the committee's report recommended that Defence and the Tribunal work together to undertake a review of Part 8C of the Defence Act 1903 to improve the Tribunal's review and inquiry functions whilst ensuring that the Tribunal continued to operate independently. The Tribunal was consulted throughout the development of the bill, and while not all of its specific recommendations have been adopted, its input has been invaluable in shaping the legislation, which seeks to largely achieve the same aims as the Tribunal's recommendations. These amendments will maintain the independent review process, but will focus the Tribunal on reviewing contemporary matters where objective evidence and living witnesses can contribute to the review process instead of historical matters. The bill will prevent reviews being undertaken when the member or their family have no involvement or awareness of the application. The bill will protect the integrity of the Defence Honours and Awards system by removing the risks of decisions being made when it is difficult, if not impossible, to refer to proper documentation or speak with decision-makers of the day. The amendments are reasonable, appropriate and ensure that the Tribunal is focused on reviewing decisions about contemporary actions with modern functions that are fit for purpose. Importantly, the amendments proposed as part of this bill do not prevent the government issuing recognition to the tens of thousands of ADF members that are recognised annually, nor does the bill prevent Defence itself from reviewing or upgrading honours or awards. Rather, this bill will provide for the continuation of a proud tradition of recognising Australian Defence Force members for their service as a prerogative of the Crown, while ensuring refusals are transparent and justifiable before an independent tribunal, and I commend the bill.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the proposal described as Customs Tariff Proposal Number 2, 2025, in the terms of the printed proposal, which is now being circulated to honourable members.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Customs Tariff Proposal Number 2, 2025 proposes to amend Section 18A of the Customs Tariff Act 1995 to extend for a further 24 months the additional duty applied to imported goods that are the produce or manufacture of Russia or Belarus. From the 25th of April 2022, an additional 35% customs duty has applied in addition to the general rate of duty that would have ordinarily applied to these goods. This was due to end on the 24th of October 2025. The continued extension of the additional duty aligns with measures implemented by like-minded nations. Australia unambiguously condemns Russia's illegal, immoral and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. We support Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity and right to self-determination. Australia will continue to uphold the rules-based international order that underpins Australia's security, prosperity and stability.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. National Health Amendment, Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in summing up, I table a replacement explanatory memorandum relating to the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. Thank you. The Albanese government is committed to strengthening Medicare and delivering cheaper medicines. And the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, the PBS, provides timely, reliable and affordable access to necessary medicines for all Australians. The Albanese government is supporting all Australians with cost of living relief, and this bill is just one of the many ways we're providing more affordable medicines to Australians, with savings to general patients of over $200 million per year. The speeches we have heard on the debate on this bill in this place remind us why cheaper medicines are so important. The member for Bass, for example, spoke of pharmacists in her electorate who had shared stories with her of parents standing at their counter, weighing up which prescription they could afford to take home and which one they would have to leave behind. No parent in Australia, as the member for Bass reminded us, should ever have to make that choice, and with this bill, fewer families will. The member for Griffith spoke of a constituent in her electorate who was cutting her antidepressant tablets in half just to make them last longer. This woman was juggling medicines for cardiovascular disease, diabetes and mental health, and she just simply couldn't afford them all. The new member for Barton spoke of a young mother from Hurstville in her electorate who skips her own medication so she can afford antibiotics when her child gets sick, or the pensioner from Beverly Hills who told her that she would space out her medication by taking it only every second day instead of daily just to manage her expenses. By reducing the co-payment for general patients, the maximum amount a general patient will pay for a PBS medicine will be just $25 per script, plus any applicable premiums, the same rate it was way back in 2004. This bill reminds us that we rely on the PBS to ensure that all Australians have continued access to high-quality healthcare at affordable prices, which is even more crucial in a time when the cost of living continues to be a major concern for Australian households. The reduction to $25 provides immediate cost of living relief to patients without a concession card, while also ensuring that the PBS remains a sustainable investment for government. This level of investment was selected to ensure it does not come at the expense of other government priorities, such as continued listings of new medicines on the PBS, investment in other essential health services, including bulk billing, and a competitive and sustainable pharmacy market. The general patient co-payment will continue to be indexed on 1 January each year in line with existing indexation arrangements. Indexing from January 2027 will be calculated off the new general co-payment amount of $25, thereby saving patients out-of-pocket expenses right into the future. Making medicines cheaper is not just good for the hip pocket, although it obviously is. It's also good for your health. And this bill delivers on a significant commitment made prior to the last election. It builds on earlier actions undertaken by the Albanese government to deliver cheaper medicines, and it helps strengthen Medicare and improve the health of all Australians. I sincerely thank all members for their contributions to the debate on this bill and again commend it to the House.
The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Very good. That was good.
Very well done.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Bowman and Capricornia as tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 43, noes 90. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
Order. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Mallee.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Mallee and I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for Mallee. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to support the intent and measures within the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. Everyone is entitled to work in a workplace that is as safe as possible, and that Commonwealth public servants can be in situations where their safety can be compromised. To do this, this bill provides additional legal protections for Commonwealth workers and workplaces, including a residence, and will deter acts of threatening or harmful behaviours or violence by members of the public by establishing a Commonwealth Workplace Protection Order scheme. The Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders are modelled on state and territory apprehended and personal violence orders. The bill implements Recommendation 17 of the Services Australia Security Risk Management Review, which considered the adequacy of security measures at Services Australia service centres and related matters. Though the issue is much broader, staff in embassies, contractors on defence bases, private security guards, the Australian Federal Police officers and electorate office staff all face risks in the course of their duties. We must, in this place, acknowledge the sense of duty of the members of the public service, the employees of all those Commonwealth departments and agencies and their contractors. I've worked with many over my career, and while we did not always agree, I know they were and are most earnest in their endeavours and attempt to work in their national interest. According to the government, as of October 2023, there were more than 170,000 Commonwealth public servants, and 100,000 of those were operational staff working in places like Services Australia, the Australian Tax Office, passport offices, airports and the Australian Electoral Commission. I am very grateful for the hard work and diligence of the Services Australia staff in my own electorate of Lyne. I want to acknowledge their hard work and continued service to the community during and after the May flood in difficult circumstances. I am pleased that this bill provides them with greater protections and recognition of the important work they do. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of the local Australian Electoral Commission officials under the leadership of the Lyne District Returning Officer. The catastrophic flood struck only a couple of weeks after polling day. It had a big impact on staff and they were unable to complete the ballot count locally, and to the extent that ballots were shipped to Sydney for the count to be completed. This was a stressful period for all concerned, but was executed with the utmost professionalism for which our democracy is so grateful for. Mr Speaker, according to the explanatory memorandum, the bill responds to significant workplace health and safety risks to Commonwealth workers and workplaces, noting that between July 2023 and June 2024, there were 1,694 serious incidents across Services Australia face-to-face service channels. And there are reports that this unsavoury, unfair and un-Australian trend is unfortunately on the rise. Services Australia staff say that frontline workers are regularly subject to incidents of customer aggression. The Australian Electoral Commission says the security environment for electoral workers had deteriorated in recent times. The Community and Public Sector Union says that Commonwealth workers across several agencies have reported unacceptable instances of aggression from the public in the course of their work. Safe Work Australia reports a 56% increase in the number of serious workers' compensation claims for assault and exposure to workplace violence in the 5 years to 2022. The Australian Federal Police reported threats to Australian federal parliamentarians increased by 42% in 2023-24, and it anticipates that the number for this financial year will increase again. The Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill will help public servants to do their job and perform their duties to serve the public to the best of their ability. The orders will allow courts to impose conditions to protect workers. Courts will be able to direct a person not to attend a particular Commonwealth workplace, not to approach an affected worker and comply with other protective conditions. The orders can apply to an entire workplace, such as Services Australia Centre or an electorate office, or they can be tailored to protect an individual worker, including outside working hours or on the way home. To make an order, a court must be satisfied that there has been threats or violence and that there is a risk of further issues. Orders automatically cease when the grounds for them no longer exist, and breaching an order is an offence, punishable by up to 2 years in prison or 120 penalty units, or both. These penalties are consistent with those that apply to similar schemes in the states and territories, reinforcing the seriousness of compliance. The bill provides for applications to be made not only by the worker but also by authorised persons within agencies. This ensures that workers who have been targeted are not forced to shoulder the burden of attending court themselves. The government has indicated that the burden on state and territory courts is expected to be minimal, as the scheme mirrors existing frameworks with which courts are familiar. The task of balancing the protection of employees at the workplace with ensuring that those entitled to benefits and services can access them is a potentially challenging one. While the bill touches on this matter, much will rest on how administrators and courts negotiate this in practice. Deputy Speaker, this bill is personal for me. I understand what it is like to be threatened in your workplace. As the CEO of the Australian Livestock Exporters Council, I was stalked, sent threatening and explicit material, abused by phone, email and online. The CEO prior to me had received death threats. Members of the public may not have agreed or even liked our industry, but neither myself or my colleague deserve to be treated disrespectfully and harassed in our own workplace. Earlier in my career, as an advisor to the Federal Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, I myself received a death threat. At the time, I was the Minister's Fisheries Advisor, and we were going through some difficult effort reduction changes in a particular Commonwealth fishery. The threat received by phone call one day was very direct, even if the person making it was doing so maybe in jest, but it was nonetheless for me a frightening experience and one that has lived with me to this day. The feeling of vulnerability, of not feeling safe to go about your duty and your responsibility, is not a feeling that I want any person, any public servant to feel. This bill may not prevent this type of abusive behaviour, but it will at least give people recourse for action and protection beyond what currently exists, where the person is, of course, identifiable. So much of this abuse these days hides behind keyboard warriors. Deputy Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to make some more general comments about community attitudes to the work of the public service. These comments in no way condone poor behaviour or acts of violence or abuse. They are feelings that are expressed to me by a frustrated public who often are left bewildered by their interactions with bureaucracy. There is a level of frustration in the community about the slowness of processing applications, the revolving door of referring constituents to senior staff or other agencies, the delays in decision-making, the request for more documents and more detailed information, and the adherence to following a process rather than delivering an outcome. Electorate officers get to hear about such things pretty much on a daily basis. I'm not sure yet if this reflects inadequate government resourcing or if it is a cultural norm in the public service, or is it something else? For instance, following the floods in May 2025 on the Mid-North Coast, which is now 3.5 months ago, there are some 738 farmers still waiting for their disaster relief and recovery payments to be made. And there are concerns that New South Wales Treasury is going slow on the proposal for Category D funding for small business, and that if this is so, this places budgetary particulars above ethical responsibilities. And in this vein of the public service actually serving and servicing the public, when the Prime Minister and Premier and other ministers came to Taree in the aftermath of the May floods, I said to them that our area needed two things from government: information and presence. Information in the form of government and this public service listening to what the community was saying about its needs, so good and quick decisions could be made. And presence in the form of boots, not suits, and generous, easy-to-access support, and the presence of mind to break the cycle of red tape that haunts the traumatised seeking help after disaster. My greatest frustration is that this call has largely gone unheeded. The anger that has been felt amongst the community has come from the silence, the slowness and the mountain of bureaucracy. Too many people and businesses have been denied support. They've not had enough or the right paperwork. They've not been enough of a primary producer or small business operator, or they're living in an area bureaucrats say isn't affected enough. Then there are the farmers desperate to stabilise river and creek banks, but wading through multiple state government agencies for approval with no start or end point. And beyond the floods, there are the concerns amongst industry and the public that left-wing ideologues and activists inside and outside the bureaucracy have a disproportionate influence on determining national policy and coming up with radical ideas and imposts on issues like the push to end harvesting of native timber by changing the tenure of New South Wales state forest land to national park to create the so-called Great Koala National Park. The banning of the live sheep export trade, rather than more simply and equitably and fairly and responsibly properly managing just 3 licensed live sheep exporters to ensure best practice animal welfare outcomes and meet the food security needs of our international partners. And restrictions on how farmers can use their land. I sense there is going to be some forthright debate in this place when the government brings on its new look Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act amendments, with new environmental laws shaping the way the nation protects, repairs and manages Australia's natural environment and how people can use our natural resources for the national interest. I acknowledge that I digress a little from the intent of the bill, but please recognise my point and its relevancy. We need governments and bureaucracies to be at their best, and remembering that their job is for the public and for the national interest. Deputy Speaker, within my own workplaces, my offices in Taree and Wauchope, my mobile offices, and the much larger field office that is the electorate of Lyne in its entirety, that my team and I travel its length and breadth to meet constituents, attend events and stand up for its interests. We need and will appreciate these additional safety measures. I'm very conscious of my obligations to my staff, to Jordan, to John, Dave, Ellie, Cheryl and Rob. These people come to work with earnestness to help me serve the people of the Lyne electorate. Their work is so incredibly important and so very personal. They deal with people on a daily basis, in person and over the phone, on, at times, gut-wrenchingly difficult issues. They deal with people who can often be at their lowest, frustrated by bureaucracy and needing their help, my help, to unscramble it, to get justice and fairness, a fair go and a fair hearing. I am astounded by the generosity of spirit and the respect shown by my constituents to my staff, even by those in very difficult situations. But we must be prepared for the eventuality of it all being too much for someone. I care about my staff's safety and their well-being, that they can work free from harassment and threat. Always the way. Threat, and have the resources they need to get to safety and get the response they need from the police or other emergency personnel. I am frustrated that satellite offices of MPs do not get the same level of security resourcing of Commonwealth-funded officers, a matter that I will continue to raise with the Special Minister of State. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports this bill. It is a sensible proposal that has been carefully scrutinised and will deliver upon the intent. But again, while this place will do its best for the public service, it in turn must always service the public to the best of its ability. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question, I'll give him the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak on the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, I think in the last decade, one of the best campaigns that I've seen in relation to industrial relations was the campaign done by the SDA, the Shoppies Union, which campaign was called No One Deserves a Serve. In fact, this bill could be called No One Deserves a Serve Bill because it relates not to food and retail, as the Shop Assistants Union, the SDA, has coverage of, but it actually applies to public servants and those who interact with the public service. That campaign I referred to found that 87% of people who worked in that industry suffered verbal abuse. 76% verbal abuse on a regular basis, monthly, weekly or daily. 12.5% received personal violence, were victims of personal violence. 9% was spat on, 10% online abuse, 17% abuse of a sexual nature, and 24% abuse, harassment or violence referencing their race, ethnicity or cultural background. That's 6,000 people were surveyed. Now, that is an extraordinary degree of abuse that people who work in food and retail suffer from every day. This particular legislation doesn't deal with them, but it does deal with those who serve our public and are known as public servants. Every Australian, whether you work in retail or hospitality or the food industry, deserves to be safe at work. Every Australian. And in recent years, Commonwealth workers have increasingly been subject to the kind of violence and abuse that I referred to that the SDA ran campaigns against for their members, subject to acts of violence and aggression from the public. And this is simply unacceptable, and that's why the Albanese Labor government is introducing this bill. We want to make sure that Commonwealth workplaces are safer for workers and the Australian community. Now, we can do this by building arrangements and structural design, and I saw that recently at a visit just last week to the Services Australia Ipswich office, one of the busiest in Queensland. And changes have been made to entrance and exits, protective screens and walls, safety procedures put in place, and the presence of 2 security guards full-time every day. But that's not enough, sadly. So this legislation will strengthen the Commonwealth's ability to protect Commonwealth employees, particularly those on the front line, through the creation of an enforceable workplace protection order. Now, this is similar to the kind of legislation that operates at a state level. Violence and aggression have a devastating impact on frontline workers and their families. So it's not just about the individuals who work for our public, but their families as well.
Thank you, mate.
In response to the horrific stabbing of an Airport West Services Australia officer, Joanne Casser, in May 2023, a devastating reminder of what we need to do to protect more workers. In response, the former Minister for Government Services and the NDIS, the former member for Maribyrnong, commissioned a review into the safety of frontline public service workers, Services Australia Security Risk Management Review conducted by former Chief Commissioner of Victoria Police, Mr Graham Ashton. 44 recommendations were made and we committed to implement every recommendation of the Ashton Review. Now, the frontline workers who will be covered were those who help the community. Essential government services like Centrelink, the Australian Taxation Office, passport offices, airports, the Australian Electoral Commission. These people staff service centres and call centres across Australia, and unfortunately they continue to face the increasing risk of violence from members of the public. It's been said before that Services Australia staff experienced 1,692 serious incidents between 2023 and 2024. The bill responds to the unacceptable situation and implements recommendation 17 of the Ashton Review. That recommendation of the review states that the current ACT workplace protection order provisions should be adopted for use by the Commonwealth as a staff protection mechanism nationwide. Now, it establishes a framework that authorises a person within the Commonwealth entity, that's not necessarily the individual, a person within the entity, to apply for a state or territory magistrate or local government or federal court or federal circuit court or family court to issue what will be known as a Commonwealth WPO in order to protect a Commonwealth worker or workplace from threats of harm and actual harm. So it means that we establish a new Act of Parliament, the Commonwealth Workplace Protections Orders Act, and a new scheme. The bill is crucial to mitigating some of the serious risk of harm. Ultimately, a WPO aims to prevent future violence from happening. The bill is about making workplaces safer for the public who gain access to critical government benefits and service. It provides legal protections for workplaces and workers. It will be available to most Commonwealth workplaces and extend to anywhere a Commonwealth worker is conducting official Commonwealth work. Now, Commonwealth workplaces include those pop-up offices we see, those service centres and shopping centres, and Commonwealth service delivery vehicles and Commonwealth workers' residence when working from home, which is so critical because so many people work from home. This is very important in an electorate like mine because we have pop-up services at country towns in the Somerset region from time to time. So this bill will cover those workers who go out there and do that kind of work. And the bill enables an authorised person to apply to the court, as I say. The definition of personal violence is designed to include acts of violence, harassment, intimidation, threats of harm and other harmful non-physical violence such as verbal abuse over the phone or via email. Now, this definition is akin to the definition in terms of domestic and family violence and peace and good behaviour legislation at the state and territory level. So there's a history of jurisprudence. And I would hope that and expect that courts would take note of precedents and prior cases in this area in terms of making decision. On application, a Commonwealth, state or territory court could make an interim or final WPO. So if there's urgent circumstances, an urgent protection order can be made. In order to issue a WPO, a court would need to be satisfied that the respondent has engaged in personal violence in relation to a Commonwealth worker or individuals in that Commonwealth workplace. There's a real risk that that respondent will engage in further personal violence if an order is not made, and the order is necessary or desirable. So it's so similar to the kind of things that I used to do when I was practising as a family lawyer many years ago. And I've seen many of these type of cases, so I'm very pleased to see this type of legislation applying to Commonwealth workplaces and Commonwealth workers. In this context, Commonwealth worker covers employees of Commonwealth entities, which is critical because not everyone works for a Commonwealth department. So it will be covered entities such as the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, including Public Services, including Services Australia, the Australian Taxation Office, Veterans Affairs, Australia Post, and ministerial and electorate offices. It is absolutely vital that we protect our staff who work in electorate offices and who go out with us each and every day. They serve the public just as people in Medicare offices and Services of Australia. And no person in this chamber could do their work without their wonderful staff working for them, and I thank them each and every day for what they do, what they have to put up with. The number of phone calls they get, you know, where people are angry and disappointed or frustrated the number of times that people ring up and they've got suicidal ideation thoughts and challenges, the breadth of the kind of legislation and ministerial responsibilities that our staff deal with each and every day. And they themselves are captured and covered by this legislation. I'm so very pleased that's the case. Now, any court will have to consider the personal circumstances of the respondent when determining the conditions attached, but they can do conditions to protect and a great deal of breadth in terms of those conditions. And I've seen that personally when I was practising as a lawyer for nearly a quarter of a century before coming here. I saw the kind of orders and the breadth of the orders that courts make. It will allow either party, for example, when that term or that period of time is over, or indeed when the risk is not there, for an application to be made to vary that order if it's needed or revoked in the circumstances. Can put additional conditions or additional conditions in terms of the length of time. So we're not expected that a final WPO will exceed 2 years, and it can't be made against a person under 14 years of age. This bill addresses a legislative gap in most state and territory protection schemes, which doesn't cover public service. It will enhance the personal privacy of Commonwealth workers, and it's important in terms of strengthening their workplace health and safety protections. Last week I had an opportunity to visit the newly transformed Ipswich Services Centre for Services of Australia. I learnt much more about the enhanced security arrangements being put in place in response to the Ashton review. It was an opportunity to hear how they have sought to modernise their services by introducing new and better ways to service customers and make it easier for customers to access support and therefore reduce the frustration. Some of those innovations at the centre included updated self-service facilities and kiosks, increased support and training for customers to access digital services, including digital coaching appointments, and bringing your own device options and referrals to specialists and other government services. I want to thank Services Centre Manager Jenny and her staff and all the Services Australia workers for their fantastic work, particularly for their efforts to slash the backlog of Centrelink and Medicare claims in recent years. It was a great opportunity to meet with some of the new recruits who were part of the government's staffing boost of 3,000 frontline service workers across the country, hired to process critical claims and get the waiting times down. This is such important work, and it will help people with more financial services and support, getting them to deal with cost of living pressures that they're under. These workers deserve a safe and secure environment, free from threats of harm. They do not deserve a serve at work. So I support this legislation. It's absolutely vital. I want to thank the Minister for Home Affairs for bringing forward this bill. I spoke on this bill previously in the previous parliament. It lapsed with the prorogue of parliament, but I'm pleased that the Minister for Home Affairs has brought forward this bill, and the former Minister for Government Services and former Attorney General for their support last term for the original legislation reforms, and everyone who's contributed to the development through the consultation process. I thank the CPSU, the union covering Commonwealth public servants, for their support, and all the other stakeholders who consulted in the development of this legislation. I call on the Parliament to do the right thing and support these critical measures. They will improve workplace safety for frontline Commonwealth workers and make our Commonwealth workplaces safe for all Australians who use them. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the member for Blair for his eminently sensible comments in this regard, and this parliament will do the right thing as far as this legislation is concerned. And whilst I appreciate there is a lot going on outside of this building, cost of living issues, many farmers in my electorate are quite understandably concerned about the foreign take-up of land, with the Foreign Investment Review Board not having total scrutiny over particularly land that could end up in American hands via our free trade arrangements. There's no trigger point for that. the rollout of renewables. There's so many issues, but this is an important issue too. The Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025 is vital because we do need to protect at all costs our public servants, those Commonwealth officers, the people who work for us as parliamentarians. And when the member for Blair describes the issues that they confront on a daily basis, he is totally right. I've been a member of Parliament since 2010, and increasingly, sadly, I have seen the rise of hostility, of hatred, of objectionable protests outside and indeed inside my office, particularly my main electorate office at Wagga Wagga. There are a couple of people I've actually banned from my office, one for making totally misogynist comments and one for sparking I'd almost call it a riot inside my office. Now, my staff don't have to put up with that. My staff work very hard for and on behalf of the constituents of the Riverina, and I have to say probably 3/4 of the work they do are people who will never vote for me, never put a one beside the box where the Nationals are at an election time, and that is fine because you are a member of the party, or if you're an independent, and that's all well and good as you lead up to the election. But after the election, when you get elected to this place, you are and should be a member for all people, irrespective of the way they voted. Doesn't matter. And I know my staff are so loyal to the people of the Riverina, and so loyal indeed to me. I mean, many of my staff have worked with me for decades. I must be doing something right, or they just like to work in a salt mine. But they love the work. They love the people for whom they work. And I'm not referring to me in this instance. I'm referring to the constituents. And my electorate has vastly changed from 2010. My electorate used to take in west of Narrandera, the Colliambly and Murrumbidgee irrigation areas, Wagga Wagga as well, and a few other towns around to get the 100,000 or thereabouts voters. These days, the electorate has moved vastly east. It wraps around Canberra. It goes right up into Whitlam, borders the Illawarra. It's basically Matong to Illawarra. Vastly different. Riverina by name, not necessarily Riverina by nature. But whilst the boundaries have changed, major realignment just at the last election, the people still have the same aspirations, the same ideals. They're good country folk, and they deserve good representation. But by the same token, and it's only a very minuscule number, there are some people in the electorate who push the envelope a bit too far, and often, particularly during election time, and I found the last election to be the worst as far as conduct is concerned, particularly by some of the other candidates, but also some of their supporters. Nasty, awful, horrible comments, and not just directed at me, but at my staff. And there was one particular female candidate who dressed down one of my staff members for the attire for what she was wearing. I mean, this is not the way we should be conducting ourselves in regional Australia. Our staff do need proper protections. I can remember when I took over from Kay Hull in 2010, we did not have plastic petitions or grills or anything of the sort. And whilst it was just coming in, my staff preferred that open arrangement with the constituents who came in. They didn't want to make it look as though it was a bank with the big iron bars or the big, hard, heavy plastic petitions separating the customers from themselves. But these days, they're not just mandatory, they're necessary. And I've had to put a sign up, no unauthorised videoing or photography in my office because of the number of people who come in and hold up the phone and want to video the staff. Well, they don't deserve to be identified or exposed on some sort of stupid sovereign citizen's Facebook page. And you know, we live in a very volatile world, and we only have to think about what's going on in northeast Victoria at the moment. And I mourn for the families of the slain officers, the police officers who bravely go out and do their jobs each and every day, run to danger when most normal people would run away from danger. But just in the course of their everyday jobs, they've been gunned down, and this is a national tragedy. Their families will never recover from this. The communities probably won't. And the rise of these mongrel sovereign citizens, and that's what they are, is getting higher and higher. The incidence of these people who are anti-government, anti-establishment, anti-council, anti-police, anti-flame and everything is on the rise. And we live in troubled times, and that is why we should be at all times protecting our staff. Our staff are some of our best assets, trust me. We couldn't do our jobs without the duty, the support, the care that our staff take. And we can't be in our electorate offices all the time, and they shoulder a big responsibility of burden to do the right thing by our people, and by and large they do. Not everybody who comes into my office or any MP's office is going to get the answers and the results they want. That's impossible. Many of the requests are far beyond the pale. They wouldn't be able to be resolved at any rate, but they try. They do the right thing, and whether it's an NDIS issue, whether it's a Centrelink matter, irrespective, our staff do a mighty job, and we should say thank you to them each and every day. And I know that this particular bill responds directly to the horrific stabbing of a Services Australia employee last year. It does implement a key recommendation of the Ashton Review, which was led by former Victoria Police Chief Graham Ashton. And he and the rest of the Victoria Police family, and I do say family, would be very much in mourning at the moment. Now, this particular review examines security arrangements in Commonwealth workplaces following that particular attack. It does follow the passage of the Criminal Code Amendment Protecting Commonwealth Frontline Workers Bill of 2024. It did expand criminal offences for assaults against Commonwealth frontline workers. Together, these two pieces of legislation form a stronger framework for protecting those who serve the public. And our public servants do a mighty job. They do. And irrespective of whether they are in the ACT in Canberra, where there are many, many public servants, irrespective of whether they are Australian Federal Police, and aren't we lucky we've got such fine people who work in that particular organisation, right through to all the Commonwealth public officers that do dot this nation. They do an incredible job, they do, and we should be very thankful. I know public servants often get criticised. You know, it's all well and good to bag a public servant, but we are very blessed in this country to have outstanding people filling the roles that they do. The bill establishes a scheme for Commonwealth workplace protection orders modelled on state and territory apprehended and personal violence orders to provide targeted protection for Commonwealth workers and workplaces. And it's good to see that we are getting some uniformity across the nation. And I know when it comes to making sure that we do have things in lockstep with states and territories, that's so difficult. It doesn't matter whether it's transport, child protection, checks, irrespective of what it is, it's so hard to get states, territories and Commonwealth all on the one page. I just don't know why, but it is. And I've been a minister in many portfolios, and the difficulty to get states and territories sometimes on board with even what would seem to be just policy that you would just think would be a no-brainer. It's just so hard, because they might agree at a particular forum where they all come together to discuss such things, and then one state or territory minister goes home, their cabinet decides that that's not for us, and then the whole thing falls down. It's a bit like a house of cards. No Australian should ever fear for their safety simply for turning up to do their job. No employee. And between July 2023 and 12 months from that, there were, wait for this, this is an alarming statistic, 1,700 serious incidents at Services Australia centres. 1,700 incidents. Now, I know a lot of people come into those particular offices stressed, not knowing which way to turn, suicidal. In many instances, they feel as though their cause for complaint has been spurned, but rest assured, those Commonwealth service people, those public servants, aren't paid to be abused, aren't paid to be assaulted, and are there and should be protected. And this legislation does that, and I know that the problem is much broader than Services Australia. Staff in embassies, and thankfully the government was able to get out our brave embassy officials in Tehran with the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador earlier this week. Indeed, it also covers contractors on defence bases, and I have 3 military installations in Wagga Wagga: Home of the Soldier, Blamey Barracks, Kapooka. I've got RAF Wagga, where if you spend any given time in the Royal Australian Air Force, you may well end up at Forest Hill. And as the big sign emblazoned on the hangar says, air power starts here, and indeed it does, Forest Hill at Wagga Wagga. And indeed, even though we're a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, we have an important and strategic naval presence in my hometown. Now, those contractors on defence bases, they need protection too. I think the military personnel in those defence bases, they also need protection, but they can probably take care of themselves better than most, because they're trained to do so. They're the best in the world at protection. Make no mistake, our Army, our Air Force and our Navy people are no finer people for taking care of themselves in our nation than those. But I also mentioned earlier the AFP, and I know I've had, having been the acting Prime Minister for 101 days, I'll just add that in, but having had the benefit of AFP protection, they are so good. They are so good. And electorate office staff all face risks in the course of their duties. Shouldn't, but they do. And we live in a volatile world, and we live in a world where people think that these days they can write and say and do whatever they like. The social media phenomenon has caused a lot of people to be a lot more bolder and a lot more aggressive than what they otherwise would have. And we know that even just in May this year, 2 Australian Border Force contractors were assaulted and stabbed whilst on duty. This should not be the Australia that we live in. Fortunately, the number of incidents involving guns has drastically reduced since John Howard and Tim Fischer brought in, rightfully, very good restrictions on guns, and that is a good thing. But that appalling incident in May 2025 underlines the urgency of providing additional safeguards across Commonwealth workplaces. I'm pleased that this particular legislation does just that, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill of 2025. This bill will establish a new act, the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Act, which would introduce Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Scheme. You might wonder why this bill is necessary. It's needed because everyone has the right to feel safe at work, and that right must extend to federal government workers. And sadly, this has not always been the case. Between July 2023 and June 2024, as we've heard multiple times, there were 1,694 serious incidents across Services Australia's face-to-face service channel. As recently as May this year, 2 Australian Border Force contractors were assaulted with a bladed weapon whilst on the job. Any violence towards a Commonwealth worker or anybody is completely unacceptable. Any violence against public service workers is unacceptable. And violence against anybody, especially if they just happen to be at work, should be completely eradicated from our society. Clearly, many people who deal with frontline government workers can be in very stressful or distressing situations. You're not in there because things have gone well. Those dealing with Centrelink might be facing severe financial hardship. Those dealing with Medicare might be in the middle of exhausting medical treatment or one of their loved ones. Those dealing with home affairs are wanting to bring loved ones to this country. And I can emphasise with the stress and the frustration that can occur during these times. But the person on the other side of the desk does not deserve to be treated poorly or in an abusive or violent manner. Those on the other side of the desk at places like Services Australia are people. They have families, friends, and they are just trying to make their way in the world. They are people from our communities. They run the local footy club. They volunteer at the PNC. They are people who are trying to help. Importantly, these people are just following the rules of the laws passed here in this place. They're not the ones who make the rules around access to the age pension or disability support or job seeker. That is done here by the members of this place and by the other place. If you want someone to change the rules about how the government operates, come and talk to one of the 150 members here or one of the 76 from the other place. Come and talk to us calmly and respectfully and with an open mind, because at the end of the day, we are here to represent you. My point is that yelling at poor Sue or Robbo at Centrelink, it won't change the rules they have to follow. Sue and Robbo, Commonwealth employees like them, do not deserve danger or anger. And quite frankly, they don't have the time. They're busy. They're in Centrelink helping people access social security payments. They're in Medicare helping people get affordable health care. They're in Border Force keeping our country safe. They're in the Department of Agriculture keeping biosecurity threats out of our country. And they're in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade keeping our country connected with our global partners and allies. As someone whose electorate is home to many Commonwealth employers, I want them to know I value their work and their safety, because ultimately they really want to help. Every public servant I know gets up and works with great pride in delivering services. They love the communities they work in, and the key is in the title, public servant. They wear that tag with pride. They know that every day they can make someone's lives that little bit better, that little bit easier, and I promise you that is what they are trying to do. And that's why this bill is so important. This bill will provide legal protection for Commonwealth workplaces and workers and deter acts of violence and other harmful behaviours by some members of the public. As the member for Riverina pointed out, it is a very, very small minority. It came about as a response to the 44 recommendations of the 2023 Services Australia Security Risk Management Review, the Ashton Review, conducted by Mr Graham Ashton. This review itself was sparked after a serious assault on a Services Australia member with a bladed weapon. This bill implements recommendation 17 of the review, which called for current ACT workplace protection order provisions should be adapted for use by the entire Commonwealth as a staff protection mechanism nationwide. The bill will enable an authorised person from the Commonwealth entity to apply to select courts for a workplace protection order on behalf of the Commonwealth worker, or a workplace where personal violence against a worker or a workplace has arisen out of or in direct connection with their official functions or duties that is a real risk it will occur against if an order is not made. It gives them protection. It gives them an avenue to find safety and legal recourse should things go wrong. The bill would only allow the court to make a workplace protection order where they are satisfied that the respondent has engaged in personal violence in relation to a Commonwealth worker or Commonwealth workplace, and there is a real risk that the respondent will further engage in personal violence if the order is not made. It gives people a chance to respond. It is a fair and just position to ensure the safety of our workforce. The bill's definition of personal violence is designed to include acts of violence, harassment, intimidation, threats of harm, and other harmful non-physical violence such as verbal abuse or phone or email. We know that you can harm somebody with more than just violence. Emails, abuse can really have a long and psychological harming effect on people. On application, a Commonwealth, State or Territory Court could be able to make an interim consent or final order. In time-critical circumstances, an urgent interim order can be applied for by telephone or electronic means. It works fast, it gets it done. In making a workplace protection order, the court could be empowered to impose a range of conditions on a respondent that it considers necessary or desirable to protect the safety of the Commonwealth worker or workplace. It gives the people involved, the court, direct responsibility and the ability to keep that person, individual or workforce safe. Keeping in mind that services like Centrelink can deal with many of the most vulnerable in the community, this bill considers how best to approach circumstances where a respondent might have impaired decision-making for one reason or another. It takes into account people's personal circumstances. It is not a catch-all brush. When considering whether to make a consent order, if the court considers a party to have impaired decision-making ability, it must not make a consent order unless it is satisfied that the person has appropriate representation. The court may adjourn proceedings until the respondent is represented. The principles of natural justice still apply. Workplace protection orders can also be made against anyone under the age of 14. People under the age of 14 do not have criminal responsibility, this is what they're saying there. The proposed workplace protection order scheme will be available to most Commonwealth workplaces, extending to anywhere a Commonwealth worker is conducting official Commonwealth work. This includes workplaces such as mobile servicing, pop-up shops, in shopping centres, Commonwealth vehicles or Commonwealth workers' residence when working from home. It extends further than just the office. It allows people to be safe wherever they happen to be working on that day. To balance out the rights of everyone involved, fundamentally the imposition of a workplace protection order will not prevent a person from accessing necessary Commonwealth services as required or exercising their right to political communication. Your right to free speech exists, your right to protest exists, and the services will still be available to you. If proposing conditions that would limit the respondent's ability to access or obtain Commonwealth benefits or services or engage in political communication, the applicant is required to provide the court with information about alternative procedures or arrangement for how a respondent may access or obtain these benefits or engage in political communication while subject to a workplace protection order. There's always going to be a workaround. We're going to make sure people get the help and services they need. Either party can apply to the court to vary or revoke a workplace protection order. Additionally, either party may appeal a decision of the court relating to the final order. The ability to appeal still exists. It is not necessarily final. Contravention of a workplace protection order may constitute an offence that carries a penalty of 120 penalty units or 2 years imprisonment or both. There are consequences to threatening, harassing or injuring public service workers. To ensure the scheme is working, the bill also includes a statutory review of the operation of the scheme 3 years after commencement. It gives us the opportunity to go back to make sure it's working as intended and that there are no unintended consequences. I commend the ministers and the departments involved in drafting of this bill. I also commend the many advocates for workplace safety in our Commonwealth workplaces, especially the Community Public Sector and Services Union. This bill is an important step towards creating safer Commonwealth workplaces and sends a strong message that Albanese government values workers who provide critical government services and that violence and aggression towards those workers is always unacceptable. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. This bill will provide legal protections for Commonwealth workplaces and workers and deter acts of violence and other harmful behaviours by members of the public. The Workplace Protection Orders, or WPO scheme, responds to the increasing risk of harm faced by Commonwealth workers, particularly those in frontline service delivery roles. It is an unfortunate reality that those government workers who do essential work supporting the most vulnerable members of our community are more likely to be confronted with violence and other unacceptable behaviour than many other professions. Between July 2023 and June 2024, there were 1,694 serious incidents across Service Australia's face-to-face service. As recently as May this year, 2 Australian Border Force contractors were seriously assaulted with a bladed weapon whilst at work. Deputy Speaker, we simply cannot accept this. We cannot accept Commonwealth workers, the people charged with looking after our most vulnerable and keeping our country safe, being threatened and assaulted on the job. This is for many reasons. Of course, fundamentally, no one should have to deal with this sort of behaviour at work, but it is particularly important for us as the federal government to be protecting our workers because we really want to be an employer of choice. We will run into serious problems as a country if people no longer want to do the jobs our community relies on. And we have a duty to our country and to our workers to protect the people who protect us. That is what this bill is about. On the 13th of October 2023, the government committed to implementing all 44 recommendations of the 2023 Services Australia Security Risk Management Review conducted by Mr Graham Ashton, AM APM, the Ashton Review, which was commissioned after a Services Australia staff member was seriously assaulted with a bladed weapon in May 2023. This bill implements our response to Recommendation 17 of the Ashton Review and complements the Criminal Code Amendment Protecting Commonwealth Frontline Workers Act 2024, which implemented Recommendation 18 of the review by increasing the penalties for harming a Commonwealth frontline worker. The bill enables an authorised person from a Commonwealth entity to apply to a court for a WPO on behalf of a Commonwealth worker or workplace where personal violence, including threats of violence against a worker or workplace, has arisen out of or in direct connection with their official functions and duties. This definition is designed to include acts of violence, harassment, intimidation, threats of harm, and other harmful non-physical violence such as verbal abuse and conduct engaged in over the phone. Contravention of a WPO would constitute a criminal offence, punishable by imprisonment of up to 2 years. This is about sending a strong message that violence and aggressive behaviour is unacceptable and deterring this behaviour from occurring in the first place. The scheme will be available to most Commonwealth workplaces, extending to anywhere the Commonwealth worker is conducting official Commonwealth work. This includes workplaces such as mobile service pop-ups in shops and shopping centres, Commonwealth vehicles, or a Commonwealth worker's residence when working from home. Again, Deputy Speaker, this is about providing a safe workplace for the workers we as Australians depend on. Whether it is through implementing our social safety net or keeping dangerous criminals and products out of Australia, Commonwealth workers are essential. Even if you do not often find yourself meeting with a Commonwealth worker, they are out there every day working for public good. And while it's a shame that the protections in this bill are necessary, we must do everything we can to protect our workers and ensure our departments and agencies remain attractive places to work. Any violence towards a Commonwealth worker is unacceptable, and this bill aims to deter this disgraceful behaviour. This bill addresses a legislative gap in most state and territory protection order schemes because under this scheme, affected workers do not need to bring an application forward in their own name. If a Commonwealth worker needs a protection order to be safe at work, we should be doing everything we can as a government to make that order accessible, including barriers like privacy concerns. This bill is an important step towards creating safer Commonwealth workplaces and sends a strong message that the Albanese government values workers who provide critical government services and that violence and aggression towards these workers is unacceptable. And Deputy Speaker, this behaviour is not accepted in any other industry. As my friend the member for Moreton went to in her remarks, you see signs everywhere stating that disrespectful behaviour towards staff will not be tolerated. That could be in your local bank branch, in the drive-through, or at a shopping centre. Members of the public, patrons, customers, passengers, are rightly expected to be respectful to the people who are there to help them. Of course, we see disgraceful behaviour, and I know in retail the SDA has been running the No One Deserves a Serve campaign for many years, calling on customers to conduct themselves appropriately and employers to put in appropriate protections for their workers. And really, this is what this bill is about on a Commonwealth level. As an employer, the Commonwealth putting in place appropriate protections for its workers. And besides the fundamental responsibility we have as an employer to provide a safe workplace, we also need to make sure that our departments and agencies remain attractive places to work. We cannot let Commonwealth workers get left behind as other sectors tackle abuse and violence. We need to take action, and that is exactly what this bill does. We also need to be mindful of the rights of other service users. Their rights deserve consideration in this respect as well. We've seen workplaces shut down because of unacceptable and violent behaviours, leaving others in the room without the services they need in that given moment. And in the context of the Commonwealth Government, we're not talking about nice-to-haves. We are talking about essential services, money to put food on the table, addressing immediate needs of the vulnerable, and the protection of physical safety. Therefore, there is a public interest in taking action to ensure that those disruptions do not happen and that Commonwealth workers are able to work at their best, do their job for the public good without disruption. This bill also considers the rights of the individual subject to orders. It's why the bill puts guardrails in place. We're not talking about a criminal penalty, a finding of guilt. This is, by and large, a protective measure. When applying for a WPO, the proposed conditions may, in effect, limit a person's access to Commonwealth services. However, this has guardrails to ensure that individuals subject to those orders are able to receive the services they need. Orders can be made flexibly to ensure that adaptations are made to ensure that those subject to the order are still receiving the services they need at the same time as fulfilling that important need to ensure that Commonwealth workers are protected. So there is that flexibility in the way the orders are drafted and in the way this legislation is designed to ensure the delivery of necessary services at the same time as protecting the legitimate rights of workers, the legitimate rights of others in their workplace and the legitimate rights of our fellow citizens to utilise those services and others as well. So fundamentally, the imposition of a WPO will not prevent a person accessing necessary Commonwealth services. It may alter the way they can access those services for a period, nor will it remove their right to political communication. People are entitled to have their political views, but no Commonwealth worker should be subject to abuse, intimidation, harassment, threats, or the conduct of physical violence, and there are lines that really must be drawn in the sand in this respect. While concerns about access to services are reasonable to raise and to consider, the guardrails are put into this legislation and are reasonably and appropriately adapted to balancing the rights of all concerned. We cannot be distracted from the fundamental principle that no one should be threatened or assaulted at work, especially not when they're doing such important work for the Australian community. One of the earlier meetings I took after the election was with Richard, our local manager at Services Australia, not far from, it's in Ringwood, not far from my electoral office in Mitcham. Like others in this place, my office receives a lot of emails and phone calls from people seeking assistance from Services Australia, and it was great to meet Richard and hear about what he and his team do for our community. I reflect on the important work they do and how difficult disruptive behaviours can make it, and it's for workers like that that we really need to ensure that we are doing right by our Commonwealth workers. We need to make sure that teams like Richard's never have to confront violence or aggression. But with 1,694 serious incidences occurring across Services Australia's face-to-face service channel in a single year, the sad reality is that we need stronger protections for Commonwealth workers. These jobs are important. Our people deserve to feel safe and to be safe. And when we think about the harms, it's simply not the danger of physical intimidation, physical assaults. Psychosocial risk is an increasingly prevalent aspect of the challenges faced in many workplaces. We need to make sure that abuse is no longer tolerated or considered part of the job, that people should never be told they just have to cop it because it's part of the gig. No, we are entitled to expect that our fellow citizens engage with Commonwealth workers with respect for them as individuals and respect for their safety. No one deserves to serve, including Commonwealth workers. We see in the number of workers' compensation claims, we see in the number of days absent that threats and intimidation can have a profound impact on a worker's ability to do their job. Given the importance of the work being done by our Commonwealth workers, we need to make sure that we are enabling our people to perform at their best, and that also means ensuring that we're protecting their safety, both physical and psychosocial, to ensure that we are having the best possible public service, that we are able to deliver for the Australian people. So it is our responsibility to them, the Australian people, as well as to our employees, that we must make sure that appropriate measures are in place. And we need to ensure that we are, that we as the employer are taking the initiative to take these protective measures where necessary to ensure that interventions can be put in place, and that in circumstances where they've been the subject of intolerable behaviour, that we at least draw a line in the sand and make sure measures are in place to ensure it doesn't happen in the future. It is sad that there are an increasing minority of people who have become anti-government and are engaging in irrational, violent, intimidating behaviours towards government employees across the government sector, be it Services Australia staff or, as my colleagues have pointed out, staff in our electoral office. That has made working in this sector a little bit harder than it used to be. But as a community, and I know the vast majority of Australians respect our public servants, they respect the work that they do and they treat them with dignity and respect as you'd expect. But sadly, we have to create these regimes to deal with a small minority of people who engage in disrespectful, violent behaviour. And I think this is a sensible, proportionate and reasonable measure to ensure that we can keep our workplaces safe, that we can serve the Australian people, and to make sure that everyone's right to feel safe and respected at work is preserved. And that is why I'm proud to support this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I'll put the question. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. And I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish a workplace protection order scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes.
Matt. Yeah. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
You asked me that?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
Leave is granted.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. And I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish a workplace protection order scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that order number 3, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Housing Australia Act 2018, Housing Australia Investment Mandate Amendment, delivering on our 2025 election commitment, Direction 2025, resumption of debate on the motion that the House take note of the document.
The question is that the document be noted. And I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. The great Australian dream of owning your own home crystallised in the decades after World War II. There was a construction boom following the end of the war, with new suburbs and towns created to cater for returning servicemen, the growing number of migrants, and there was also a baby boom. My grandfather fought in Borneo in the Second World War, and my family were the beneficiaries of this construction boom for returning servicemen, moving into their Housing Commission home in Dundas Valley in the New South Wales western suburbs where my mother was raised. At this time, there were plenty of jobs, and home ownership was not just a dream for many, it was a tangible reality. By 1966, home ownership in Australia hit its peak of 73%. Home ownership has become increasingly more difficult to achieve over the past 50 years, and particularly in recent decades. However, it remains a major goal for many Australians. The Albanese Labor government is helping more Australians realise this dream of home ownership by launching 5% deposits for all first-home buyers early, on the 1st of October 2025 instead of next year. Under these changes, all first-home buyers will have access with no caps on places or income limits. We are doing this by expanding the Home Guarantee Scheme. The Home Guarantee Scheme involves the Albanese government guaranteeing a portion of a first home buyer's home loan so they can purchase with a lower deposit and not pay lenders' mortgage insurance. The fact that these first home buyers will not have to pay lenders' mortgage insurance should not be underestimated. Lenders' mortgage insurance is insurance that a lender takes out to insure itself against the risk of not recovering the outstanding loan balance if a borrower is unable to meet their loan payments and the property is sold for less than the outstanding loan balance. Lenders' mortgage insurance is usually required if a borrower does not have a 20% deposit, which is a substantial number of first home buyers. Lender's mortgage insurance protects the lender, but the costs are passed on to the borrower, and this is usually added onto the loan. For the average first home buyer, the Albanese Labor government's expanded home guarantee scheme will save tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance. In just the first year alone, first home buyers using the scheme are expected to avoid around $1.5 billion in potential mortgage insurance costs. And as I mentioned, an important change to the scheme is that all first home buyers will have access to it. There will no longer be any income limits. Currently, the caps that apply to the first home buyers under the scheme are $125,000 for individuals or a combined $200,000 for joint applicants. Removing these caps will open up the opportunity for home ownership for many more Australians. Furthermore, the property price caps under the scheme will be increased in line with average house prices, therefore providing first home buyers with access to a greater variety of homes. In capital cities and regional centres in my state of New South Wales, the property price cap will increase from $900,000 to $1.5 million, while in other parts of New South Wales the cap will rise from $750,000 to $800,000. The median home price in Australia today is $844,000, and 5% of that is $42,000 to $42,000. The last time $42,000 covered the 20% deposit for a median home was 2002. Just to take us back to 2002, that was the year in which Queen Elizabeth II visited Australia as part of her Golden Jubilee World Tour. Anne said Australia stopped flying after 66 years of operation, and Stephen Bradbury became a national icon by winning Australia's first gold medal at the Winter Olympics. 2002 also was the year that Kath and Kim premiered on the ABC. But to bring us back to 2025, the Albanese Labor government's expanded home guarantee scheme will mean a first home buyer can purchase a $1 million home with a $50,000 deposit. First home buyers could save up to 10 years on the time it takes to save for a deposit, saving about $42,000 in mortgage insurance, and could pay up to $350,000 towards their own loan instead of paying rent. Importantly, the government has consulted with industry and will direct Housing Australia to promote the diversity of lenders who offer the scheme, giving first home buyers greater choice to buy a home through smaller, customer-owned and regional banks. Since coming to office in 2022, Labor has helped over 180,000 first home buyers to get a home of their own with a lower deposit, and the expanded scheme will help hundreds of thousands of more Australians. It's important to note that the Home Guarantee Scheme is just one part of the Albanese Labor government's broader $43 billion housing agenda that is focused on building more homes, getting more Australians in home ownership, and getting a better deal for renters. In its first term, this government began investing $43 billion in housing, 8 times more than the coalition invested over a whole decade, introduced a build-to-rent scheme that will help deliver 80,000 new rentals across the country, giving Australians more rental security. We've worked with states and territories to make renting fairer, with stronger protections for tenants. As a result, most states now have banned no-grounds evictions and put minimum standards in place. We've delivered a 45% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, the biggest back-to-back increase in more than 30 years, helping over 1 million low-income Australian households pay the rent. We've made strong progress in delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes for the Australians that need it most. We've invested in a record $1.2 billion into building new crisis and transitional accommodation to ensure that at-risk groups, including older women, younger Australians, and those fleeing family and domestic violence, will have access to safe and stable housing. And we've facilitated the training of more tradies through Labor's free TAFE, and we've provided $10,000 incentive payments for apprentices in construction. In addition to expanding the Home Guarantee Scheme, the re-elected Albanese government is committed to investing $10 billion to build up to 100,000 homes reserved only for first home buyers with no competition from property investors. We're implementing our Help to Buy scheme and our shared equity scheme, which involves the Commonwealth Government pitching in up to 40% of the upfront cost of your home, making it easier for a first home buyer to purchase a home with a smaller mortgage. We're delivering a $54 million targeted investment in advanced manufacturing of prefabricated and modular home construction, and we're providing $120 million from the National Productivity Fund to incentivise states to remove red tape and help more homes be built faster. And we're investing $78 million to fast-track the qualification of 6,000 tradies to help build more homes across Australia. This is a very impressive program of work, Mr. Speaker. The expansion of the Home Guarantee Scheme will help many more Australians believe in the great Australian dream of home ownership, just like my grandparents and parents experienced. For all the reasons I've spoken about, I strongly support the Minister's statement relating to 5% deposits for all first home buyers. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government has pushed through what are radical changes under the Housing Australia Act through some bizarre ministerial direction so that we do not properly debate in this place this proposal. Instead, we are left with what I feel is an inferior take-note motion. The government is, in my view, circumventing the purpose of this parliament in what feeling like a rather dictatorial and deeply concerning practice. And if the government is so intent in what they want to deliver this and what they see as good public policy, then debate this legislation properly. This legislative instrument on the government's initial Help to Buy scheme, where taxpayers are on the hook for the remaining 15% of a deposit to relieve buyers of mortgage insurance. Mortgage insurance is a lot of money. And for many of us in this room, when we were buying our first homes or perhaps even subsequent homes, we needed to pay mortgage insurance of some amount. And it is designed to protect the mortgagor in case of the mortgagee defaulting on the loan. And 20% is calculated as the maximum expected decline on a property price, and ultimately it just safeguards the bank from losing money. Now taxpayers will pick up the bill and will bear the burden of any loss if it's a defaulted loan. Initially, this program was set for 50,000 homes. Initially, this program was capped with a focus on assisting working Australians who were earning up to $125,000 as an individual or $200,000 as a couple. And initially, they were modest first home buyer house values, caps, on what you could purchase. And you could say that they also limited the risk for us as taxpayers if a person or family defaulted. Well, now the government's thrown caution to the wind on this, and in my 9 years in this place, I think that this is the most populist, reckless and inflationary public policy program I have seen, and I've seen a few. It is dangerous, it is going to drive up house prices like never before, and here is why. The scheme is now open to anyone who's a first-home buyer, no matter what their income. The scheme has been lifted to the most astronomical house prices, and all it is going to do by doing this is going to lift the default house price in each state to set the bar at whatever that threshold is. The government has lifted the cap for properties in all areas. In New South Wales, it's now going to be based at $1.5 million. So there's an increase of $600,000 on the top price of this program applies to, and it's really open slather, as I said. So a couple could, in effect, get a mortgage for $1.2 million, put down that 5% deposit of $75,000, and the taxpayer is on the hook for $225,000. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? You only need to get sick or not be able to earn for a short period, and very quickly those mortgage payments and that family's life or that individual's life will fall apart. Now, at a rate of 6%, with monthly payments on a $1.2 million loan over 40 years, it's approximately $7,193 a month, with a total interest paid of roughly $2.25 million. But who really pays when it falls apart? It's going to be the taxpayer. And we, as taxpayers right across the nation, people with homes of much lesser value, are going to be picking up the pieces. The kicker is that this is not going to make homes more affordable at all. All it's doing is setting the new base house price at the top level of this scheme for each state, because the demand for this scheme will be so high that it's going to artificially inflate house prices. And part of the reason why the demand is going to be so high is that we've had record net migration in this nation. Over 1 million people who have moved here just in this government's last term, and they're all going to be wanting to partake in this proposal. I understand that. And it's simple economics that this program, coupled with record migration, is going to add to the demand side of this equation. It's like pouring kerosene on an already lit bonfire. Inflation is real. And just yesterday, there were further inflation figures out, which should cause everyone concern. They were higher than expected. In South Australia, this scheme's been lifted from a house price of $600,000 to $900,000. Again, this will just make the base price for an entry-level home in South Australia at $900,000, because the artificial demand will create that as the default price. The minister said, right now we need to lean in and help those first home buyers to get their foothold in the market. Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what the lean-in vernacular means, but I can tell you what the outcome will be. It will be inflationary. It will not lower house prices, and it will catch young people and first-home buyers desperately wanting to own their own home into a trap, and they will not be able to get out of it. There is a name for loans given to people who can't afford them, and they're called subprime mortgages. And they caused the global financial crisis back in 2007-8. I remember very well. This is government-sanctioned, taxpayer-supported subprime lending. Many people have short memories, but back in 2007-8, the financial crisis, the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac loans collapsed under the weight of risky mortgage-backed securities that they acquired and guaranteed, fuelling a housing bubble in the United States in particular, and when that burst, it sent shockwaves right across the world. Whole neighbourhoods collapsed. Whole neighbourhoods were boarded up with homes unsellable. And who is giving the government this economic advice? Surely the Reserve Bank wouldn't have supported this proposal. We have, as I've said before, we have taken away the Australian dream in just one generation, and I feel for young people. My 3 children are all desperately saving. One just got their block poured on a very, very modest home, but it's their first dream home. But they've saved for years together and had second jobs to make it work. And it's quite clear how we've done this. We've done this by inflating demand. We've done this through record migration. And if you look at the data, I've looked at the data of migration levels since Federation. Whenever we have exponentially lifted migration, we've caused inflation. It's just the way it is. It's a simple demand-supply proposal. It's Economics 101. And I'm not sure if it's to create growth in the economy, but all it's done is priced our kids out of home ownership. For rental properties, increased temporary migration and student visas have contributed to unbelievable rental increases. Back in 1990-1991, Australia offered just over 35,000 student visas. In the 2023 year, we offered 577,000 student visas, and last year, 371,000. And of course, the government's announced they're going to increase that by a further 25,000. The majority of student visas transition to permanent visas, and we've created an expectation that that will occur. If the government meaningfully and tangibly wants to help Australians into a home, the most responsible and efficient way to do this is to reduce migration, because you're then managing the demand side, and that's the area we haven't tackled. We haven't tackled the demand side for a decade. So we're simply not building enough quality homes, and I would say most of us don't want to continue the constant carve-up of farmland on the edge of suburbia. more pressure on the environment and to expand our suburbs in order for everyone to own a home. We need to, as I said, tackle that demand side. And I've got to say, it's just heartbreaking to watch in my community. 200, 300-year-old gum trees are getting felled, and then those areas are turning into 250 square metre blocks. And that's the thing. The houses at these ridiculous prices that we're selling to our children, there's no backyard. And then we wonder why children are obese. Well, there's nowhere for the kids to play but the street. If you go back to the mid-90s when housing was affordable, when I bought my first home as a single woman, migration in 1994 was 46,000 people a year. Now, then it went up to around 100,000, and then under Rudd it exploded under his Big Australia policy, and that is where the problem is. And now, as I said, we've had a combined influx in just 2 years of 1 million permanent migrants, and we don't want to talk about it in this place, but that is creating a demand that we can't control, and then you have the government come in here with irresponsible policies like this as a way to try and address that housing demand. I predict interest rates will not fall with this program in place, and what the government has put forward here is a dangerous populist thought bubble that will have real-world consequences for all of us.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak for an entire, not just this bill, but an entire generation of Australians who've been locked out of the housing market because of the policies, or should I say lack of policies, of previous governments. Now, this generation of young Australians have had this lockout not because they lacked ambition, but because the system itself has put home ownership increasingly out of their reach. For too long, Deputy Speaker, young people in this country have felt let down by their opportunities or not having any opportunity to purchase their own home. Now, we on this side of the House are very cognisant of the challenges they've faced. And that's why, since we came to government, we have been making the ability, the opportunity for young people to get into the housing market a priority of government, a priority of this government. That's why, backing up that cognisance of understanding the challenge, we have made record investments in housing in this country. We've actually backed it up with record investments. And from October 1st this year, Deputy Speaker, even more young Australians will be able to realise their dream of home ownership. And that's thanks to this government, the Albanese government's bringing forward our home guarantee scheme to allow first home buyers to buy a home with just 5% deposit. And you heard that right, Deputy Speaker, it's just 5% deposit. We're bringing down all first home deposits from 20% to 5% this year from the 1st of October, because affordable and secure housing should be a human right in this country. It's about dignity. Now, I know and it is valid as well, that housing in Australia has also been a vehicle for investment and so on, and that's fine. But having a roof over your head, having your own home, is really about basic human dignity. And it is the foundation, literally, the physical foundation, to be able to then fulfil your potential, to move and fulfil your potential in the workforce, the social and economic opportunities, the educational opportunities that flow from that foundation. But the first and foremost, it's a bit like Maslow, if you're familiar with it, Deputy Speaker, get that house in place, that shelter in place first, and it is about human dignity. And so I think, Deputy Speaker, that housing needs to be seen in this frame, and the importance of it for every single Australian and their future ability to fulfil their potential. In the first year, in just the first year alone, first home buyers that will be using this scheme that we are debating here, Deputy Speaker, are expected to avoid around $1.5 billion in potential mortgage insurance costs. That's a massive amount that will be avoided. And we're not going to stop there, Deputy Speaker. We won't stop there, despite whatever arguments are made on the other side for political point scoring, because for single parents, we'll continue a family home guarantee that helps them to buy a home with a 2% deposit. 2%, not 5%, 2%. That is amazing. And since coming to office in 2022, the Labor government has helped over 180,000 first home buyers get a home of their own with a lower deposit. That's 180,000 families. That's a lot of people that have been given the opportunity to build that foundation and to have that foundation to fulfil their potential in life. On average, Deputy Speaker, there have been more than 6,000 more first home buyer loans a year under Labor compared to the Coalition's previous period in office. That's 6,000 more than the other mob. Now, the median home price in Australia today is $844,000, and 5% of that is around $42,200. The last time $42,200 covered the 20% deposit for a median home loan, median home was 2002, Deputy Speaker, which shows the generational scale of this change. Deputy Speaker, this is in stark contrast to the housing policies, if I could call them that, brought by the Coalition to this year's election and during the campaign. Their solution to the housing crisis, Deputy Speaker, let first home owners access up to $50,000 of their super, their own super, to buy a home. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure what they were thinking, what kind of fantasy this was. Not only was this policy completely irresponsible, but no one across from us had the foresight to think how this would inadvertently bring up housing prices. So unlike this horrid election commitment that was made by the Coalition, we are putting forward, Deputy Speaker, real tangible relief for millions of Australians in this country, in this bill and this scheme and all the others that I've spoken about. We were re-elected with a clear mandate to bring down the deposit hurdle for first home buyers, and we are delivering on that, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of Wills, 38% of my constituents are renters. Now, the expanded scheme means a first home buyer in Wills could purchase a $600,000 home with only a $30,000 deposit. They could save up to 6 years off the time it takes to save for a deposit, save about $25,000 in mortgage insurance, and that is a very important element, and they could pay up to around $126,000 towards their own loan instead of paying rent. And that'll make a difference to the future for all of those people. Since its inception, there has been 1,010 people in Wills, in my electorate, accessing our home guarantee scheme. Deputy Speaker, as I said, the importance of affordable housing is critical to be the foundation for people wanting to fulfil their potential. Now, I grew up in inner city Melbourne in public housing. I'm a houso. In the 70s and 80s, we grew up in a housing commission, as it's called in Victoria. I share that with the Prime Minister, who if you don't know, he was also grew up in social housing. And yeah, everyone knows. They might not know that about me, though. And so that access to affordable housing for my family, migrant family that came to Australia in the 70s, having access to that helped level the playing field to a certain extent, and it offered my family a real equality of opportunity. And it was because of the policies of Labor governments, both state and federal, that we were given that opportunity. And despite many of the challenges that we faced and the prejudices, it gave me the chance to succeed based on hard work, on merit, on the fact that we had that foundation, that we weren't worried about being able to have a place to live. We were given that opportunity. The 5% deposit scheme brought forward by the government will now make it even easier for those growing up in situations like mine to purchase their first home and have that foundation as well, Deputy Speaker. As I said, Deputy Speaker, we were elected with a clear mandate to bring down the deposit hurdle for first home buyers. That's what we're doing today with this debate. We have an ambitious $43 billion housing agenda that is actually delivering on our promise, our election commitments, because this government is about delivery. When you get rid of all the white noise, all the sound and fury that comes from the opposition benches and the crossbench and all the rest of it, in the end, in this country, Australians look to their government, the federal government, to fulfil their commitments, to deliver on our commitments to them that we made. And we are building more homes to deliver that commitment. We're backing first home buyers and we're supporting renters as well. We're making the Australian dream of home ownership attainable for millions of Australians, as it should be. Because I think it's true to say, and I would hope this is agreed upon right across this place, that every Australian deserves the opportunity, the chance to own their own home. And it shouldn't be just someday into the distant future, but it should be sooner. And this government, the Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, is working hard every day to deliver and make that dream a reality.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today not just to speak about housing policy, but about the very foundation of the Australian story, the dream of home ownership. For generations, it has been the great leveller. The proof that through effort, sacrifice and determination, any Australian, no matter their start, can own a small part in this country and call it home. That dream's now slipping away. Under Labor, it's not just delayed, it's been dismantled. When the Coalition created the Home Guarantee Scheme, it was targeted, it was careful and it was compassionate. It was designed for those hard-working Australians who could service a mortgage but who struggled to save the deposit. It was a helping hand, not a handout. Labor's taken the policy that once empowered Australians and turned it into something totally different. What was once a hand up has now become a handbrake. This new version does nothing to increase supply. Even Treasury admits Labor's changes will drive up prices. Former RBA economist Martin Eftimosky warned this policy is like, and I quote, pouring gasoline on a fire. Young Australians already struggling will now be forced to chase homes that sprint further out of reach. And who carries the risk? Not the government, but the taxpayer. A $60 billion liability sits on the shoulders of ordinary Australians and future generations. This is not policy for those who need it. It's policy, it's politics dressed up as compassion. Bigger loans, greater defaults, and taxpayers footing the bill. And what about the broader picture? Labor spent more on housing than any government before it, $43 billion, and yet Australians are worse off. Under the Coalition, close to 200,000 homes a year were being built, and under Labor that's dropped to barely 170,000. At the very same time, they've presided over the largest population boom since the 1950s. More people, fewer homes, that is Labor's legacy. Homelessness is now at its worst in living memory. Services report surging demand, especially among women and girls. And very recently I had the opportunity in my electorate to visit a place in Burleigh and meet with Rosies, who do fantastic work in our community, providing food and speaking to people who are homeless and who are struggling, those people who are seeing the brunt of this housing crisis. And Labor's much heralded promise of 1.2 million new homes by 2029, what happened to that? Their own Treasury officials say it will not be met. Labor claims to cut red tape, but the truth is they multiply it. 5,000 new regulations, 400 new laws, nearly 3,000 pages of construction codes. They smother builders and developers in paperwork, and then we all wonder why fewer homes are being built. Australia's become addicted to bureaucracy. We now have 35% more laws than Canada, a country nearly twice our size. It's not reform what's being suggested, it's regulatory quicksand. It kills ambition before it even begins. Labor's flagship, the Housing Australia Future Fund, is one of the greatest public policy failures of our time. 10 billion taxpayer dollars tied up in a fund, yet no one can tell us how many homes it has actually built. At one moment, the minister says 2,000 homes. At another, the finance minister admits 0. At Senate estimates, we discover Labor's not even building homes, they're buying them. They're competing with Australians at auctions, driving up prices. It's a policy so absurd, you could not script it. Perhaps most concerning is where Labor's housing dream truly lies. It's not with families, but it's with big super funds, often that are tied up or owned by the CFMEU. Labor wants Australians to rent homes owned by unions, not own homes themselves. They've gone to extraordinary lengths to hide correspondence showing super funds lobbying to weaken transparency rules. And when questioned, the Treasurer blocked the Senate from seeing the truth. And what will happen if big super dominates the housing market? What will happen? Rents will rise, choice will fall, and ordinary Australians will find themselves tenants in a country where they once could have been owners. Yes. And that takes us to the CFMEU, a union dripping in corruption, now expanding into residential housing. Independent estimates say their involvement inflates construction costs by 30%. That is a tax on every new apartment, every new build, and every young Australian's dream. The Coalition's put forward a bill to keep taxpayer money out of the CFMEU's hands, but Labor won't support it. Why? Because to them, ideology trumps integrity. This is where the Coalition's different. We don't just oppose Labor's failures, we offer a vision. In my maiden speech in this place, I spoke about the great nation-building task of starting to think about creating new cities. Australia's always grown by thinking big, but in recent decades we've stopped dreaming, we've stopped building. Instead, we cram more people into the same few cities, driving prices up, infrastructure down, and the quality of life lower. We must think differently. We must build anew. New cities planned from the ground up, with housing, transport, industry and services integrated from day one. Cities that relieve pressure on Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane, while creating new centres of opportunity. This is the same vision that built the Gold Coast, that built Canberra, and that transformed Western Sydney. And I refer to an article that was a fantastic article in The Australian on the 21st of August by Simon Kirstenmacher. One Gold Coast is not enough. Australia needs more new cities just like it. And I quote from this article, the only problem that I see with the Gold Coast is that we only built one. We should look at the Gold Coast as a model for the future of Australia. I want to see 6 or 7 more Gold Coasts by the end of the century. And at the end of World War II, Australia was home to 7 million people. A decade later, Australia added 2 million residents on the back of the baby boom and Mediterranean migrants. Where did Australians live? Mostly in the same 5 big cities we live in today: Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide and Perth. Since World War II, we have grown the country by 20 million residents, and the Gold Coast remains the only new sizable city we added to the mix. The rest of the growth was squeezed into the same cities we occupied in 1945. If we want to keep the dream of home ownership alive, we cannot simply tinker at the edges. We must be bold enough to imagine and to build. Because the answer to a housing shortage is not simply going to be solved by increasing demand, it's by addressing supply. Deputy Speaker, housing is not just an economic issue. It's a cultural one. It's about aspiration, about independence and belief in one's own effort. We believe in supply, not spin. In cutting red tape, not adding to it. In supporting the vulnerable, older Australians, women fleeing domestic violence, Indigenous Australians and our youth. Not through empty promises, but through policies that can actually deliver real outcomes. And in this case, make housing more affordable. And above all, we believe in keeping the Australian dream alive, the dream of home ownership. Labor's failures on housing are not just statistics. They are shattered aspirations. They are young Australians who are priced out of their first home. They are families unable to find a rental. They are the homeless sleeping rough in a country that should do better. The people of Macpherson have not sent me here to accept this decline, but to stand against it. The Coalition will fight for a future where effort is rewarded, where supply meets demand, and where Australians own their homes, not unions, not super funds, and not the government. Because housing is more than shelter. It's the foundation of family, the foundation of community, and the foundation of independence, and it must never be surrendered.
Well said. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it's pleasing to hear that those opposite understand that supply is critical to the issue of housing, a generation-made problem that we're facing today. It's interesting to hear that they understand that supply is key to that, and yet spent the second half of our first term in government blocking supply and blocking measures from Labor that would have driven supply. It is fascinating, Deputy Speaker.
Well, Deputy Speaker, we're all here today to talk about the 5% deposits that this government has created for new home owners and brought forward to October 1st for the changes where the caps will better suit each state or each city and how things work, but also to celebrate, in my case, the 1,880 participant households that have already used this system and the 3,140 individuals that are reflected in those households, because that is the secret to adding to supply, Deputy Speaker. This is about saying to a generation of Australians who feel left behind on housing that we want you to have a home of your own with the security that brings, and to support young Australians to do just that. But if I might take a moment, Deputy Speaker, to talk about what this means for single parents, because we'll be continuing the family home guarantee that helps them buy a home with a 2% deposit. This is extraordinarily important in a community like mine. We'll be delivering this 3 months early from October 1st, because this crisis wasn't created overnight and it won't be fixed overnight, but real progress is being made right across the country, as is seen in the electorate I represent. In the first term, we took the Commonwealth from being a negligent bystander under the Coalition to being a bold and ambitious government, more bold and ambitious since the Second World War. But let's be clear, the job isn't done. It's still too hard to build and too hard to buy in this country, and this announcement is about allowing all first home buyers to buy their own home with just a 5% deposit, or the family home guarantee, where a single parent could secure their mortgage with a 2% deposit. And of course, as has been referenced, this is also about people not having to have that insurance that could cost, on say an $800,000 home, over $30,000. So this means people will get out of their rental into the situation where they're in their home so they can stop paying rent, start paying their mortgage. It means less time to save for that deposit. So rather than saving over many years for a 20% deposit, it might take only 2 years to save a 5% deposit, depending on what you're earning and in which part of our great country you are living. If we look at my community, where the median house price in my community is $600,000, then we're talking about a 5% deposit being quite attainable for the young people that I represent, and not just those that I represent, but those that come and join us in our affordable housing area in the city of Wyndham from outside of Wyndham, who will also be able to come and buy one of the new homes that go up every week in the area that I represent. So on the way, they can save about $30,000 in mortgage insurance, and they could pay up to $250,000 towards their own loan rather than paying rent across that savings period. Deputy Speaker, it's important to note that we are here bringing this good news to the Parliament after decades of neglect in the space of addressing housing, or the Commonwealth being a partner to community in housing, and after having both the Liberal National Coalition and the Greens block our work in this space across the last few years. They didn't support our 100k homes for first home buyers. They voted against Help to Buy and promised to abolish the scheme before the last election. They've given up on home ownership. This government is just getting started, and now they're attempting to raise taxes on builders and scrap 80,000 new rentals in the process. In a community like mine, the people who manage to get the 5% deposit and get into the market will be forever grateful, forever they will remember that moment when they secured that home loan, just like most of us across the country do. I remember distinctly securing the home loan and buying my first property with my husband at the time. It was a great moment. It meant that we could stop renting. It meant that we were going to be moving into something and start paying that mortgage down. It was a fantastic moment. And of course, properties then were more accessible in terms of our incomes and what the property prices were. So this is something that is going to support young people that I represent, support young people across the country to become those homeowners where they are paying off the capital as well as the interest and making sure that they join the ranks of people who own their own home. And we've already seen that on the ground in electorates across the country. The numbers are actually really impressive of the young people who have taken up this opportunity already. And I look forward to seeing more and more, particularly if I think about it, the single parent 2% deposit. I think this is an incredibly important part of this legislation that not many people are paying a lot of attention to. But as someone who was a single parent paying off a mortgage with 3 children and at the time working part-time, this would have been a game changer for me. If I go back and share with the House the situation where when I became a single parent, I was talking to someone at the credit union that held my mortgage about the changed circumstances, and that I was quite sure that I was capable of meeting those mortgage payments on my own. And the manager stepped out, having heard me in this conversation, and said, "Can you come in to me? I just want to have a quick chat." And he said to me, "Shh, let's just pay it for 12 months and then we'll look at it." Because the instinct of the bank is to tell a single parent that they can afford to do this. I'm proof they can afford to do it. A 2% deposit will allow people to get into the space where they're given that opportunity to put a roof over their head and the head of their children in a home they own, in a home that they can't be removed from because someone wants to choose to sell a property. The 2% deposit for families is absolutely critical, for single-parent families is absolutely a critical part of this process that will see single parents in my community, whether they be mums or dads, single parents with a roof over their head for themselves and their children, and a government that's prepared to back them and help them and assist them by creating a space where they can do that with a 2% deposit, something that I think will be achievable for a lot of the people in that circumstance in my community. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government is finally taking action on housing. And if you're a property investor, hurrah, this policy is for you. You can celebrate this. House prices are going to increase even further. You heard me right. Labor's first home buyer guarantee, which allows first home buyers to buy property with a 5% deposit, is another purported solution that's just going to make the housing crisis worse. In Brisbane, including in my electorate of Ryan, house prices have doubled. They've doubled in the last 10 years. Nationally, home values and home prices have already increased by 3% since the start of 2025. And respected analysts are saying that this policy could lead to a more than 15% increase in house prices over the next 6 years. Experts have advised, they've actually told the government, that this policy will just drive up prices further. The Australian public has told the government that they want action, real action on housing that actually helps them. And who's the government actually listening to? Big property, the property industry, property investors who will receive this largesse, to the tune of $175 billion in tax handouts over the next 10 years through negative gearing and capital gains discounts. And what do mortgage holders and renters actually get? Zero, a big fat zero, absolutely nothing. Labor continues effectively gifting money to big investors with dozens or hundreds of properties in their portfolio, turbocharging house prices and pretty much screwing over everyone else in the process. $10 billion. That's the yearly profit that the Commonwealth Bank just posted off the back of soaring house prices. The Commonwealth Bank used to be ours. It used to be publicly owned by us until it was sold off by Labor in the 90s, and it's now a massive private corporation focused on profit for its shareholders. That's what it is. It's certainly not focused on the greater good, is it? And certainly not part of a solution for access to housing for everyday Australians. And the other big banks aren't far off CommBank's big profit figure. They're going to be absolutely ecstatic at this government's latest fix for the housing crisis, allowing a 5% deposit with no mortgage insurance. Why? because it allows them, this is why they'll be happy, it allows them to extract even bigger interest payments out of even more first home buyers while still turbocharging house prices further and further and further up. You know, putting housing out of reach for so many millions of Australians. The risk for the banks, minimal, because they know if they issue too many dodgy loans and things go south, the government has their back and they'll bail them out with taxpayer money, with your money. It's a great scheme if you're the Labor Party trying to look like you're doing something about the housing crisis while keeping your donors, the banks and the property industry happy. The best way to actually fix the housing crisis, if that's what we're actually here for, if that's what we're trying to do, would be to scrap negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount and invest those enormous sums of money in actually building public housing. Well, the government has finally decided to build some public housing. No, not for ordinary Australians, silly, for US military personnel. That's right, the first piece of housing legislation for this term of Parliament isn't for the government to build public housing again that ordinary Australians can live in. It's not winding back unfair tax concessions so that first home buyers aren't getting out-competed by property investors. It's allowing the government to spend an unspecified amount of money, totally obfuscated, building housing for the US military on Australian soil as part of the AUKUS agreement. I really wish I was making this up, but I'm sorry, it's true. For years, the Greens have been trying to get the government to actually build public housing, like governments used to, like governments actually should. But we're told that that's unrealistic, it's not a serious demand. Well, it turns out you can live in public housing built by the federal government. You just need to sign up to the US military to do that. If you're a teacher or a nurse working hard but can't afford a house or can't find a rental, this government is simply not servicing your needs in terms of your access to housing. Doesn't it care about you? It's made its priority clear, serving the US military-industrial complex over the needs of ordinary Australians who are so desperate for access to housing. The recent Productivity Roundtable agreed that productivity reform in the housing industry is urgently needed. It's absolutely essential for Australians. It's essential for the economy. Trophy homes and mega mansions, that's what we're actually building in Australia instead of public housing. The capital gains discount encourages homeowners to build ever larger, ever more expensive houses and apartments. A significant portion, a huge amount of the Australian building industry is tied up with these elaborate, top-of-the-market construction projects, trophy homes, luxury apartments, monster renos. They tie up a huge amount, a huge proportion of our most creative builders, skilled tradespeople and expensive materials in Australia. As an architect, I've actually witnessed firsthand the devastating reduction of productivity in the housing sector since 1995. Because this decline matches exactly the period in which Australia's homes have increased in size to exploit the tax-free capital gains discounts. From 1994 to 2024, newly built detached houses increased in size by 30%, while household size actually decreased by 7%. Abolishing capital gains discounts makes it much less attractive for wealthy investors to put their money in inert property where it just drives up property prices and makes it harder and harder for first home buyers entering the market. Incentivising good builders to move from large, complex and slow home building to compact, simple and affordable construction will dramatically improve the number of new homes being built. Abolition of capital gains tax discounts would have a real, a tangible effect on the cost of housing. There are real solutions to the housing crisis, solutions that could be implemented today. But what the government is proposing is no solution. I would argue that it's the opposite of that. What the government is doing is actively exacerbating the problem. Thank you.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to take note of the ministerial statement made in the House on the Albanese Labor government's policy of a 5% deposit for all first home buyers. As the Minister said in her statement, Australia is in the middle of a housing crisis 40 years in the making. Over 40 years, governments of all stripes have not invested enough in housing. That is not political posturing, that is fact. In past, if governments had been investing enough in housing, we wouldn't be in the position that we are in right now. We should not be in this situation. People are being left without the opportunity to get into their homes. And this 5% guarantee allows people to get into their own homes sooner. This has been the result of the Anthony Albanese government paying attention, listening and responding to what the community needs and deserves. Right now in Cairns, there are 490 modular homes being built for social and community housing. This is to help relieve the pressures in Cairns. That 490 homes represents 0.5% of the entire housing population. Over the next 18 months, over 500 homes will be built in Leichhardt and the Far North. This includes infrastructure being placed in rural and remote communities to ease the overcrowding pressures we find in some of those communities. This is a forward-thinking bill. It creates solutions to problems that have been decades in the making. With a 5% deposit, people don't have to wait 10 years to save up for their first deposit for their home. They can do it in much, much sooner. Combine that with the 20% HECS debt reduction, people are getting excited about the prospect of owning their own little piece of Australia, about getting into the housing market, raising a family in a backyard, the way their parents did, the way they grew up, the way that the Australian dream has always been positioned. We're also making it easier to rent, and there's the new rent to buy scheme that will help other people get into their homes. The government can put in 40% of the total value of your home, you pay it off over time. When it's done, it is yours, your piece of the Australian dream. This is a great example of what happens when government finds solutions to problems and doesn't just sit there on its hands and blame other forces. It's taking the responsibility for a problem that was not ours in the making, but is certainly ours to solve. The Anthony Albanese Labor government understood, listened and responded, and it was a big part of what we took to the election, was increasing supply, making sure that there are more houses for people all over the country. We have banned foreign residents from buying homes for 2 years to increase that supply. We've invested billions in trunk infrastructure and modular housing to get these homes built faster. Modular housing can make the construction times up to 50% faster, getting people into their homes at a much quicker rate. My parents owned their own home. They paid it off when I was 16 years old. It was one of their proudest moments. My children, through initiatives such as this, will also own their own home. They'll be able to purchase in their 20s like my folks did, pay it off in their 40s like my folks did, and live the rest of their lives mortgage-free. That is the ambition for our children. That is the ambition of this government, to recreate the opportunity for home ownership and open it back up to everybody, not just the privileged few who can get a bit of help from the bank of mum and dad or get those great big jobs. Everybody has the right to own a home. And this bill does precisely that. But what did we see from those opposite for the previous 10 years? Not even a housing minister. No one to champion home ownership. No one to help those who were doing it tough, who wanted to buy in the way their parents did, the way they saw their grandparents do, and the way that they grew up in a backyard that was theirs, with a pet, or the ability to put up a swing set, or put holes in the wall, as happens when you've got rambunctious children. This bill gives people that ambition, gives them that dream. As Daryl Kerrigan told us in the castle, it's not a house, it's a home. We're giving people homes. People love their homes. It's where all of the memories are made. Of the 490 homes that are being built in Cairns right now for social and public housing, that will create a community. Grandparents will meet their grandchildren there for the first time. Christmases will be held there. Memories will be made, love will be shared, a community will be developed on what was once an empty drive-in site, where the last film shown was Pretty Woman. This is a much better use of that space. It is available close to schools, close to amenities. It is a well thought out and well delivered, actionable part of these policies. And it is going to make the lives of the people in my electorate better. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is such a privilege to be able to get up and speak to this motion, because home ownership is central to the vision we should want for our nation. When I think about the strength and the enduring strength of our country all the way to its modern foundation, one of the key pillars that led to our foundation is the idea of the democratic ownership of our country. And it is endured in comparison to, of course, European settlement, where many people came from the United Kingdom, and of course they inherited a hereditary system of governance and land title and ownership based on privilege, based on your bloodline. One of the great promises of this great country was that you were not going to be a nation, and we were not going to be a nation, where you were going to have your life determined on you based on who your parents, your grandparents, all the way back through generations were. The promise of this great nation, the promise of Australia, was that we were going to be a nation where through hard work, sacrifice and effort, you could own a share of it for yourself, your family, as the foundation of your security and your future success. And that, Deputy Speaker, continues to be the promise of this great nation today. And the importance of home ownership is the greatest manifestation and reflection of it, as well as the family unit. And that's the basis that I stand for, fight for, and will continue to fight for into the future, home ownership, because it is the very embodiment of the Liberal ideal. A Liberal vision of this country is that families will come together, own a chunk of this nation as the foundation, not just of their security, but from that will become the wellspring of their future economic success, their security to be able to go on and contribute to the rest of their community, and of course then to become part of the pillars and the foundation of the success of our nation. And that's why home ownership matters so much. It's why it has always been one of the great cleaving points of our national political debate. On the return of the Second World War, when soldiers were coming back, the Labor Party faced a great big choice. And the choice was, how do we build the homes for returned soldiers who had sacrificed so much in defence of our country? And the solution of the Labor Party at the time was that they wanted to build homes so that returned soldiers could forever rent off the Australian government, because the socialist vision has always been one of dependence. And the socialist vision and the Labor vision has always been one where they control the people of this country. The Liberal vision, by comparison, was always one that we wanted a nation of home owners. And we wanted to build the homes of the nation so that returned soldiers and their families and the future generations of this country would go on to own their own homes. And that was the clear choice then, and that remains the clear choice now. And that's why when the Prime Minister, amongst others, the members of this government get up and speak the virtues of what they claim they're doing in home ownership or in housing, so often what their focus is focused explicitly on how they control the population and how they build housing so that they can control how you live your life. And that is why we do not believe in so much of what they're trying to achieve in housing policy on this side of the Parliament. We don't believe that housing policy should be a mechanism to control the Australian people. We believe that housing policy should be focused on how we empower the Australian people. because at the centre of the Labor Party's agenda has always been a mechanism to control the Australian people, whether it's them wanting people to be on dependence on welfare because they can then control you, whether it's superannuation through industry super funds so the unions can control your retirement and your destiny, whether it is through the mechanisms of work so that they can control how much you're paid, when you're paid, and determine how you work. They want to control you. But more than anything else, what they want to do is create a nation of renters, particularly controlled by superannuation funds that they control, so that you'll always be dependent on housing stock that they own directly through the government or housing stock that they own through superannuation funds so they can control you. The Liberal vision is completely different. We fundamentally believe in empowering Australians. We want young Australians to be able to get a good education so they have the best chance they can then have to go on and get a good career. We want to keep their taxes low so they can then be in the best position to save and get ahead so they can form a family and go on and buy their own home. We believe in home ownership because we believe it is the foundation of their future economic success and security. And from that, one day they will be in a position to be able to do things like form a small business and be independent and empowered all the way through to their retirement. They will be in a position to be able to choose their destiny. That is the clear choice between the Labor vision of control and the Liberal vision of empowerment. And that is why it is so important we stand in this parliament, despite the protestations of the Labor government. They always want to find a new mechanism and a new lever where they can find a pathway to control the Australian people. And that's why no matter how many people they have in this parliament, we will never surrender and we will never back down. Because at the heart of the Liberal vision is the success of the Australian people. This is one of the big dividing lines of Australian politics. When people in school groups and everywhere across this country, people say, what is the difference between the political parties these days? And they are manifest. But more than anything else, the Australian Labor Party celebrates the success of this country through their success. The Liberal Party celebrates the success of Australia through the success of the Australian people. And that is the difference, because our success is lived through 26 million people every day waking up and living out the success in their own lives. We do not want to decide your future. We do not want to decide your destiny. We want you to have choices and be able to make a choice about how you live your life, to be fully empowered to make a choice about your family and your future. That is the key difference. And when you are going about, Australians are going about living your best lives how you see fit, you are living and breathing every single day the full manifestation of the Liberal vision of this country. That is why the housing debate is so important, because it's the catalysing moment in so many Australians' lives about how people can have prosperity, security, and of course the opportunity of living out their best Liberal life for Australia. So, Deputy Speaker, this is an important debate because we absolutely want home ownership to be central to the foundations of this country. We don't want the Labor vision of control for this country. We don't want young Australians living a life of dependence and thinking one day the only chance they have to get ahead is either based on their bloodline or to be able to get ahead based on their proximity to power. And that is a central part of the control mechanism that the Labor Party has always wanted. They love a system where it's proximity to power and whether you pay your tithe to the union, and of course whether the union is then able to be in a position to tax their take along the way. Because when they do that, they set up a cartel arrangement where they're able to get the maximum benefit for themselves and those closest to positions of proximity and power. And we utterly reject that proposition, Deputy Speaker, because it is not a system that is focused on empowering the Australian people. It has only one vision then when you achieve that, Deputy Speaker. That vision, the Labor vision, is to feed those people closest to positions of central power and to make them at the first in the line at the trough. That is the problem with the Labor vision for this country. It is about themselves and their own success at the expense of the Australian people. And the only objective of the Labor vision is how do they fill the trough up for themselves as fast as possible, and to sacrifice the future and the opportunity of the Australian people along the way. And they don't care whether you own your own home in the process, because your house is their weapon and their political weapon for their ends. So we will stand here and we will fight every step of the way for the Australian people, to empower the Australian people, whatever it takes. Because so long as there is breath in my body, the vision and the dream of home ownership for Australia must be fought for, because it goes to the heart of who we are. It goes to the heart of our vision for the country. It goes to the heart of what we want and for the future and the ambition of what we want for this great nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to take note of the Minister's statement on the 5% deposits for all first home buyers brought forward by the Minister for Housing. Deputy Speaker, Australia is in the middle of a housing crisis 40 years in the making. For 40 years, our country has not been building enough homes, and we've not been backing our first home buyers right across the country. This issue couldn't be more relevant than in my electorate of Gorton. Stretching from Mount Cottrell in the southwest all the way to Keilor in the northern corner, Gorton is one of the youngest and fastest growing electorates in the country. In Gorton, housing is about making sure that everyone has a roof over their heads. But more than that, it also represents my electorate's hopes for the future. The median age in Gorton is 35 years old, one of the youngest in the country, and we have more than 40,000 residents between the ages of 25 and 39. This is the time in a person's life when settling down and starting a family is front of mind, and yet many in my electorate are still wondering whether they might ever be able to afford a home of their own. Throughout the election campaign, I met thousands of young people and felt their anxieties about the future. Many of these young people were not where they thought they'd be, still renting or living with their parents. I spoke to a group of young people in their early 20s from a share house in Fraser Rise. Situated between Caroline Springs and Melton, Fraser Rise is a new suburb populated by young families and young people. It's part of the Western Growth Corridor, made up of many new housing developments. The young people in this share house were studying, commuting to the Victorian University Sunshine TAFE and working a number of jobs. They told me they felt that home ownership was out of reach and they couldn't think of a world where renting wasn't their only option. These young people are not alone in their anxieties about the future. Housing is a life-defining challenge for millions of Australians today. Too many young Australians are being locked out of the housing market. Too many young Australians feel they have no choice but to confront a future without a stable place to call home. That's why from the 1st of October 2025, first home buyers will only need a 5% deposit to buy a house. No income limits, no limits on places or house price caps. A 5% deposit for every first home buyer. Young people aren't an afterthought here. On this side of the House, we know that young people are the bread and butter of our country, our democracy, our future. This policy is for us. And more on that, we're delivering this election commitment even earlier than we said we'd deliver it. We're delivering it 3 months earlier, from October 1st, Deputy Speaker. Because on this side of the House, we understand the urgency of this issue. We understand that when we talk about the housing crisis, we're not just talking about housing, not just a roof over your head. We're talking about a young person's future, what their future will look like, what challenges they face. We're talking about a sense of certainty and stability. We're talking about an injustice in the challenges experienced between generations. We're talking about how invested Australians feel in their democracy. Because when your future is uncertain, when it feels unjust, your sense of trust is eroded. The 5% deposit for first home buyers will cut years off the time it takes to save for a deposit. It will save thousands in lenders' mortgage insurance and rental payments. It will help more people into their first homes sooner, gain confidence in their future, close the gap between generations. Under this program, a first home buyer could take up to 8 years off the time it takes to save for a deposit on the median $844,000 home. And along the way, they could save about $34,000 in mortgage insurance and could pay up to $250,000 towards their loan. All of this rather than paying rent. Because young Australians should be paying off their own mortgages, not their landlords. Young Australians deserve financial stability. This is what real cost of living relief looks like. And it's real cost of living relief for those out west. Since Labor came to government in May 2022, more than 1,800 people in Gorton have been able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit or less, thanks to Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme. That's delivering for young Australians. But we know that this 5% deposit is far from a silver bullet, and that's why we're tackling the housing crisis at every single angle. We're building more homes. In Labor's last term of government, we built 500,000 homes. We have 28,000 social and affordable homes, paid for by our government, currently in planning and construction. And this term, we're working towards a bold national aspiration for Australia to build 1.2 million homes in 5 years. Thanks to Labor's crackdown on the housing crisis, housing approvals are up 30% and construction costs have stabilised. We're supporting our skilled construction workforce with more than 400 construction trade apprentices in Gorton benefiting from $5,000 incentive payments, helping to build the workforce Australia needs. And from the 1st of July 2025, Labor's Key Apprenticeship Program is offering up to $10,000 in incentive payments to apprentices commencing their careers in housing construction. This is huge, given the number of houses we need to build. I'm proud to represent a community made up of tradies, with many construction tradies living in my electorate. I'm excited that this program will incentivise them, with so many of them, to stay in the construction industry where we need them most. On this side of the House, we're committed to building more homes and helping Australians get into their own homes. But we know that there are renters that need support now, and that's why we're delivering rent relief for those doing it tough. We've delivered back-to-back increases to the maximum rates of the Commonwealth rent assistance, an increase of 45% since we came to government. Commonwealth rent assistance has been received by more than 7,900 people in Gorton. This means more money in the bank for 7,900 household budgets in my electorate, taking pressure off the myriad of financial pressures Australians feel today. I'm not just proud that Labor is in this House tackling the housing crisis head-on, easing cost of living pressures for young Australians. I'm relieved. We know that those opposite think that young people raiding our superannuation for a house deposit is the way to go. They believe we should sacrifice what we've set aside for retirement, even though this will only force housing prices up and make it even harder for young people to get into the market. The Coalition voted against Help to Buy and promised to abolish the scheme. They didn't support the build for 100,000 homes for first home buyers, and now they're attempting to raise taxes on builders and scrap 80,000 new rentals in the process. Unlike the Coalition, we have not given up on closing the generational gap of home ownership. We on this side of the House, we want people to own their own home and get into the housing market as early as possible. We have young people on this side of the House, and we care about young people on this side of the House. And on this side of the House, we're getting on with dealing with our housing crisis. We're not interested in blocking or delaying this reform. We're giving Australians like those young people in Fraser Rise who felt like owning a home was an unrealistic expectation, a real chance at home ownership, something that felt unachievable before. I'm proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government who are building more homes, making it better to rent and easier to buy, because young people don't deserve to be locked out of the housing market. They deserve certainty in their future. They deserve access to a home. Thank you.
Question as a document be noted. I call the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. All of those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility.
Is leave granted?
Granted, Mr Speaker.
Call the Minister.
Thank you. I present a copy of my ministerial statement. Thank you.
Now the question. Sorry. Clerk.
Today I'm pleased to table the independent review of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this meeting place, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people. I pay respect to the First Nations elders' customs and connections to country, and I extend this respect to all traditional owners across Australia and particularly across Northern Australia, where the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility operates. The NAIF is a $7 billion Commonwealth Government financier that provides concessional loans to help deliver economic development, jobs and opportunities across Northern Australia. NAIF was designed to address a lack of private investment in economic infrastructure in the north, caused by the high risks associated with investing in Northern Australia due to issues such as distance, remoteness, climate and the vagaries of tropical weather systems. Since it was set up, NAIF has gained valuable insight into the North's vibrant and growing financial ecosystem. It has become an established expert in concessional loan financing that supports complex projects from the start to full implementation. Northern Australia is the engine room of the nation's economy. A strong north means a strong Australia. Our biggest industries like resources, agriculture, tourism, and increasingly emerging technologies are based in the north or have significant links to the north. And that's why I'm very proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is committed to working with Northern Australia to ensure it is prosperous for all those who choose to call it home. Last year, I released the Northern Australian Action Plan 2024 to 2029, which sets out a refreshed policy for Northern Australia. The Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility is the centrepiece of our Northern Australia agenda. In this government's first budget in October 2022, I was proud to reinvigorate the NAIF with an extra $2 billion of funding. And since we came to office, the NAIF has ramped up its activities. It has committed more than $4.3 billion to support 32 projects across Northern Australia. This includes 14 projects 14 projects in Queensland with loans of around $1.7 billion, 10 projects in Western Australia with loans of around also $1.7 billion, and 8 in the Northern Territory with loans of around $1 billion. These projects are forecast to generate more than $33 billion in public benefit and create more than 18,000 jobs. By any standards, this is a mark of the great success of the NAIF. The projects it supports are providing real economic and social benefits in the regions, and NAIF's pre-investment pipeline demonstrates that interest in this finance remains strong. Currently, NAIF's pre-investment pipeline has a combined project value of around $6.6 billion and potential for NAIF lending of around $2.3 billion. Projects that, if realised through to investment decisions, have the potential to unlock further economic and social benefits, create thousands more jobs across Northern Australia and drive sustainable development of this most remarkable part of Australia. Last year, I announced a statutory review to ensure NAIF is delivering for Australians as it was intended. An independent expert panel was appointed, chaired by the former member for Lingiari, the Honourable Warren Snowden, working alongside Dr Lisa Caffrey and Professor Peter Yu. All of these are long-time champions of Northern Australia. I want to thank the panel for their significant work and engagement during this review. The commitment they have given to the North across their careers was very well harnessed in this review. The panel received more than 40 written submissions and held 85 meetings with stakeholders from all levels of government, industry, First Nations organisations, research groups and regional development bodies, and it also included consultations with members of this House. The panel attended 6 site visits across Western Australia, the Northern Territory and Queensland to consider NAIF investments. From the review, the panel's unanimous view is that the NAIF has overwhelming support from all levels of government, industry and the public. The report that has been tabled makes 21 recommendations around the future of the facility and how it can be improved. High among those recommendations are proposals to strengthen First Nations empowerment and NAIF investment in First Nations projects. The government is examining the report and the recommendations, and we will respond to them in coming months. I am proud that the NAIF has achieved real, tangible benefits for the people of Northern Australia and provided meaningful change to local communities. It has built an impressive portfolio of investments, helped crowd in private investment, fostered infrastructure development, and contributed to better outcomes for First Nations people. Housing and social infrastructure has been an important focus for the NAIF. The Albanese government understands that housing supply issues are not just a problem for the big cities in the south. The north, if it is to grow and to prosper, needs investment in housing and community infrastructure if it is to attract workers and capital. Last year in Cairns, the Prime Minister, the Minister for Housing and the now Member for Leichhardt and I announced funding for the Cairns Community Senior Housing Project with a loan of up to $140 million in partnership with Housing Australia and Queensland's Housing Investment Fund. This is Queensland's biggest social and affordable housing project and will deliver 490 homes in Warree, a suburb to the south of Cairns. Thanks to innovative construction methods, more than 20 housing modules have already been installed at the site, and it is currently on track for construction to be completed by the end of 2026. This project is a great example of how the NAIF can boost social infrastructure and genuinely make lives better for people living in the north. And this project is very special because it addresses the housing challenges faced by senior members of the Cairns community who can be vulnerable to risks of homelessness. The NAIF continues to invest in key resource projects to create jobs and to build Australia's sovereign capacity. Northern Australia has the rich endowment of the critical minerals and rare earths the world needs for decarbonisation technology and for significant defence applications. NAIF is supporting 5 critical minerals projects to unlock their potential and ensure Northern Australia remains a key link in global supply chains. These projects include the Arafura Rare Earths Nolans project near Alice Springs, the Alpha High Purity Alumina First project in Gladstone, the expansion of Pilbara Minerals Pilgangora operation near Port Hedland, the Butcherbird Manganese project in the Pilbara, and the Thunderbird Mineral Sands project located midway between Broome and Derby. The strength of the NAIF is backing projects that will help build entirely new industries in Northern Australia. Whether it be cotton or salt, the NAIF is adept at identifying opportunities to create new jobs in new fields. And just 2 weeks ago, I was thrilled to officially open the Kimberley Cotton Gin processing plant in Kununurra, Western Australia. The NAIF supported this project through a $34 million loan, which is forecast to return a public benefit of almost $250 million back into the region and establish the Ord River irrigation area as a new cotton region. The Kimberley Cotton Gin will kickstart a new industry, create jobs, support First Nations employment and generate opportunities for the Kimberley region and the Northern Territory. This cotton gin project builds on decades of work and dedication by many, many people who, when I was among them, could hardly believe that this day had arrived, when cotton grown in the Ord Valley, thanks to the pristine, endless waters of Lake Argyle, could be processed in the Ord Valley. People travelled from around the country to be at the opening of the Kununurra Cotton Gin. It was a remarkable event. And while the $34 million contributed by a loan from the NAIF is far from the NAIF's biggest loan, it is surely among its most impactful. Last year I attended also the official opening of the Mardi Salt project, which will produce a key input for clean technologies such as batteries and solar panels. This exciting $1.4 billion operation is expected to employ nearly 1,000 people in the Pilbara region. The BCI Minerals project is the first major salt project in the nation in 20 years and is a reality thanks to a $490 million NAIF loan. Finally, Speaker, I'd like to pay a tribute to the outgoing CEO of the NAIF, Craig Doyle, who is soon to retire. Craig has done an incredible job in leading NAIF over the last 3 years and in building the organisation into what it is today. We owe him a great deal, and Craig will leave a great legacy in the North. I want to thank all the NAIF staff around the country and, of course, those in the head office in Cairns. Speaker, the Albanese government is backing Northern Australia. Through the NAIF, we are delivering on our support for Northern Australia. We are determined to ensure NAIF unlocks the immense potential of Northern Australia, working in partnership with pioneering communities to build a sustainable, thriving and vibrant region. Thank you.
and I call the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and deliver this ministerial statement on behalf of the Federal Coalition to accept the 2024 independent review of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016. I want to acknowledge the independent expert panel for the review, including the Honourable Warren Snowden as Chair and Professor Peter Yu and Dr Lisa Caffrey. All three of these prominent Australians are known for their intellect and integrity. Many in this place will recall the contribution of Warren Snowden, who represented the Northern Territory and Lingiari for the terms between 1987 and 2022. From Broome in Western Australia, Professor Peter Yu, AM, is the Vice President of the First Nations portfolio at the Australian National University and was Chair of the Indigenous Reference Group to the Northern Ministerial Forum on Northern Development during the last Coalition government. Hailing from Central Queensland, Dr Lisa Caffrey has a long history of community engagement and social research in rural, regional and remote communities. The independent expert panel has consulted widely, conducting 85 meetings with Northern Australia stakeholders from all levels of government and various industry sectors, from the Tiwi Islands to Parliament House, as well as accepting 40 written submissions to inform their review of the NAIF. The review assessed whether the NAIF's expiry on the 30th of June 2026 for making investment decisions should be extended, as well as the appropriate governance arrangements after this date. The review panel heard overwhelming support for continuing the NAIF in permanence as a key part of the architecture of Northern Australia, and its first recommendation was to remove the existing time limit to allow the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility to make investment decisions in perpetuity. On behalf of the Coalition, I welcome this recommendation and I am grateful for the recognition of the need for certainty and continuity extended to the NAIF and all northern communities who benefit from this investment, confidence and security. And on that note, it's important to acknowledge that Senator Susan McDonald, as the Coalition Shadow Minister for Northern Australia, announced in Cairns in January this year our policy to make the NAIF permanent. Because we in the Coalition have always recognised the crucial role that Northern Australia plays in the economic prosperity and social fabric of our nation. The Coalition established the NAIF, we funded the NAIF and we legislated the NAIF. We have always been committed to boosting ongoing investment into Northern Australia to ensure economic growth, to create jobs and to provide investment security. Our early call to make the NAIF permanent was an emphatic recognition of the great success of the NAIF to date, and it was strong in its strong commitment to power up Northern Australia's economy, giving private enterprise the certainty and confidence they need to make long-term investments in a strong and stable North. Significantly, in 2022, the former Coalition government announced that we would increase the NAIF's appropriation from $5 billion to $7 billion, and we welcome and acknowledge the government's decision to honour this commitment. Since its inception, the NAIF has driven investment in northern manufacturing, airport upgrades, community housing, beef processing and steelmaking, creating more jobs, better jobs and higher-paying jobs in the north. To date, it has committed $4.3 billion to 32 projects since 2016. These projects include 14 in Queensland, 10 in Western Australia and 8 in the Northern Territory, are forecast to generate more than $33 billion in public benefit and more than 18,000 jobs across the north. Making the NAIF permanent contributes to the whole of Australia's national economic development, and we hope the government seizes on this opportunity. Over the years, the NAIF has grown and developed as the North's gap financier. Importantly, its investment mandate has broadened to focus on the following key areas: sustainable and resilient economic development and the alleviation of economic or social disadvantage, working with the jurisdictions to deliver key infrastructure projects, realising the critical minerals strategy 2023 to 2030 and materially improving the lives of Indigenous Australians. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to Northern Australia, this part of our nation has long been a powerhouse, having proudly led and pioneered essential industries such as agriculture, mining, tourism, biosecurity and defence, which benefit the entire country. Despite comprising more than 50% of the total Australian landmass, the North is home to just 5% of our people. Renowned for the ingenuity, determination and resilience, our fellow Australians who live across this vast region have always punched above their weight. Northern Australia contributes enormously to our nation's total economic output. There's more than 100,000 businesses which employ 64,000 individuals, and its gross regional product is significantly higher than per capita rates for the rest of the country. Proudly, the Coalition has always been deeply committed to the families, the communities, the industries, the business, the workers and the incredible potential of the North. We have always honoured the importance of recognising its history and securing its future by proactively harnessing its economic development. A key factor to help us achieve this goal is making the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility permanent. And I again acknowledge the independent review panel for prioritising this measure. We also recognise that beyond this, our recommendations have been made to improve the flexibility and sustainability of the fund. This will be done through adjustments to portfolio management, additional levers to improve consistent operation within the commercial market and transfer some authority and accountability from the department to the board level, and which will reduce duplication and development risk tolerance. These recommendations are consistent with the recent review of the operation of the Regional Investment Corporation Act 2018, including management of its own balance sheet and portfolio of loans rather than by the department. There are 21 recommendations of the NAIF review, including amendments to its legislative framework to permit loans for general corporate purposes and to extend direct lending and equity investment. In summary, the independent review highlights the general and broad support and strong satisfaction in the NAIF, and it proactively recommends additional flexibility to further develop capacity and capability across the North. There will always be room for development and evolution, particularly when reviews are undertaken every 5 years. We all know the rapid pace of business, the constant change and adaptation required. The Coalition recognises the ongoing developments in the investment environment and the fluidity in geopolitics since the NAIF was first conceived, and we appreciate the considered recommendations to address, adjust, prepare and position the NAIF for a further 5 years. To conclude, I once again acknowledge the hard work of the Independent Review Panel. I also recognise the Board of the NAIF for its governance and solid investment decisions, and the outgoing CEO, Craig Doyle, and his team. Craig has led the NAIF since 2022 through the most rapid and expansive development of the fund. It's a legacy to be proud of, and on behalf of the Coalition, I wish him well and sincerely thank him for his enormous contribution to Northern Australia. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognise the honourable members elected to this federal parliament who represent our vast region. They are a small team who work tirelessly in advocating for our communities. I especially thank my Coalition colleagues from the North, the members for Capricornia, Dawson, Durack, Flynn and Herbert, and the two Northern senators from the other chamber, including Senator McDonald as our Shadow Minister for Northern Australia. They all continue to provide a powerful voice to the people who live, work and invest in this special part of our nation. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to affirm that the Coalition supports this review, the report and the recommendations to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2000 and 2016, and I thank the House.
I call the Minister.
I move that the House take note of my ministerial statement on the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility.
The question is that the House take note of the document. All those in favour say aye. Against? Sorry. Can you just seek an adjournment of the debate?
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the ministerial statement on the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Okay. I've received advice from the Chief Government Whip that she has nominated Ms Lawrence to be a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works in place of Mr Burns.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
That Mr Burns be discharged from the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and that in his place Ms Lawrence be appointed a member of the committee.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. And I'll call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Housing Australia Act 2018, Housing Australia Investment Mandate Amendment, delivering on our 2025 election commitment, Direction 2025, resumption of debate on the motion that the House take note of the document.
The question is that the document be noted. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this motion, which is very important, covers some very important topics for my electorate of Monash, and I follow some fine contributions by my colleagues on this side of the chamber, the members for McPherson and Goldstein, who I know feel very passionately about this issue. It's core to Liberal values, and that is the right to build a life, raise a family and own your own home. Home ownership is not just an economic decision, it's about belonging. And it's about being part of a community. And in my community, in my part of the world, in the Monash electorate, this is particularly important in areas like Bass Coast Shire Council and Wonthaggi, where we've got rapid population growth. That population and that infrastructure is not keeping pace with that population growth. And in Baw Baw Shire, which the demographer Bernard Salt has written extensively about, it's Warrigal and Druin are the fastest growing towns in Australia over a 10-year period, and so we need new infrastructure, we need new housing, and at the recent election I was really pleased to be able to secure some commitments on behalf of the Coalition to help unlock infrastructure that would provide more homes, more affordable homes in our region. But this issue is also about Australians who invest in their own future more broadly, Australians who work hard, who pay their bills and raise a family. It's about a future that people can believe in and a future where hard work pays off and dreams are within reach. The Coalition is and always has been the party of home ownership. And I reflect on our founder, Robert Menzies. When he returned to the Prime Ministership in December 1949, he made home ownership a core part of his post-war vision for Australia. We on this side of the House understand what it means for young people to be able to take that first step into the property market. But that first step is becoming further and further away for so many young people these days. Speaker, I understand the frustration that so many Australians, particularly in my own electorate of Monash, feel when that dream is pushed out of reach. Pushed out of reach by poor policy, pushed out of reach by a Labor government defined by waste and mismanagement. Today, that dream of home ownership has never been more under threat. Deputy Speaker, under Labor, the great Australian dream of owning a home is fast becoming a nightmare. Let me be clear, Australia is in the middle of a housing crisis. But this is not a crisis caused by some uncontrollable global force. It's a crisis caused directly by decisions of the Albanese Labor government. In just 3 short years, Labor has presided over the biggest population surge Australia has seen since the 1950s. 3 consecutive years of record immigration, hundreds of thousands of new people added to our population every year at a time when housing construction has plummeted. They've increased demand through record migration, which simultaneously stifling supply with bureaucracy, red tape and economic mismanagement. It's the worst possible combination. More people, fewer homes, higher prices, longer wait lists and growing despair. Just ask one of the young tradies that I spoke to recently in Moe, who is now saving for his first home, but that feels further and further out of reach. Or ask the young growing family in Leongatha I met with recently, trying to make that jump from renting to owning. That gap is getting further and further apart. Ask the young couple in Bass Coast who work day and night and shouldn't have to rely on the bank of mum and dad. I've spoken with many young Australians in my electorate of Monash who explain to me how they've done all the right things. They've studied hard, they've saved hard, they've worked long hours, and many of those are actually working multiple jobs to make ends eat. And they're still left asking, will I ever get to own my own home? And this is, Deputy Speaker, the legacy of Labor's housing policies. They haven't just failed to fix the crisis, they've actually made it worse. Deputy Speaker, Labor's housing policies are incoherent
In one breath, they say they want to cut red tape, but in the next they want to become the nation's largest mortgage insurer. You're either for the private economy, fewer bureaucracies and getting government out of the way, or you're not. Labor clearly isn't. In their first term alone, the Albanese Labor government introduced more than 5,000 new regulations, including over 1,500 in the Treasury and infrastructure portfolios. No, it doesn't. It doesn't help at all. 400 new laws, all of which come with a staggering $4.8 billion compliance cost to the economy. And it's my community and my constituents in Monash who are feeling it the most. Local builders are tied up in paperwork instead of building homes. Local councils, and I work closely with Bass Coast Shire Council, Baw Baw Shire Council, I acknowledge the City of Latrobe and South Gippsland Shire Council. They are trying their best with an overstretched infrastructure base and limited resources, but they are overwhelmed with compliance demands. And only 3 years ago, in 2022, Labor massively expanded the National Construction Code, a code which now runs to nearly 3,000 pages, referencing more than 150 Australian standards, each at least 50 pages long, often cross-referencing thousands more. This is Labor's version of cutting red tape. And when the Coalition called for a freeze on the NCC to give our builders, including those going to work right now today across the Monash electorate, the breathing room so that they so desperately needed, Labor accused the Coalition of wanting to build shoddy homes. Now, Labor are calling for the same freeze. Labor's obsession with red tape in housing is just one symptom of a much bigger problem. While communities like mine in Monash are paying the price, Australia has now dropped 5 places in the IMD World Competitiveness Rankings. We sit at 37th in the world for business efficiency. That tells you everything you need to know. Labor made a big promise, 1.2 million new homes by 2029 under their National Housing Accord. But like so many of their promises, it was long on ambition and short on actual delivery and outcomes. Leaked Treasury advice has confirmed what Australians suspected all along. This target simply won't be met. The Labor government doesn't have a plan, and communities like mine in the Monash electorate are paying the price for it every day. Speaker, so often in this place, we can be quite easily caught up on the material cost, but what we all do in this place matters, and in particular, when speaking on a topic like this, it can be easy to forget that there is very much a human cost to Labor's housing crisis. This is unfortunately becoming increasingly evident every day. Under Labor's watch, homelessness isn't improving. In fact, it's going the other way and getting worse, and I see this every week in my electorate of Monash, where people are doing it incredibly tough right now. Just last month, Homelessness Australia told the ABC that the current crisis is the worst in living memory. The number of people needing homelessness services has surged by 10% since Labor came to office in May 2022. For women and girls, that figure is even more alarming, with a 14% increase in just 2 years. These aren't statistics. These are mums who are now sleeping in cars. These are young Victorians, young Australians who are being pushed further and further to the edge. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition understands that housing isn't just about the economy. It's about dignity, about stability, about having a safe place to call your home. A home that belongs to you, that means you have a stake in our nation too. I know how serious the homelessness crisis is, especially for the most vulnerable in our community. I'm also cognisant that the situation is getting worse in towns across Australia. However, unlike Labor, I'm focused on practical solutions, and so is the Coalition. That's why I'm here to help others, because Victorians are doing it tough across West and South Gippsland, and they don't have time for more broken promises. They need action, not excuses. Australia Australians were told that this would transform housing supply, ease pressure on the rental market and support the most vulnerable in our communities. But 2 years on, we're still asking the same basic question. How many homes has it actually built? The government doesn't seem to know and doesn't want to seem to say. This is what I will fight for every day. Thank you.
Time's expired. I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the document be noted. I thank the member for Monash. And the question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I bought my first house in 2017 when I was 35. Prior to that, I'd been living overseas for almost a decade in the Middle East and Asia, seeing the world, working hard and having unforgettable experiences that have shaped the person I am today. I returned home to Adelaide in late 2016, and as was the necessity at that time, I moved back in with my parents. Shout out to Mum and Dad. As much as I love my parents, having lived out of home in various rental properties and share houses around the world since I was 23 years old, I couldn't wait to move out, to put down roots in my own little piece of the earth, to get a couple of pets, to play the music I wanted to play my piano whenever I wanted, to cook what I wanted when I wanted, to buy the type of furniture I liked, to create a little garden in a small backyard, and then, in my case, with my ability to kill even resilient and tough desert plants, find a couple of neighbourhood kids who could look after that garden for me. And so being back home with Mum and Dad was a very strong motivation to buy a house, and I ended up buying the second house that I saw. I lived by myself in that house with my pets for about 4 years, until I met the man who would go on to become my husband and moved in with him. But that house, with its memories, still means so much to me, because it's mine. I had worked hard to save to buy it. Like many Australians, no one helped me, like many Australians whose parents are hard-working but don't have the funds to provide a deposit for their children. That was me, and I did it on my own, and it's my little piece of the earth. And I vividly remember getting a kick every single time that I drove home from work, from the shops, from the gym, from anywhere, and turned onto my street, turned up my driveway, and parked in the garage of the house that I owned. I got a kick out of it every time, Deputy Speaker. The knowledge that this was my house, that I was building my future, that I would have security of housing, a roof over my head in Adelaide, a place that I love. That feeling, Deputy Speaker, that kick, that thrill, that sense of pride is what Labor wants for all Australians to experience. To feel that sense of security as Australians drive up their street, as they drive up their driveway, get out of the car and unlock the front door to their own home. Labor wants Australians to be able to put down roots in a community, to feel the pride and sense of relief that comes when people are able to access the housing market. When I bought my house, I had a good job, I had a good income, and I still remember thinking, gosh, this is expensive, this is tough. And 8 years after I bought a house, things are even tougher. It is even harder to save for a 20% deposit, even if you have a good job and a good income. The housing environment that we are in has been decades in the making, and there are no quick fixes. The Albanese Labor government understands that, and we are acting. Under the passionate leadership of a Prime Minister and Minister for Housing who are absolutely dedicated to developing a policy environment that facilitates access to the housing market for all Australians, this government is acting. The Albanese Labor government understands that too many people are working hard, trying to save to access the housing market, but feeling like they will never get to experience
the pride, dignity and security that home ownership brings, because it feels so far out of reach. This government is listening and this government is acting. From 1 October 2025, 3 months earlier than anticipated, all first home owned buyers will need a deposit of just 5%, helping them buy a home sooner, helping them into long-term security sooner, helping them maybe start a family sooner and put roots down in their community. This will not only benefit the first home buyers of my electorate of Sturt, it will benefit first home owners across Australia. On housing, the Albanese Labor government is listening and we are acting. In addition to only needing a 5% deposit, cutting years off the time it takes to save for a deposit, first home buyers will not have to dig further into their pockets to pay for mortgage insurance. And more, no income limits, no limits on places, and house price caps that better reflect the cost of homes across Australia. My electorate of Sturt, Deputy Speaker, is diverse. It runs across Adelaide's eastern belt. It's a mix of young people, families, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, and elderly Australians who have spent decades raising their families and contributing to their community. Sturt is a beautiful part of Adelaide and a beautiful part of the world. And almost every time I speak to a resident, the conversation ends with us agreeing that we are lucky to live there. The first home buyers of Sturt deserve to be able to buy a home, to put down roots in our beautiful community. And so far, to April 2025, 150 households and 220 individuals have taken advantage of the First Homeowners Scheme. But now, even more will be able to do so. Whilst I was door knocking, I met Robert. Robert told me that his son James had a university HECS debt, had to pay that off at the same time as saving for a deposit. I spoke to Robert in the months after the Albanese Labor government announced it would be wiping 20% of student debt. Robert was very pleased to learn about this, and he quipped to me that James could now possibly afford to move out of home. Well, Robert, James, that will now be a reality. With 20% off your HECS debt and with only a 5% deposit required, James can access the housing market. James can be a homeowner much, much sooner than he ever thought. Under this program, a first home buyer could take off up to 8 years from the time it takes to save for a deposit, based on the median price of an $844,000 home, plus save about $34,000 in mortgage insurance. We know there is more work to do, but this government's housing policies have started to bear fruit. Over 180,000 Australians have bought their first home with our 5% deposit program. 1 million households have received a nearly 50% rent assistance increase, and 500,000 homes have been built since we came to office in 2022. New housing approvals are up 30% and construction costs have stabilised. We've also got 28,000 social and affordable homes supported by our government in planning and construction. And now, with this legislation, we go even further. Reducing the cost of education, tax cuts for all Australians again and again, energy bill relief. This government is committed to cost of living measures for all Australians, and this critical housing announcement is a part of that, opening up the housing market even further so all first home buyers can buy a home, helping Australians live a productive, meaningful, secure and purposeful life. Housing is the foundation on which every Australian experiences life in our country, and that is what we are delivering for the Australian people. That is what the Albanese Labor government has always done, and that is what the Albanese Labor government will continue to do.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the Chief Opposition Whip.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I mean, there is no doubt that housing is the biggest issue for young people in my community of Casey and all across the country. It is harder today to buy a house as a first home buyer than it's ever been. But unfortunately for the Australian people, for young people, like so many policy areas, the Albanese Labor government is big on spin but shallow on delivery. Even this debate we are having is not needed because there's not new legislation coming in. It's just an opportunity to go through their talking points. And this motion, like so many others, fits the standard definition of the ALP policy and their housing policies. Big on spin, low on delivery. And I spoke about this last term. I was hoping, Deputy Speaker, new term, the government might change their ways, but it ticks the boxes of the big number over a long period of time. So let's look at some of the facts about the housing policies and the delivery, the most important thing, the delivery for the Australian people on housing under this government. Their big announcement of their target of 1.2 million homes. They talk about that 1.2 million a lot. What they don't talk about is the little fine print by 2029, over 5 years, over a long period of time, but they don't talk about that because the 1.2 million sounds impressive. There's a few problems with this 1.2 million target. It's a marginal increase on what was actually being delivered under the coalition. So it's actually not that ambitious at all. Let's look at the facts. The facts the Minister for Housing doesn't like, that the government doesn't like. Under the coalition, 200,000 homes per year being built. Under the Albanese Labor government, 170,000 homes per year being built. Under this government, we are going backwards. The target was marginal, about 40,000 homes extra a year to achieve that, and they are failing. And they are failing because it is all about spin for this government. And we've got to the new parliament. This government are completely out of ideas that they need to take coalition policy and rebadge it as their own. And in fairness, and I'll get to it, Deputy Speaker, they did the same thing last term. It's Politics 101 for the Prime Minister. They've announced the freezing of the National Construction Code. It's a good announcement, credit where it's due, but as they say, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Because during the campaign, the coalition announced that we wanted to freeze the National Construction Code. So they've literally taken the coalition policy, fabricated a 3-day talk fest that was a productivity roundtable, then became an economic roundtable and went back to a productivity roundtable when the Prime Minister flexed his muscle because the Treasurer was getting a little bit ambitious about his leadership opportunities. Also, they could announce a coalition policy as their own. And we know that they were going to announce it as their own because of those pesky leaked Treasury documents a week and a half before that had gone to the Cabinet that had this as one of the announcements afterwards. And one of the big questions is, who was actually leaking that from the Cabinet? Who wanted the Australian people to know that the fix was in? But the other thing about the National Construction Code is let's look at what the Minister for Housing said when the Coalition announced the policy during the campaign this year. It was a blunt force instrument, and there was concerns about if you needed to address urgent safety and consumer issues. Now, the member for Chifley, who was a member of the executive at the time and no longer is, he accused the opposition of condemning Australians to live in, and I quote, shoddy homes that could result in, and I quote again, Grenfell Towers infernos. So 6 months ago, we've got the Minister for Housing and a member of the executive criticising this policy, saying it's going to lead to shoddy homes, there could be safety issues and consumer issues, criticising it outright. 6 months later, apparently it is the solution and it is great. Well, that tells you two things about this minister. Out of ideas and prepared to say one thing 6 months ago and the complete opposite 6 months later. That is unbelievable. And it gets worse when we're looking at the code. In 2022, the ALP expanded the code. They put more regulation, more requirements on housing. And it's now over 3,000 pages and references over 150 Australian standards, adding complexity to housing in 2022, taking coalition policy in 2025 and rebadging it as your own. A complete admission of failure by this housing minister and this government. They have made it harder for the Australian people to buy a new home by making it harder to build a home. We then move to what we're talking about here around the homeowners scheme. Now, like all good policies from the ALP, taken from the coalition. And I want to read, Deputy Speaker, from a press release from the Honourable Michael Sukkar MP, who was a Minister for Housing and Assistant Treasurer in the last coalition government. Again, let's actually call the Minister for Housing out. She talks about how the coalition didn't have a Minister for Housing in the last government. Awkwardly, I'm holding a press release from that Minister for Housing.
We also didn't have a housing.
And I'm going to quote from the then Minister about the Liberal Party's first home loan deposit scheme. The scheme will help first home buyers enter the property market sooner by providing a guarantee that will allow eligible first home buyers on low and middle incomes to purchase a home with a deposit of as little as 5%. That is literally the policy that the government is praising today and yesterday. It is proof that all this government can do is borrow coalition policies that were working and reheat them and put a new name on them. Again, all about spin, not about delivery. But the beautiful irony of that, Deputy Speaker, and the beautiful irony of the government wanting to bring this motion on is that every time a member of the government, including the Prime Minister yesterday, I was in the House for this, every time they praise their own scheme and they talk about how great this scheme is, they are praising and giving credit to the former Minister for Housing, the former member for Deakin, the Honourable Michael Sukkar MP. I want to pay credit to Mr Sukkar, the former member for Deakin. This government is so impressed with his policy ideas that they've stolen them and they're now praising them. And we do know, and the member for Fadden knows, how loved and respected the former member for Deakin was by those opposite. So I'm sure they will continue to enjoy praising the former member for Deakin. I think the member for Corwell, the new member for Corwell, will be up next. I'm going to look forward to his contribution, paying respect and homage to that former minister. I know he was in this House in another role last term. I'm looking forward to that. It was great to be here yesterday when the Prime Minister paid so much respect to Michael Sukkar and the former coalition government, Prime Minister Morrison. And that's the reality of this government. It is the Australian people that are being let down by the political spin. The Prime Minister has spent so long in this House, so long here. The Treasurer, either as a staffer or as a Member of Parliament, have been here their whole life, that they think that playing these games, stealing the ideas from the coalition and rebadging them themselves will solve the solutions. Whether it's housing, whether it's energy, whether it's cost of living, political spin in this House doesn't get it done. You have to make tangible differences. You actually have to change what is happening at the source. For 3 years, this government has failed to address cost of living at the source, failed to address energy prices at the source, failed to address housing at the source. They continue to spin and spin and spin. But time has run out. It will continue to run out. And the saddest part, Deputy Speaker, about this spin and lack of delivery is that it is the Australian people that are paying the price. It is my community in Casey and communities all across the country are paying the price for the failures of the Albanese Labor government, and it's only going to get worse and worse as they continue to fail to deliver for all Australians.
I thank the member for Casey. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. Owning your own home is a shared dream for most Australians. The joy associated with a home, but importantly, the sense of stability and security. I want that for all Australians who aspire to it. We know that people are working hard, doing everything right, saving, renting, sacrificing, and still, for too many, the dream of owning a home seems out of reach. And this is not just an economic challenge, it is about whether Australians feel secure in their future. It is about whether young people believe they can enjoy the opportunities their parents had. It is about whether single parents or young couples starting a family can put down roots in the community they love. That is why the Albanese Labor government has taken bold action. From the 1st of October this year, 3 months earlier than promised, every first home buyer will be able to purchase with a 5% deposit. Single parents will continue to be supported to buy with as little as 2%. This is about cutting years off the time it takes to save. It is about avoiding thousands of dollars in what is so often inhibitive with the lender's mortgage insurance. And it is about turning rent payments into mortgage payments so people are building equity in their own home. This policy provides a real opportunity for all Australians looking to buy their first home. On a median priced home in Australia, around $844,000, it can take up to 13 years to save the old 20% deposit. Thanks to Labor's reforms, that wait is cut by up to 8 years. Instead of needing nearly $170,000 up front, a first home buyer would need just $42,000. They will avoid paying around $34,000 in lender's mortgage insurance to a bank. That is not just policy on paper, this is life-changing reform for ordinary Australians, a game changer for millions of Australians. Think of a young apprentice in my community, living at home with their parents while saving for the future. In my community, most often, they don't have access to the bank of mum and dad. They're working hard, putting money aside each week, but with Melbourne's median house price sitting around $922,500, the old 20% deposit meant needing about $185,000 up front. For many in my electorate, that could take more than a decade to save, and by then, the dream of home ownership has often slipped away. Under Labor's reforms, that same young worker would need $46,000. Additionally, they'd avoid tens of thousands in mortgage insurance, and crucially, they'd be investing in their own future sooner instead of paying rent week after week. Or take a young family in my electorate, raising kids and saving every spare cent. With the median house price in Cornwall at about $832,500, a 20% deposit is almost $167,000. Even families who manage to save that much still face huge barriers, because on top of it, they risk losing another $30,000 to $35,000 in lender's mortgage insurance. This is the fundamental unfairness our government is tackling. The unfairness for Australians who do everything right and find themselves still locked out of home ownership. And in electorates like Cornwall, demand for this scheme is among the highest in the country. This reform is not theory. It's the difference between a dream deferred and a dream realised. Speaker, in my own electorate, this policy is already making a difference. Between May 2022 and April of this year, 1,430 households in Cornwall have taken up the Home Guarantee Scheme. That means 2,360 people in my community are now homeowners thanks to Labor's reforms. Cornwall has the 5th highest take-up in the entire country. That shows just how families in my electorate are responding to the Albanese Labor government's reforms aimed at providing security of home ownership, and it proves that extending this scheme to everyone is the right policy approach. And the fact that Cornwall ranks 5th nationally for take-up tells us something too. Demand is not concentrated in just the inner suburbs of our major cities. It is spread across our suburbs, in the outer suburbs and in the regions and communities right across the country. This is why removing the old income caps and increasing the property caps matter so much. In practice, these changes mean a nurse and a teacher in my community who may earn just above the previous threshold will now be eligible. It means that instead of being restricted to buying a small flat far away from their support networks, first home buyers can now look at homes that meet their needs and reflect real prices in their area. These changes are about fairness, but they're also about common sense. They make the scheme usable, accessible and relevant to more Australians. Speaker, we know this alone won't fix a crisis that has been decades in the making. The long-term solution is to build more homes and to address housing supply. That is why our $43 billion housing agenda includes 55,000 new social and affordable homes, 10,000 homes dedicated to first home buyers, 80,000 long lease rentals to give renters security, and a national aspiration to build 1.2 million homes in 5 years in partnerships with the states, territories and with industry. We're also backing the workforce with fee-free TAFE and a $10,000 incentive for new apprentices in priority trades, so we have skilled tradies needed to deliver. This is the most ambitious housing program since the Second World War. Speaker, in the first term of this government, we took the Commonwealth from being an indifferent, irresponsible bystander under the Coalition to being the boldest and most ambitious federal government on housing in generations. And we have done this while delivering results. More than 180,000 first-home buyers have already used our lower deposit schemes. Around 6,000 more first-home buyer loans are written each year under Labor than during the nearly decade of the Coalition. And in the first year alone, Australians are expected to avoid more than $1.5 billion in lenders' mortgage insurance costs because of these reforms. This is real money back in the pockets of families, and particularly young families. It is real hope restored to those who thought home ownership was beyond reach. You have to ask, what were those opposite doing in the near decade they were in government? This housing challenge was avoidable, yet they did nothing about it, preferring to fight culture and climate wars than build homes for Australians. And still those opposite continue to stand in the way. The Coalition voted against Help to Buy. They promised to abolish the very scheme that is helping people into homes right now. They refused to back our commitment to 100,000 homes for first home buyers. And after nearly a decade of neglect in office, the opposition have still learnt nothing. They gave us just 373 social and affordable homes in a decade. Contrast that with the 500,000 built under Labor in just 3 years. The choice could not be clearer. Labor is on the side of first home buyers, the opposition is not. Speaker, housing is about more than supply and demand charts. It is about whether Australians believe that if they work hard, they can build a better future. With this reform, we are telling first home buyers the Albanese Labor government is on your side. We will cut the years you need to save. We will stop you being penalised with costly mortgage insurance. We will help you move from renting to owning sooner. This is fairness, this is aspiration, this is Labor making the Australian dream of home ownership real again.
I thank the member for Cornwall. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Caldwell. Thank you.
Fadden, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Fadden. Sorry.
It's a common misconception.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the Gold Coast, families work hard. Small businesses sometimes open when they get back from a surf. And it's a place where young Australians still dream to have a home that they can call their own. The Liberal and National parties have always stood for that dream: home ownership, personal responsibility, and a government that empowers, not controls. We are, and always have been, the party of home ownership. Under Labor, sadly, the dream of home ownership is fast becoming a nightmare. Housing Minister O'Neill promised that she had a plan, but unfortunately what's been delivered is nothing more than press releases and slogans. Deputy Speaker, we're certainly just towards the end of maiden speech season, which made me reflect on my own, which I delivered on the 4th of September 2023. And in that speech, I reflected on the importance of home ownership, and I read from that speech. I was fortunate to buy my first property during the time of the Howard government. I fear that the great Australian dream is being snatched away. We must strive to increase home ownership. There is no better way to illustrate the collective ambition of our nation to have individual freedom and responsibility than have people own their own home. Give as many people as possible the opportunity to have a stake in our country. And my feelings on this topic have not wavered. We must strive to give Australians their piece of our nation. And I think there's a lot of focus on housing policy and what the Housing Minister has or hasn't done. But I don't want to let the Treasurer off the hook here, because one of the little referred to barriers is that higher interest rates become a barrier to buying. So your average dual income family could have $100,000 more borrowing capacity if interest rates were just 1% lower. But what we've seen under the Albanese Labor government is inflation that has stayed too high for too long, and the Reserve Bank's response has been that, sadly, for every mortgage-paying Australian and every Australian that dreams of home ownership, that mortgages have had to stay higher because interest rates must control the mechanisms that are resulting from the Treasurer's high spending agenda. Now, we must be realistic about this. Australia is facing a housing crisis, and the Albanese government are the ones to blame. When they took office, their ambitious plan promised 1.2 million homes over 5 years, and it sounded impressive. Until recently, we of course started to see what's going on in reality. The Housing Industry Association, backed by Treasury, has revealed the truth, that this actually quite modest target is going to be missed by some 400,000 homes. Labor announced a headline-grabbing $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, and after all the fanfare and all the glossy photo ops, it's constructed just 17 homes. To put it bluntly, a $10 billion program delivering just 17 homes is like promising to build a Surfers Paradise high-rise and turning up with a garden shed. On the Gold Coast, Labor's failure to deliver housing is hitting hard. Families are battling rising rents. House prices keep climbing out of reach. Home buyers are being pushed further and further away from the communities they grew up in. Renters are living fear of the next lease renewal, knowing that a hike or notice to vacate could upend their lives. And the fundamental problem is that Labor has been pushing demand up while supply goes backwards. Net overseas migration topped 500,000 people last year, the biggest surge in our history, but the number of new homes being built has fallen. This is basic economics. More people but fewer houses equals higher prices, higher rents, and ultimately more homeless people when the system fails. Now, building homes is not just about turning dirt. requires affordable materials, a skilled workforce and a planning system that can approve projects quickly. But right now, materials are expensive, tradies are in short supply and approvals are being bogged down in red tape. And instead of fixing those problems, Labor has chosen to clog the system with more bureaucracy, just papering over their photo-friendly announcements. Now, we've heard that one of their great solutions is to freeze the construction code. But over the last 3 years, this government has been addicted to adding regulation. There is not a single regulation that this government doesn't want to just wrap its arms around and bring into the fold. So the freeze has come like literally 3 years too late. And when it was served up as an option at the last election, of course, Labor criticised it. But now they've rebadged it and brought it back as their own idea. Now, I actually think, despite the fanfare around housing this week, the Prime Minister knows that his minister is in trouble on this issue. Now, Minister O'Neill used to sit somewhere right about there, not far behind the PM. She's now moved so far down the bench that she's practically out the door. And, in fact, the real measure of her seniority is that she's further away from the PM than the member for Sydney. And we all know what that means. You're really out of favour. Because I think he sees failure on the horizon. He knows that it's coming because Minister O'Neill has a track record of failing in foreign affairs, and now she has a track record that's developing in failing in housing. In 3 short years, Labor has presided over the biggest population boom we've seen in the post-war era. And when I talk about that housing target earlier, under the coalition government, there were almost 200,000 homes being constructed each year. So this wasn't some whopping, great, ambitious target that was just for the headline. This should have been able to be delivered by a competent government. But what we've seen is that this government is falling further and further behind. Their target is slipping further and further out of reach. It's slumped now to about 170,000 homes a year, which is quite frankly just not going to get us there in an environment where we need more homes, not less. Now, Deputy Speaker, one of the great things that those opposite love to say is that we didn't have a housing minister during the last coalition government. And my good friend, the member for Casey, who's a Victorian, proud Victorian, provided to me earlier documentary evidence to prove this to be completely incorrect, because just for one fact, the then Minister for Housing and Assistant Treasurer, the Honourable Michael Sukkar, put out a press release on the 12th of September 2019. Now, interestingly, the topic of this press release was in fact the scheme that Labor has rebadged, reheated and re-announced this week. So I know how much the Labor Party love the Honourable Michael Sukkar, and we've heard a lot about how good this policy is this week. They really should talk up the vision of the Morrison coalition government, because we are now clearly the ones 6 years prior that are trying to guide this government towards a solution. And I think that a lot of credit should be given to Michael Sukkar for his work in this area. The Australian dream is not to rent nicely, it's to own your own home, and we must get back to that objective. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fadden. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this ministerial statement and the motion. on the Albanese government's announcement of 5% deposits for all first home owners. And I listened to the previous speaker. He said our housing policies sounded impressive. They were so impressive he couldn't bring himself to vote for any of them. That's how impressive they were. They couldn't find a housing bill that we brought into the House that they wanted to support. Now, I'm just a bit bewildered by the previous speaker because he represents a Gold Coast seat in South East Queensland. I represent a seat based around Ipswich, and we've been growing at least 10% in terms of 10,000 population every year for the last 5 or 6 years. Now, the Gold Coast has about 753,000 people living in it. In 2022, it had 722,000 people living in it. So it's grown by about 30,000 in that period of time. Now, I don't know, he should drive along the Pacific Highway and go down to past, I reckon, past Pacific Fair and drive his way down the Gold Coast. I think he represents a seat in the northern Gold Coast. If he goes around Palm Beach, he'll see housing and unit constructions everywhere on the Gold Coast, everywhere. He must be blind. He reminds me of sort of Russell Hinds, the former National Party cabinet minister. He couldn't see any brothels or casinos through the Fortitude Valley during the Moonlight State. I don't know where the member for Caldwell has been. The Gold Coast is booming and housing construction is going up everywhere. So this particular motion is all about housing construction. Now, if he comes to my electorate, he'll see the Greater Springfield area. The member for Oxley also represents Springfield, and we share it together. And I've got the Ripley Valley, houses going up everywhere in these areas. Now, the housing problems we've got in this country are not new. But the member for Caldwell must have been blind for a long time, mustn't be looking around anywhere. He must be the Russell Hinds of the LNP in Queensland, because he can't see houses anywhere. So it's very challenging, we know, for Australians to find the opportunity to get into a first home. And that's what we've got in an area like the Ripley Valley, where, of course, the average age is about 26, and the Greater Springfield.
Blair, I think you just need to make clear, I made the same mistake. It's the member for Fadden, not the member for...
Fadden, I'm sorry. That's right, Mr Caldwell, the member for Fadden. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right.
And
the northern Gold Coast area.
Yes.
Drive a bit south, you might see all the houses and units going up on the Gold Coast.
Yes.
Too many people have been working very hard and trying to save, but the dream of home ownership is out of their reach. We know that. We know that. In the 1970s, it took about four times the average wage to get a first home. But we're talking about 10 times now. So, people in my area do it tough. They don't have, usually, the bank of mum and dad. They're working class and middle class people who aspire to a better life for themselves and their kids. They're not from rich backgrounds. They have to do it tough and they save as hard as they can. They're worried that they can't get into a foothold into the market. They can't. They struggle. Now, our housing commitments of $43 billion contrast directly with the $5 billion commitment of those opposite in the campaign. Now, I've got to admit, at Bundamba State Secondary College, I was better at humanities, anything you can write an essay in, but $43 billion is a lot more than $5 billion. And those opposite really couldn't bring themselves to support our policies. They might think it sounds impressive now, but they didn't vote for it. So in our first term, we made significant progress, significant. They failed to acknowledge it. Over 180,000 Australians now have bought their first home with a 5% deposit under the Home Guarantee Scheme. Now, since our government was elected, 3,416 people in my local community have been able to get into home ownership with the backing of our 5% deposit scheme, which shows just how popular it's been in Ipswich and surrounds. In fact, earlier this year, the First Home Guarantee Trends and Insight report said that 1 in 3 first-home buyers took up the scheme in 2023, 2024, and that it helped a range of participants to get into a home sooner. So we're expanding the scheme. For example, more than 50% of eligible buyers were women. More than 50% were under 30. Now, I can recall distinctly standing up pre-poll and people telling me as they were coming in to Whitehill Church of Christ at the Ipswich South pre-poll, that's why they were voting Labor, because of our housing policies. That's the reason. Who's got the 5% deposit? I'm taking yours, Shane. I'm taking your how to vote card. And the Liberal and National Party, I remember debating on a number of occasions, my LNP opponent was running against me. They couldn't bring themselves to talk about housing. Yep. They had no policies. Their idea was a bit of help with the local council. But look, you multiply $5 billion by 8 and you still don't get to the $43 billion. So there's a constituent of mine, Taryn Compton, who has been able to get into a home in Redbank Plains, the biggest suburb in Ipswich, thanks to the scheme. She's a young mother, and she's praised the scheme publicly in the local media. She recommended the scheme, credited it with making home ownership a reality for her and her family. And previously living on the Gold Coast, well, she saw the light and came to Ipswich, by the way. She was looking for a place that was big enough for her and her 5 sons, and was able to buy a home in Ipswich after learning about the scheme from her mortgage broker. Now, Taryn is very grateful for the assistance, and she believes the program makes home ownership possible for many people who wouldn't normally be able to buy a house. On top of this, 500,000 homes have been built, new housing approvals are up 30%, and we've got 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction. We know the key to addressing Australia's housing crisis is building more homes quickly, and that's why we're focusing on supply. But let's be clear, it's very hard for young people and people to get into their homes generally, and that's why this week the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing announced we're going to expand this scheme, 5% deposit scheme, first announced in the lead up to the federal election, is going to be available to all first home buyers. And we're going to deliver the election commitment 3 months earlier, starting from the 1st of October this year. From the 1st of October, every first home buyer will need only a 5% deposit. And it's going to take years of the capacity for someone to save for a deposit. And it's going to help them get in their homes much sooner. For the average first home buyer, this will cut time to save a deposit to just a few years. And they won't have to save or pay, can I just say, a single dollar in mortgage insurance. No income limits, no limits on places, and house price caps better reflect the cost of homes where they live. The expanded scheme means a first home buyer in Brisbane can purchase a $1 million home with a $50,000 deposit. They could save up to 10 years off the time it takes them to get their deposit. They could save about $42,000 in mortgage insurance, and they could pay up to $350,000 towards their own loan instead of paying rent. It's a real game changer for young people, and a vote changer if those opposite didn't realise. It's what's stuck in the corner over there. Now, all of us who speak to young people in our community hear about the fact that 20% deposit is a main barrier for the next generation getting access to home ownership. The expansion of this 5% scheme will change lives. This will mean tens of thousands of additional Australians will get security, stability, and the joy that you have when you buy your first home. I know it was for my wife and I when we bought our first home in Pine Street in Flinders View, a suburb we've lived in ever since we've been married in a number of different homes. That support we could have done with. We had to save really hard. We did. And we sure made sacrifices to get there. Now, we're tackling housing affordability on every single front. Supply is critical. We're delivering Australia's biggest ever boost to supply. Notwithstanding what those opposite may say, their eyes, they must not see. 500,000 homes have already been built. New housing approvals up to 30%. And we've got 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction today. Deputy Speaker, there is a fundamental difference between the Labor Party, which believes in social and affordable houses, Help to Buy, Home Guarantee, those opposite that wouldn't support Home Guarantee. They voted against Help to Buy. Fundamentally, the Liberal and National parties do not believe the federal government has a role in social and affordable housing. Their idea is class conflict and class warfare. They accuse us of this all the time. But when it comes to housing, their views are just the same as their views on industrial relations. Always siding with the rich, never siding with the poor. Never siding with the middle class, always siding with the billionaires.
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Riverina.
I remember as Deputy Prime Minister going up around Ipswich area and looking at the home developments, the projects that were going ahead under the former coalition government, visited there with Liberal National Party Senator Paul Scarr, and there they were, the homeowners, first home buyers of Ipswich, constituents of the member for Blair, in fact, benefiting from those housing policies put in place, home buyer scheme, contributed by the member for Deakin, the Minister for Housing. Labor comes in here and they talk a big game about $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt. Not true. They talk about the fact we didn't have a housing minister. Not true. And they think to themselves, if they say it often enough, that people will start to believe it. They, in fact, themselves will start to believe it, and it's just not true. And what we've got here in Australia is a situation where net overseas migration in 2023 was 446,000. Now, what we're getting at the moment, according to the ABS, is 1,221 new migrants coming in here to Australia every day. And Labor talks about having 1.2 million homes built under its policies. Good luck with that. Good luck with housing all the migrants who are coming in, migrants who would fill many or most of the country towns in my Riverina electorate in a day or three. That's what we are seeing. We are seeing the equivalent of country towns flying in to Australia each and every day. And the difficulty is many of them, most of them, almost all of them are going to our capital cities, primarily Sydney and Melbourne. And the problem is we've got leaders in those two states, especially the Labor leaders, who say that the answer to our housing crisis is to go up, is to build higher high-rises. This is ridiculous. Now, aside from the Housing Australia Investment Mandate Amendment, delivering our 2025 election commitment, Direction 2025, I always love the titles that Labor gives their bills. Aside from that, we need to have a vision in this country. We need to have a good, hard, considered look at population policy. And when it absolutely comes to finding houses, and we've got leaders of our state governments, state parliaments, talking about just building higher density houses and taking over all the sporting fields, the race courses, the rugby fields, the golf courses, and filling them up with more apartments. They've got to actually ask themselves, where is this going to lead? And, Deputy Speaker, where this is going to lead will be more congestion, more pollution in our capital cities, and when people don't have room to move and air to breathe and they're all foisted in on top of one another, I dare say higher crime too. And why don't we have a population roundtable? Forget the waste of time of the productivity roundtable, that talkfest we held in Canberra last week. Let's have a population roundtable where we get states and demographers and the Bernard Salts of the world in to talk about where we are headed as a nation as far as population is concerned. When we had that dreadful global pandemic, many people turned to the country areas to go and live, and they loved it. They had a backyard, room to move, country towns where they were big enough to get a good cup of coffee, yet were small enough to still care. And yet we seem to have forgotten all that. Now we've got state leaders just wanting to build apartments, block upon block upon block upon block upon each other.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will certainly be given leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed, if you'd like. Are there any statements from honourable members? I give the call to member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The revelations this week that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps orchestrated at least 2 attacks here in Australia demonstrate the lengths to which hostile states will go to undermine our security and our social cohesion. This is one of the most egregious acts of foreign interference against our nation, and it is totally appropriate that Labor have finally expelled the Iranian ambassador. I thank the men and women at ASIO whose investigation uncovered this plot and for their continued service towards keeping us safe. But we must not assume that Iran is finished with its attacks on Australia. While these assaults were physical in nature, we should anticipate that Iran's retaliation for the ambassador's expulsion could venture into the cyber domain. We know cyber warfare is a preferred weapon of state actors and is particularly utilised by the Iranian mullahs. Google's Threat Intelligence Group has already raised the prospects that pro-Iranian hacktivists may seek to target Australian organisations. The Albanese government must stand ready, be prepared to provide immediate support to affected groups or individuals, and must be transparent with the Australian people. And to all those Australians who are listening, this should serve as a timely reminder to always take care online and to look out for any suspicious activity.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am proud to be a part of the Albanese Labor government that is backing households and backing homes. And we're doing that because we believe in a better future for all Australians. And we are doing that by having tangible policies that people care about. And yes, we do have a vision for building 1.2 million homes by 2030. And we actually also have a housing minister, and we've done that through both terms, as opposed to the coalition government that did not think that housing was important and did not have a housing minister for half of their 9 years in government. We also are fast-tracking skills, and yeah, we do need skilled migrants as well as skilled Australians to build these homes. And we are also doing that through fee-free TAFE. These are policies that will make tangible differences. And not only do we make promises, we deliver them, and sometimes we deliver them ahead of schedule. And that's what we did this week by announcing that we would be uncapping the 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers grant people. And I remember speaking to one of my friends who was a single mum who had this twinkle in her eye that was living in social housing, saying, the government is creating a scheme which means that I can afford a home for myself and my daughter. And that's what Labor governments do.
Member for Herbert.
For over 125 years, the Salvation Army's Sallyman has supported and boosted the morale of our defence personnel. Whether outfield, on operations or back home, members know they can trust the Sallyman for support, partial care and a listening ear. One soldier shared with me he was in a dark place, and without the Sallyman, he wouldn't be here today. That's the kind of support you can't put a price on, yet this Labor government has. They've axed all $1.5 million in funding for our Sallyman. This heartless cut has sparked outrage and disbelief among service members, veterans and their families. In Townsville, Australia's largest garrison city, our defence personnel feel abandoned by this Labor government. A soldier told me, they seem to know the cost of everything, but the value of very little. I'm disheartened by this decision. I asked the Prime Minister, is this funding cut worth the hit to morale it's having across our ADF? Did this Labor government consult with our soldiers before ripping away funding for the Sallyman? At a time when the government should be acting on the recommendations on the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, this Prime Minister cuts the Sallyman. He has no clue, no shame, and our Defence Force deserves better.
Member for Whitlam.
Thank you. I rise today to congratulate Albion Park Football Club on achieving a wonderful milestone, its 50th anniversary. The club was small when it was established in 1975 by Neil Young, Robert Musgrove and John Sinnott, but grew significantly during the 1980s as the local population increased, and this growth has continued into the 21st century. Today, Albion Park Football Club has more than 900 registered players, and it makes a valuable contribution to our community. Other sports may receive more television coverage, but football is the most widely played team sport in Australia and is enjoyed by people of all ages and abilities. I note that Albion Park Football Club has contributed to the youth careers of two Socceroos, Luke Wilshire and Stephen Labour, as well as the current Matildas megastar Caitlin Ford. The club has won numerous trophies since its first silverware in 1990, and I'd like to make special mention of the extraordinary success of the senior women's teams during the 2010s, including State Cups and Champion of Champions titles. Last month, I had the pleasure of attending the gala dinner held to celebrate this golden anniversary. The club has gone from strength to strength over half a century and has a bright future. The culture of the club is wonderful and a credit to all involved. I congratulate the hard-working and long-serving current president, Simon Skyberis, and all volunteers who've contributed to making this great community club so fantastic over the past 50 years.
Member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. Since 1978, Disabled Winter Sport Australia has supported thousands of people of all abilities to enjoy the snow, whether they're a first-timer or an aspiring para-Olympian. I recently spent time with Phil Knight, who manages operations at Mount Hotham in my electorate. Phil has been volunteering and working with Disabled Winter Sport Australia for 25 years, an incredible achievement. Phil is just one of more than 100 people at Mount Hotham who share their time and knowledge to ensure that the snow is accessible for all. Through generous community donations and government grants, Disabled Winter Sport Australia provides experienced guides and advanced equipment such as sit skis, outriggers and apparel designed to support those that are vision impaired. People supported by the organisation have life-changing experiences and often leaving asking themselves, if I can do that, what else can I do? It's people like Phil and all the volunteers at every alpine resort that make this possible. Without volunteers sharing their time and expertise, groups like DWA simply wouldn't be able to do the incredible work they do. It was a privilege to meet Phil and visit their Mount Hotham headquarters. I commend DWA, all of the volunteers at Mount Hotham, Falls Creek, Mount Buller for making snow sports available to people of all abilities, because we all love the snow.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we have with us a delegation of mayors, researchers and industry from across South Australia who talked about the South Australian algal bloom. They've met today with the Prime Minister, the Ministers for Environment, Agriculture, Emergency Management, Health and Tourism, and the Albanese Labor Government and the Malinauskas State Labor Government have committed combined over $34 million to industry support, research and business supports. Sadly, there is nothing that can be done to get rid of the algae or to prevent the marine deaths. We just have to wait it out and support the impacted businesses, industries and the community to survive. This is climate change in action. We have been warned for decades about marine heat waves devastating marine environments, and now it's happening, along with floods in Queensland, drought, coral bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef and Ningaloo. Climate change is real. Meanwhile, the Queensland LNP, the South Australian and West Australia branches of the Liberal Party want to abandon net zero, and we have a similar private members' bill in this place for debate. It's time that those opposite realise climate change is real. It's going to have significant impacts on our way of life, our environment and our economy. We can't just put our heads in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist. We need to work together to help Australia minimise and mitigate the effects of climate change that we are seeing right now.
Member for Nichols.
Deputy Speaker, Shepparton in my electorate has a thriving visitor economy. The pillars of this are an important part of our economy, our arts and exhibitions and sport. Shepparton Art Museum, or SAM, funded by a coalition government, is currently drawing people to see Brett Whiteley inside the studio, a selection of Whiteley's works across various media, including painting, drawing and sculpture. From September 13, the Museum of Vehicle Evolution, a great attraction also funded by the coalition government, opens a new exhibition, Art in Motion, showcasing vehicles so refined they are indeed works of art. Shepparton BMX Track will host the 2026 BMX Racing National Championships. There is a missing link though. The Shepparton Sports Stadium was built in the 70s and it can't host major events. The 2026 Commonwealth Games was a chance to change that until it was squandered by the Victorian Labor government, who instead will pay Edinburgh and Glasgow $200 million to host our games. There is still a chance though. The Albanese government must put vital funding into the Growing Regions program so that the proposed Shepparton Sports and Events Centre and many other important regional projects have an opportunity to seek funding. We in the regions need funding programs to deliver the infrastructure required. So the challenge to you, Labor government, is to put some money into growing regions and don't just talk about letting the regions thrive, make it happen.
Member for Corwell.
Thank you. I'm incredibly proud to be part of a government that is determined to take real action with the cost of living. And one of the biggest cost of living factors facing Australians and those in my community is the cost of housing and owning your own home. That's why Labor's 5% homeowners guarantee is so important. And it's why the program is going to be extended to all first home buyers. My community understands the value of housing, not just the dollar figures, but the value it provides families, the sense of purpose, the sense of security, and the sense of place. With this reform, we are telling first home buyers the Albanese Labor government is on your side. We will cut the years you need to save. We will stop you being penalised with costly lenders' mortgage insurance. We will help you move from renting to owning sooner. This is fairness. This is aspiration. This is Labor making the Australian dream of home ownership real again. And it's about turning rent payments into mortgage payments so people that are building equity in their own home can secure their futures. The Albanese Labor government is doing what good governments should do. And my community has already shown that our policies can transform lives. Cornwall has the 5th highest take-up rate of any electorate in the country under the homeowners guarantee. It shows that Labor and this government, the Albanese Labor government, understands the circumstances and the aspirations of working Australians in Cornwall and right across Australia.
Member for Grey.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on what is fast becoming a forgotten matter, the drought in South Australia. Yes, we welcome the rains that have fallen across many of the agricultural zones and even parts of the pastoral zone. But we cannot forget those pastoralists who are forced to cut down their herds, even their breeding stocks, and now have nothing left. Nor can we forget the grain growers drowning in debt, or the most tragic of all, those farmers and workers who have taken their lives. Their hardship does not vanish with a single downpour. The lessons of every drought is the same. When the rain arrives, the headlines fade, the noise dies down, and the hard policy work is left undone. And once again, we are then unprepared for the next dry spell. Farmers fuel, feed and clothe this nation. Yet Labor's response to the worst drought in living history in my area has been weak, if not absent altogether. Add to this the damaging policies like taxing unrealised capital gains on superannuation and subsidised RIC loans that cost more than a commercial bank. What use is that? It is clear this government does not respect regional Australians or farmers. I thank the volunteers of the Rapid Response Team for their hay runs into communities like Streaky Bay and Jamestown, a true testament to the generosity of regional Australians.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Sturt is diverse, extending from Hope Valley in the south across Adelaide's leafy eastern belt to Glen Osmond in the north. It is home to just over 130,000 registered voters. Many of them are young people completing their education at university or at TAFE and starting out in the workforce, now, of course, with a debt that is 20% lower than it otherwise would have been. There is a large migrant community, mainly comprised of wonderful people from Italy, India and China, who have chosen to raise their kids in one of the best parts of Australia. Sturt is also home to elderly Australians who have contributed to our community for decades and who are now thinking about what's next for their children and grandchildren. I spoke with many of these residents during the campaign, and housing came up time and time again, particularly the challenges that first homeowners face trying to save for a deposit, pay rent and pay down education debt all at the same time. Parents and grandparents spoke to me about trying to find funds to provide to their children and grandchildren so they could get a deposit together. The Albanese Labor government listened, and on 1 October 2025, all first home owned buyers would need a deposit of just 5%, helping them buy a home sooner, helping them into long-term security sooner, and helping them put roots down in their community sooner. This will not only benefit the first home buyers of Sturt, it will benefit first home owned buyers across Australia.
Member for Casey.
Hear, hear.
This week, the hearts of our nation and all in my home state of Victoria broke with the loss of 2 Victorian police officers who died performing their duty to keep our community safe. And I want to pay tribute to Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, who was 59 and had been in Victoria Police since 1987 and was planning for his imminent retirement. And also Senior Constable Vadim Devart, who was 35 and had joined Victoria Police in 2018, and he was on a temporary assignment in Wangaratta and had just purchased his first home in Melbourne. I offer my deepest condolences and sympathies to their family and thank them for their sacrifice to our community. All across the nation, police officers not only keep us safe, but they are an integral part of our community. So many in Casey and so many across the country. And I was just discussing with the member for Indi who was impacted, and I give my condolences to her. Know that the police officers volunteer, are football club presidents, are Rotary Club presidents. We know that many in the community are heartbroken. I know many of the officers all across Victoria are heartbroken. I send my respects, my condolences to all Victoria Police officers. I thank you for your service, and I ask you to stay safe as this man is brought to justice.
Gorton.
The western suburbs of Melbourne is booming, with industry, small business and new families who are choosing to call our community home. The West is where we're building more homes and helping young Australians to own their own home. Over 1,800 people in Gordon have bought their first home with a 5% or less deposit, thanks to Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme. And with more homes comes more people who are using our local road infrastructure to get around. Right now, more people are using the Western Freeway and the Calder Freeway, meaning more people are sitting in traffic for hours to get into the city or for work. We've got to do better for the West. We on this side of the House are aware of this growth and are planning for it, which is exactly why we made a number of significant infrastructure commitments at the recent federal election. We're fixing the Western Freeway between Caroline Springs and Melton. This was a project that was in the too hard basket for the Liberal government for a decade, but we are getting it done. Approximately 86,000 vehicles travel the Western Freeway on this stretch every single day, with this figure expected to rise to approximately 113,000 by 2031. Our $1 billion investment for more lanes and better interchanges on the Western Freeway will mean that families can get home sooner and spend more time together. Only Labor will invest in better infrastructure for the West.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a staunch and well-known supporter of child safety, I speak to welcome the introduction of Daniel's Law into the Queensland Parliament yesterday. Children's safety must always be at the forefront of our decisions. This reform is an important breakthrough, especially after the recent raising of the most appalling allegations of child sexual abuse in childcare centres. Daniel's Law puts the rights of children, victims and parents ahead of dangerous predators through a clear and effective system. I congratulate Premier David Crucifulli, Police Minister Dan Purdy and the LNP State Government for bringing this law forward. I also acknowledge Bruce and Denise Morecambe, whose strength and persistence over more than 2 decades have driven change across our state and nation. Daniel's legacy lives on in practical measures that help protect children. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Caloundra, Mark McArdle, from 2004 to 2020, recently passed away. Mark was a true public servant and a passionate advocate for his electorate and his constituents. Mark was also an effective minister He was not a politician, he was a parliamentarian. Mark was devoted to his electorate, to his family and to the people of Queensland. Mark had time for people. He saw his role as an MP not as a job but as a calling. Vale, Mark McArdle.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Deputy Speaker, we have a housing crisis in this country that has been 40 years in the making, and I'm so proud to be a member of a government who has a bold and ambitious agenda to do something about it. The reality is right now that for so many, the promise of owning your own home has slipped even further out of reach, and renting is increasingly becoming more expensive and more insecure. The fact that those opposite did basically nothing in their time in government, let it get harder and harder for people, and now have the gall to obstruct our government's plans just beggars belief. I mean, I find it astounding that in the 9 years of this coalition government, many of you spent without even having a housing minister, they only managed to build 373 new social and affordable homes. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has already delivered more than that in my electorate alone, having secured 379 new social and affordable homes across Ascot Vale, Flemington and Moonee Ponds. We are building more homes. We are making it better to rent and easier to buy. I know that many first home buyers in Maribyrnong are absolutely rapt with our call to bring forward the start date of our 5% deposit program. This will be a game changer for young people, for new families, single parents and anyone who thought that the housing market had left them behind. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done. Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today we've got the students and young people here from the National Leadership Forum joining us in the gallery. And I want to take this opportunity to speak to you directly, because this place is where your future is created, where it's protected. And we just heard the Speaker prior. Classic spin over substance. And if there's one thing to take away from your trip to Canberra, it's to look at the facts. There is absolutely no truth in the fact that the housing crisis took 40 years. It's taken 4 years under this Labor government. And what have they done this week? They've reheated, re-announced a policy from our housing minister announced in 2019. They're a bit slow to the party, 6 years down the track. That is why there's a housing crisis. And today, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the Minister for Climate Change and Energy come in here. And on another topic that's important to the youth of Australia, you care about the climate, you care about results. Have a look at what's been happening with emissions reductions over the last 3 years. They have flatlined. This Labor government is all talk and no reduction. That's what's going on. Flatline now, actual gains under the coalition.
Just a welcome to all those students. There are multiple models of leadership, and let's hope you're all wise to select them yourselves. So let's go to the member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I direct some positive commentary based in fact to our guests here in the gallery today. The 5% housing deposit is about assisting you and other young Australians and any Australians wanting to own their own home. Just 5% deposit is going to make a huge difference, as is fee-free TAFE and 20% off your HECS debts. That I'm sure for those with HECS debts is very much appreciated. In my electorate in Darwin and Palmerston, our government is assisting in unlocking more supply by, for example, in Palmerston, providing $11 million for upgrades in power, water, all those headworks that mean that our housing developments can happen quicker. And we're also powering up with more than 70 household batteries already under the Cheaper Home Batteries program, which means that they're going to have a next to no power bills, going to, again, make a big difference for families in my electorate. The NT and Australian government signed a $4 billion, that's with a B, partnership agreement on remote housing last year. Now, that is to help deal with the massive overcrowding we see in a lot of our communities in the Northern Territory. Unfortunately, under those opposite, over 10 years, hardly any houses at all were built. We're turning that around. We need the NT government to do their job so we can get high-quality housing into remote Northern Territory in a timely way.
Thank you. I appreciate the lack of interjections in that one, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you. Well, Deputy Speaker, I know it will be a shock to you that energy prices have risen by 13.1% this year, according to the latest inflation data from the ABS, exposing Labor's fabrications and tall stories about energy prices and the cost of renewables. Skyrocketing energy prices are the reason the cost of living has shot up to its highest rate in a year. The Treasurer has not worked out yet that the energy is the economy. The reality is that Labor is hell-bent on railroading the VNI West transmission line through farms in my electorate, no matter what the cost. Official VNI West construction costs have blown out from $1.8 billion in 2023, just 2 years ago, to as much as $11.4 billion, and who knows how high it'll go. Why does that matter? Because every Victorian could pay 50% more in their energy bills as a result. And Victorian Labor are today trying to pass laws to impose fines of up to $12,000 on farmers who do not open their gates to TCV Victoria to build VNI West. I will be standing shoulder to shoulder tomorrow morning with a protest in Ballarat at the Bush Summit, fighting for their property rights and sensible energy policy.
Thank you. I give a call to member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, from the 1st of October, every first home buyer will only need a 5% deposit to get into their first home. That means years less saving and thousands of dollars saved on mortgage insurance. It's a real practical step to help Australians into a home of their own sooner. Now, we know this housing crisis is decades in the making and it won't be fixed overnight. But unlike those opposite, we actually have a plan for progress. Our $43 billion plan is built on 3 pillars: making it easier to buy, making it better to rent, and building more homes. Some would say, build, baby, build. Help with housing is one of the reasons I made the switch from local government to federal parliament, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to be a part of a federal government that acts on housing, compared to a Liberal Party who are in denial about the scale of this crisis. While Labor invest in social and affordable housing, the Liberals teamed up with the Greens to block the Housing Australia Future Fund. While Labor have made it better to rent, the Liberals tried to abolish tax incentives responsible for 80,000 new rental properties. And while Labor has reformed and cut student debt, the Liberals want young people to raid their super for a home. Speaker, it's only Labor that has a plan to address this crisis, and young people, you all should know that Labor has your back.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I still remember the words, quote, "We've seen through the whispering campaign the Teals ran against you," that were uttered to me at North Brighton Station. Regrettably, Speaker, I was not surprised. To give the House a flavour, ANU researchers published a study into homophobia targeted at politicians who, quote, "were unfairly accused and ridiculed." This indicated a single point of commonality: their sexuality. Liberal MP Tim Wilson received over 2,000 tweets. Many were overtly homophobic. Speaker, I won't repeat the unparliamentary terms used. I have good cause to make this claim. We have photos of campaigners actively propagating what the Australian National University researchers called homophobic slurs. To highlight this, not only do I have evidence, but I also have received this message from a constituent on Instagram on the 29th of April. Quote, "On Tuesday this week, I had what I thought was a civilised, respectful and refreshing debate with 2 Zoe Daniel doorknockers. They told me they supported her because of her policies and her acceptance of the LGBT community, but they also said repeatedly that you were anti-gay, trans and LGBT rights, and it made my blood boil that they would resort to such low lies." Speaker, you're probably getting an insight into the comments that are being made. Sunlight is, of course, not their best friend for those who claim to be guardians of integrity. I seek leave to table the article from the conversation, the ANU study and the Instagram message.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Too many Australians are working hard, saving every dollar they can, but still feel like the dream of owning a home is slipping away. In Adelaide's north, we know this story all too well. Families tightening their belts but still locked out of the housing market. That is why Labor is determined to change this. From October 1st, first home buyers across Australia will be able to purchase a home with just a 5% deposit. For those in the north, it means with the average house price around $650,000, you will only need $32,500 to put down a deposit on a home. And because the government will guarantee part of these mortgages, people won't be forced to pay additional fees like lenders' mortgage insurance. Additionally, Labor is delivering 100,000 new homes across the country, reserved exclusively for first home buyers because we want to level the playing field. We are continuing the largest housing build in Australia's history because more houses mean more affordable homes. In suburbs like Manapara, Andrews Farm, Ayr, Riverlea, Anglevale, Virginia and Concordia, to name a few, real progress is being made and Labor is getting on with the job of delivering for you.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All members of this House, and indeed all Australians, are thinking of the families, loved ones and colleagues of the 2 Victoria police officers who were killed in the line of duty on Tuesday morning. As a parliament, as a country, we offer our deepest condolences to all whose worlds have been shattered by this horrific shooting. Our hearts go out to everyone whose heart is breaking. We honour the bravery of Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat, and our hopes and prayers are with their fellow officers at the scene, including one currently in the Alfred Hospital in Melbourne receiving treatment for their wounds. Right now, the Victoria Police are still engaged in their search for the killer at the centre of these terrible events. This difficult and dangerous task is being carried out in very challenging conditions. I've been speaking regularly with Victoria Premier Jacinta Allen, and I want to make it clear that the Commonwealth stands ready to provide any support required now or in the future. I understand that in these raw early days, the close-knit community of Paulpunka is grappling with a sense of horror and also disbelief. The cold anguish that something like this could happen in their peaceful and beautiful part of Victoria. And I know that the member for Indi, who I spoke with this morning, shares in that grief. There will be a time to process this, to come together as a community and to try to come to terms with it. But right now, the most important thing for everyone in the area to do is to listen to the police, follow official advice and keep yourselves safe. Mr. Speaker, the death of any officer in the line of duty goes to the heart of every member of the police family. And the terrible events at Paulpunka are a sombre reminder to all of us of the dangers that police officers face to keep our families and communities safe. Every time they put on their uniform, police officers put themselves on the line, and they do it for us. And every day carries the cruel possibility that the very worst could happen, that you could walk down a driveway, knock on a door and have it open into a nightmare. In their tribute to their fellow officers, the Victorian Police Association said that they were more than the uniforms they wore and were defined by more than the selfless work they performed. That is a truth for all of us to remember, because when someone starts being a police officer, they don't stop being a son or a brother, a daughter or a sister, a beloved partner or a mate. We see that in the tributes to Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, recognising not just his distinguished service but also his deep love of the outdoors and the long list of things he wanted to do in his upcoming retirement. The new chapter of his life he was so looking forward to sharing with his devoted partner Lisa. The same is true for Senior Constable Vadim Devat, someone who came to Australia from Belgium and signed up to serve his new community in his new home. Being remembered for his passions and enthusiasms, his love of travel, motorbikes, scuba diving, his determination to fill his days with discovery. This is what was stolen by gunfire. 2 lives full of future happiness, years of happy memories that should have been made and treasured with others. Mr. Speaker, it will take time before we have a full and clear picture of what led to Tuesday's terrible events. Today we can say this with absolute certainty, and I say it not just on behalf of this Parliament, but as Australia's Prime Minister on behalf of every Australian. Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson was a hero. Yeah. Senior Constable Vadim Devat was a hero. Yeah. They will be honoured and remembered as heroes by Victoria Police, by Victorians, by all of us and all Australians. With honour they served, may they rest in peace.
Indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
I rise to associate the Opposition with the Prime Minister's remarks. Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, Senior Constable Vadim Devat, 2 men, 2 heroes, 2 Australians. 2 Australians who felt a spark within themselves, a spark to do more. And in joining the Victorian Police, these men took that spark and lit a flame of service. For Neil Thompson, that flame burned across almost 4 decades of service in uniform. Vadim served for 7. These men stood up. These men put on the uniform. These men, like all our police, protected our community. Our police run towards danger. They confront the violent. They protect children. They keep us safe. Our police are the very best of us, and very few of us here in this chamber today can understand the horrors our police face on our behalf. But Neil and Vadim were more than the uniforms they wore. They were more than their badge. These men lived and loved. They had plans for their futures and for their families. Neil Thompson, or Tomo, as his mates called him, gave decades of service, not only in uniform, but to his community. Just this morning, Golden City Football Club Life member Neil Kramer said of Neil that he was willing to talk to anybody and treat them equally. He was just a beautiful person. And when Golden City take to the field this weekend, they will be wearing blue and white tape in honour of their mate. Vadim Devat represents the best of our Australian story. From Belgium, he chose to make his life here. And he took that commitment even further by serving as one of our police officers. Fluent in English, French, Spanish and Flemish, this worldly man chose us. He chose Australia. And he chose to make his vocation keeping Australians safe. So my message to his parents, Carolina and Alain, is that with deep sorrow, we thank you for Vadim and the contribution he made here in this country. The deaths of these men is a heartbreaking tragedy that has touched us all. Today, our nation grieves for these officers who have lost their lives, their families, their friends and their colleagues. Our thoughts also go out to the injured detective who is now recovering and all those involved in ongoing operations to bring the killer to justice. Our thoughts are also with the community of Paulpunka, and we thank them for their efforts to work with the police. The loss of Neil and Vadim serves as a stark reminder not only of the danger that police officers face each day, but of the bravery and courage it takes to serve. Every police officer who puts on that uniform to go to work has our respect and gratitude. All Australians stand shoulder to shoulder with Victoria Police at this moment of profound sadness. We will honour those who have fallen and never take for granted the courage and service that keeps our communities safe. But, Mr Speaker, we must also confront the fact that, given what we know about the circumstances of the shooting of these men, that there are disturbing echoes today, because this is not the first time we have lost police officers to a crime of this type. Today, we must ensure that the Victorian Police have every possible support they need to catch this killer and make the community safe. We must recommit ourselves to stronger action to cure the sickness that has seized the outermost fringes of society. And we must reaffirm our love and support for every single member of our brave police forces across Australia.
And on indulgence, the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition, for your beautiful words that will bring great comfort and recognition to my community in North East Victoria in the seat of Indi. Alongside my community in North East Victoria, I mourn Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat, who so tragically lost their lives in the line of duty at Paulpunka on Tuesday. In a beautiful, idyllic mountain village at the foot of Mount Buffalo, a place that is characterised by magnificent scenery, by good people and by a gentle lifestyle. Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson was a long-serving and so deeply respected member of the Victoria Police, a much valued member of the Wangaratta community and the Moyu community, so greatly loved. Senior Constable Vadim Devat, based in Melbourne, was supporting Wangaratta Police on temporary assignment over winter. A beautiful young man, as you've heard, a native of Belgium. While they were respected officers, we also remember Neil and Vadim as people with family, with friends, with interests, with passions beyond the uniform. They so deserve the chance to keep living those lives, and it is with deep, deep sadness that we honour them and their service. You've heard that Neil was an adventurer who loved the outdoors, and he was within days of his retirement with his beloved partner, Lisa. Vadim grew up in Belgium and loved travel, and our region, what a place to travel to, was another in his long list of beautiful places. And he was welcomed and had so much to explore in what is an outdoor playground. Our thoughts are with both their families, with their friends, with the wider police community. We know that your hearts are broken, and we know that this is felt right across the nation. We continue to pray for the recovery and healing of the officer who was seriously injured in the line of duty, and for all those at the scene whose mental trauma cannot be underestimated and will live with them and indeed their families forever. To the beautiful people of Paulpunka, I acknowledge that you are living with grief and shock and that this event is not over for you yet. And I stand in this Parliament today in solidarity with you today and beyond, and I thank you all for everything you are doing right now to support the emergency services who are undertaking a most difficult and traumatic search for the offender. Speaker, the loss of life in the line of duty is the ultimate sacrifice and a painful reminder of the risk borne by those who serve in our police forces. What is very clear is the courage and commitment of our police service right across this great nation. They walk amongst us, they live alongside us, they serve us, they protect us, and they are in danger every day of their lives, and yet they still go out and do their work with such honour and grace. We will never forget the names of those who've lost their lives in service to us. And Neil and Vadim, we will never forget you. You are heroes. Your families have so much to be proud of, and we grieve with you today and ongoing.
As a mark of respect to the lives lost in this tragedy, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I am absolutely delighted to welcome United States Congressman Jason Smith to the Australian House of Representatives today. Congressman Smith will be known to many members of this House as the Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, and he has met with many ministers over the last couple of days. As parliamentarians, we understand the hugely important role that committee plays in shaping the policies of the Congress and delivering on the priorities of President Trump's administration. And I am so pleased that yesterday we had the opportunity in my office to have a lengthy meeting. It wasn't all talk about politics, it must be said, as well. It was a conversation which reaffirmed the friendship based upon people-to-people relations between Australians and Americans that we have. Ours is an alliance between free peoples and proud democracies that enjoys bipartisan respect and support from both sides of politics here in Australia and also in the United States. I look forward to continuing to work with Congressman Smith, other members of Congress and the Senate, members of the US administration, including President Trump. And I think that your presence here is just a further indication, just coming a couple of weeks after the Australian-American Leadership Dialogue. I was able to host members at Kirribilli House in Sydney, the Prime Minister's residence there, and it was a great privilege to do so. I know that Congressman Smith and I both participated in the AALD when it was held in Perth in 2019, an organisation and a body that I've participated in for more than a couple of decades now, and a really practical way in which Australians and Americans can get to know each other on that personal way. So welcome, Congressman Smith. Good travels while you are here, and I look forward to engaging with you in a couple of weeks' time or a few weeks' time as well. We have discussed while I'm in the United States.
On indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to associate the opposition with the Prime Minister's remarks and welcome Congressman Jason Smith to the Australian Parliament. Congressman, you are about to witness Australia's unique and robust democracy from a front row seat. Just like you fight hard for the 8th Congressional District and the people of Missouri, all members across this chamber fight here for our communities. My electorate, like yours, has farming as its backbone, and Australia and America share a deep tradition of excellence in agriculture. Congressman, I want to pass on the deep thanks from the opposition for making the time to be here in Canberra to visit our Parliament today. I want you to hear that Australia has no more important ally than the United States. Our long-standing friendship is built on shared trust and security. We stood with you in the days after 9/11, just as you stood with us through the darkest days of the Second World War. Our joint commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific will see our friendship stand the test of time. Face-to-face meetings are important, so we welcome yours with the Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the gallery today.
Shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told the House that, quote, "We listen to intelligence agencies, we don't try to second-guess them." But this morning it was revealed that the Home Affairs Department advised the government to list Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation more than 2 years ago. Prime Minister, when this national security advice was received, on what basis did the government reject it?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. There have been a range of comments made in just the last 24 hours. On Monday, of course, or Tuesday. Monday we received the information and the advice. Monday afternoon we had the appropriate committees enacted. By Tuesday we had got our personnel out of Iran to safety and had expelled the ambassador here from Australia, along with 3 other diplomats from the Iranian embassy. And we received bipartisan support, I recall, for that action. But it appeared that it didn't last too long. The member asked about information and when it came back. And indeed, to quote someone, yes, there were calls to list the IRGC back when I was the chair of the Intelligence Committee, which was from 2017 through to late 2020. The government makes those decisions. The government makes the decision to amend the criminal code and then list a terrorist organisation.
The Prime Minister will pause. I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
A point of order on relevance, if I may, Mr Speaker. This is a question about the government's decision to reject national security advice 2 years ago. The Prime Minister is not in order.
The Prime Minister needs order. We don't need anyone assisting in the corner. The Prime Minister was asked about the decision that was taken and what basis that was. He'll need to make his answer directly relevant and ensuring that he complies with the standing orders, but if he's got information to the House about how the decision was made, he's entitled to do that.
Certainly very relevant, Mr Speaker, because the member for Canning went on, the Shadow Minister for this area, went on to say today, and for whatever reason the coalition government did not want to. In fact, we had briefs as to the reason why, which I can't discuss here. That is what he said, understanding, because he understands intelligence.
Order.
I stand with the government.
Order. Leader of the Nationals.
I stand with the government, as does the rest of the coalition. That's what the Shadow Minister responsible said this morning. Went on to say as well, not just yesterday, it backs up his statement yesterday, the decision was a good one. It was backed up by forensic intelligence provided by ASIO and other partners.
Prime Minister's just going to pause. The Leader of the Opposition has raised a point of order on relevance, so I'm not quite sure. She's only entitled to 1 point of order on relevant.
As to whether the Prime Minister is following your previous instruction, the statements of the member for Canning more than 2 years ago are not relevant to the question.
Yeah. You can resume your seat. We've been down this path before. There's no ruling that I'm going to make around this. So if you were not happy with at the time when I brought the Prime Minister back to order, that would be the time to take action. You can't go back in time and ask for a second chomp at something. Order. But we're just going to ensure, we're just going to handle this respectfully. It's an important issue. The Prime Minister is going to continue and make sure his remarks are directly relevant regarding on what basis the decision was made.
Mr Speaker, I've gone on to quote someone who knows something about intelligence and national security about why intelligence information isn't the subject of public debate. That was the quote from the member for Canning. Indeed, the member for Barker backed this up. This is what he had to say on the basis of our response. I congratulate the Prime Minister on his response. It's been swift, it's been decisive, and he's been congratulated for that. The member for Lindsay was on board.
It's Prime Minister's time.
So is the member for Riverina. One by one, they've all been out there saying they support the...
Order. Member for McNamara is warned. Try to hear from the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitments to help young Australians get ahead, and is there anything getting in the way of this agenda?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bonner for her question, and indeed my government is delivering for all Australians, and that includes young Australians, to give them an opportunity to get ahead and achieve their goals in life. And we've been doing a lot of that in the last week, Mr Speaker. We've cut student debt by 20%, of course, benefiting 3 million students and apprentices, saving an average of $5,500 each. We, of course, have legislated free TAFE so young Australians can get the skills that they need for the jobs that they want. And today, importantly, legislation has passed both houses now to enshrine penalty rates into law to protect weekend and overtime pay. So if you're a young person who relies on penalty rates now, you can trust they will be there in the future. This is so important because penalty rates are the things that can make a difference for people, whether they are people working full-time and just working on hours that disrupt their quality of life. If you're working on a Saturday night or on a Sunday, if you're working on a public holiday, you should be compensated for what you are giving up. And that is what this legislation will ensure. We've also, of course, fast-tracking the 5% deposit plan to the 1st of October, wiping years off the time it takes young first home buyers to save a deposit and getting them into a home quicker. So whether you're a young Australian at work, you're looking to buy a home or you're paying off student debt, this government has your back to all of these measures to make a difference. But we've even got your back if you are not working on the weekend but you're at the local pub. Because one of the things we've done is frozen the draft beer excise, so you and your mates can have a cheaper pint this weekend to make a big difference as we go forward. Now, lower student debt, higher wages, supportive housing policies and cheaper beer. That's what my government is about, and it's what we are delivering for young Australians.
We call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Under the Albanese Labor government, electricity prices have exploded by 39%, including a 13% rise over the past 12 months alone. Can the minister explain to the House how a 39% increase in electricity prices can result in a $275 reduction as you promised?
The member for Macarthur. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and as the Treasurer very eloquently pointed out to the House yesterday when the inflation figures were actually released, as the ABS itself makes crystal clear, to use their words in relation to the annual increase, this is due to the timing of when the extended Energy Bill Relief Fund rebates were applied in some capital cities. That's what the ABS said yesterday. Of course, that's the case, that the rebates are paid in different months, and that reflects in the figures in different ways. It's also the case there are other reports out over the last week that the opposition's chosen not to mention, like the Australian Energy Regulator's State of the Energy Market report, Mr Speaker, which refers to energy prices and points out that Australia's coal-fired power plants are ageing, increasingly costly to operate. Many require high levels of maintenance and refurbishment to keep them running. They are prone to unplanned outages, sometimes prolonged outages, and that makes them increasingly unreliable. Heading into spring and early summer, prices remained higher than the year before amid higher rates of brown coal outages. So these are the sorts of issues that the government and the energy grid is dealing with when we're dealing with the fact that under those opposite, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power left the grid and only 1 gigawatt came on.
Look, there's just far too much noise for anyone's liking. I want to hear from the the member for Wannon on a point of order. The member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. It goes to relevance. The question wasn't about us on this side. It was about the 39% increase in electricity prices and the $275 you promised to reduce Australians' power bills by.
The member for Wannon is correct. He wasn't asked about alternative policies or approaches. The minister's going to have to confine his remarks to government policy, and you can do compare and contrast, but this is not a free-for-all just to talk about the opposition's policies, as the balance of the answer will now be provided.
Absolutely, Mr Speaker, and I was referring, of course, to the report this week of the Australian Energy Regulator about the Australian market today, which is also dealing with the impacts of 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leaving the grid over the last decade. That's what the government and the energy market operator and everybody involved in the energy system is dealing with. The fact of the matter is, when this side of the House has an opportunity to take a decision that puts downward pressure on energy prices, we take it. Whether it's energy bill relief or whether it's the drive towards more reliable, renewable energy, that's what we do. That's what we do. When those opposite have a choice, they embark on the most expensive form of energy, nuclear, or oppose energy bill relief, as they've done 3 times.
The Leader of the Nationals is testing my patience, so he's going to have a short spell here, otherwise he'll have a short spell outside. I'd now like to hear from the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its election commitments for low-paid workers?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Macarthur for that question, but also the powerful way he stands up for workers in his electorate, particularly low-paid workers. Of course, in our first term, the Albanese Labor government passed landmark workplace relations reforms which delivered on getting wages moving again for Aussie workers. We continue to stand up for Aussie workers, making it with clear election commitments that we are now delivering on. One of these election commitments was to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission for a real wage increase to the minimum and award-reliant workers. It was one of the first actions we took, and from the 1st of July, award and minimum wage workers saw an increase of 3.5%. Since we've been in government, the pay packets of minimum wage workers on average have increased by $9,120. And I'm pleased to report today to the House that we have delivered today on another election commitment, protecting overtime and penalty rates with our bill passing the Senate. We made this election commitment because there are currently applications before the Fair Work Commission that would take workers' pay packets backwards. Our Labor government won't stand by and see wages go backwards. Critically, the passing of our legislation means that penalty and overtime rates for around 2.6 million workers are now protected because of this Labor government. Now, for workers like Anthony, who I met today when this bill was passed, he said the fact that penalty rates are now protected is going to provide a sense of relief for a lot of Australian workers. It's going to be just one less thing to worry about. All in all, this is a great day for Australian workers. Now, Anthony can be reassured that his penalty rates and overtime are now protected. Indeed, all of those who rely on the modern award safety net, many who are women and young people, can be reassured that with our action, penalty and overtime rates are protected. Because if you work unsociable hours or weekends and rely on the safety net, you deserve to be compensated. Now, our government is getting on with the job of delivering on our election commitments. Of course, in addition to boosting wages for low-paid workers, our government is delivering tax cuts for every single worker. This is because at our fundamental core, our Labor government is committed to Australian workers earning more and keeping more of what they earn.
Before I call the member for Curtin, I'll just do some acknowledgements and welcome. I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Honourable Bill Yan, MLA, the Treasurer, Minister for Logistics and Infrastructure and the Minister for Housing and Construction for the Northern Territory. We also have a delegation of mayors and industry representatives from South Australia, and I'd like to inform that in the House, in the gallery, is a delegation of young leaders from across Australia and the Pacific taking part in the National Leadership Forum. And also, I note that Stuart Henry, the former member for Hasluck, is joining us today. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Prime Minister. Today, parliamentarians from across the House again heard personal stories about gambling harm, including from a Western Australian whose brother died by suicide after struggling with gambling addiction. The government hasn't yet even provided a response to the Murphy inquiry into online gambling, let alone implemented any of our key recommendations. Is the delay due to successful lobbying by powerful interests, and what do you say to people experiencing gambling harm who are still being bombarded by gambling ads?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question, and with respect, I say that that is not correct to say we haven't responded. We have done more as a government than any government in Australia's history since Federation. As simple as that. BetStop, the self-exclusion register, has been in operation for 2 years as of last week, making an enormous difference. We have launched the National Self-Exclusion Register. At the end of July, it has recorded 46,369 total registrations, including 30,750 active exclusions. 39% of current registrants have chosen a lifetime ban. 39%. The problem that we see with gambling isn't someone having a punt on a Saturday at the pub. It is ongoing addiction to gambling, which can be incredibly harmful. We have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. We've established mandatory custom ID pre-verification for online wagering. We've implemented monthly win-loss statements. We've strengthened classification of video games that contain gambling-like content. We'll continue to work on these areas. As we've said, we want to break the connection between wagering and sport. A lot of that has been done voluntarily as well by the sporting organisations who understand the damage that can be caused. Gambling is legal in Australia. We respect people's right to have a punt, but we also have a responsibility to make sure that the industry acts responsibly, and that's what we're doing.
Give the call to a member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its election commitment to make medicine cheaper for Australians? Why is this so important?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Barton. Through her work earlier at St Vincent de Paul in New South Wales, every day she saw the sorts of choices that households under cost of living pressure have to make, and she's brought that experience as well as her deep compassion into this place, Mr Speaker. In her contribution to the government's Cheaper Medicines Bill, the member for Barton relayed a story of a young mum that she met door-knocking in Hurstville, a mum who skips her own medication to afford medicine for her young child when her child is sick. In a similar vein, the member for Griffith relayed a story of Paris, a young local pharmacist from her electorate in Brisbane, a story that Paris told her about a patient who was cutting her antidepressant tablets in half in order to space them out. Paris's customer juggles medicines for cardiovascular disease, for diabetes, as well as her depression, and struggles to afford all of her medicines. And so many of my colleagues, Mr Speaker, told these stories. Stories that really explain why this government has put so much energy into making medicines cheaper, because cheaper medicines are not just good for your hip pocket, although they obviously are. They're also good for your health, because Australians should not be forced to make choices between filling a script that their doctor has said is important for their health and some other essential household expense. And today, Mr Speaker, I'm so pleased to report that the House passed that government's cheaper medicines bill. Another example of this government delivering on the commitments that we made to the Australian people at the election in May. And this law will cut the maximum co-payment for a PBS script to just $25, Mr Speaker, the same price it was all the way back in 2004, and half the price it would have been next year if the government had not been making medicines cheaper. Now, of course, Mr Speaker, this is just the latest wave of our measures to make medicines cheaper. Last term, we slashed the maximum amount that pensioners and concession card holders would pay for all of their medicines across a given year by 25%, a measure that already has delivered tens and tens of millions of additional free scripts. We finally delivered 60-day scripts, Mr Speaker, twice the amount of medicine for the cost of a single script, and we've frozen the price of scripts for concession card holders and pensioners all the way to the end of this decade, Mr Speaker. Those measures alone have already saved Australians more than $1.5 billion in co-payments at their local pharmacy counter, Mr Speaker. But today we showed that this government is determined to do even more.
With a call to the honourable member for Hume.
Deputy Prime Minister, the Coalition is deeply committed to the Australia-US relationship. Between Sunday and this morning, the DPM's office has provided two conflicting statements about the nature and formality of this week's meeting with Secretary Hegseth. Since this morning, there have been three different explanations about the nature and extent of the meeting. Deputy Prime Minister, was this a meeting with Secretary Hegseth or just a photo opportunity, and was there an outcome beyond the photo?
Order. 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 Members on my left and the members on my right, the member was heard in silence, and I'd like to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence, and he has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I genuinely do appreciate the question from the member opposite, and Congressman Smith, welcome to question time. You're in for a treat. The question that we have just heard, the question that we've just heard from the Shadow Minister is just another example of how the Liberal Party, a party which actually has a proud history of governing this country, is today completely broken. Now, the Pentagon itself has made clear that there was a meeting between myself and Secretary Hegseth. The Pentagon itself today has made it clear that that meeting was coordinated in advance. But what we've heard through the course of this week is those opposite firstly suggesting that there wasn't going to be a meeting at all. Then there's a little bit of a debate about whether it's a meeting or whether it's a happenstance. Presumably those opposite think that the photos that have been published were magically generated by AI. I mean, those opposite are an absolute joke. Mr Speaker, the Shadow Minister, in the question that he just framed, said that the alliance between Australia and the United States is a matter of bipartisan support. It has been the case that parties of government in this country have actually, irrespective of whether they are in opposition or in government, have supported the nation in its relationship with the United States.
Look, order. Order. No, I haven't given you the call, and I'm not particularly inclined to take this point of order because it can only be about relevance. And the Deputy Prime Minister specifically answered the question about the meeting and gave context about that. So just... Order. The member for Hume has the call.
The outcome of the meeting.
No. Once again, member for Hume, if the Deputy Prime Minister is answering the question and giving context about the exact topic you were asked about, anyway, there's no point of order. That's my point. The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I think we all understand that the question from Captain Conspiracy over here was whether or not the meeting actually...
Order. No. The House will come to order so I can hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Look, we do know why the Deputy Prime Minister is angry. We understand it's been a bad day. But there's been several versions of this meeting. We don't know which one is correct. We've asked a simple question, but he has an obligation to refer to members by their correct titles, and he did not.
Yep. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Concept that you can't use any term at all. That term is so much nicer than what his own colleagues say about it.
Look, order. Order. When the House, we are going to bring the House to order. I know it's Thursday, but we are going to bring the House to order. Questions have been asked. Entitled to do so. The Deputy Prime Minister is going to continue with his answer, and I don't want any more interruptions or interjections, and I want everyone referred to by their correct titles.
Mr Speaker, the relationship between Australia and the United States should be above partisan politics. Parties in this country, parties of government in this country, whether they have been in government or in opposition, have come to this place wanting whoever is in government to succeed in our relationship with the United States. That's certainly the spirit that we brought to bear when we were in opposition. But right now, those opposite are desperately hoping that the nation fails in its relationship with the United States, and that is a disgrace. The fact of the matter is that those opposite should grow up and return to the place which has been occupied by the Liberal Party in the past, and to support the alliance with the United States, and do so in a bipartisan way.
Order. The member for O'Connor will leave the chamber under 94A. We're not having just snide remarks given out across the chamber. We've had enough of it. We're going to lift the tone for the remainder of question time. So everyone watching in the gallery and everyone around Australia is watching as well. I'd like to hear from the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to address housing challenges, and is the Minister aware of any risks to the government's plans?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I want to thank the member for Cornwall for his question, and I know he's incredibly proud that to date 2,360 people in his local community have got the opportunity to get into their first home with the backing of the Albanese government. And Speaker, I know that he can't wait to get back to Greenvale and to Broadmeadows and talk to his community about the landmark expansion that we are making of this program, Speaker. 5% deposits for every single first home buyer across this country. The days of a 20% deposit for a first home, they are gone, Speaker, and we're going to be very proud to deliver it on the 1st of October. Now, Speaker, it's been a really important 2 weeks for us on housing, as you've seen our government build on that $43 billion agenda that we've got in place. We're focused on 3 things, Speaker: building more homes, making it better to rent, and getting more Australians into home ownership. And of course, Speaker, you've heard me talk about that real progress we're making on this agenda for Australians. 500,000 homes have been built since we came to office. Speaker, year on year, housing approvals are up 30% in our country. In less than 4 years, we've got 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction, with 4,000 social and affordable homes completed. Remember, Speaker, we're comparing ourselves to 9 years where the Coalition built 373 homes around this country. Absolutely disgraceful. Now, Speaker, on top of that, 1 million households around the country benefiting from almost a 50% increase to Commonwealth rent assistance. And of course, Speaker, as I've mentioned to the Parliament every single day this week, 180,000 Australians who have already gotten into their first home with the backing of our government. Now, Speaker, we know there's more work to do, and that's why just in the past week we've announced this landmark expansion to the 5% deposit program on the 1st of October, and of course more work to build more homes more quickly through the immediate actions that we're taking out of the Economic Reform Roundtable. Now, Speaker, just to refresh the Parliament's memory, that includes the pausing and streamlining of the National Construction Code and the fast-tracking of environmental consideration of more than 26,000 homes. Now, Speaker, there's a really clear contrast to be seen here. The last 2 weeks, our government spent our time building more homes and expanding pathways to home ownership, and those opposite have spent that fortnight in a complete chaotic mess. Speaker, they've spent their time not talking about real policies that actually exist, but making up scare campaigns about taxes on housing that don't exist. They've spent their time in the Senate not trying to build more homes, but trying to stop the construction of 80,000 new rental homes. On the 5% deposit program, on Monday the Leader of the Opposition said she loved it so much that it was her idea. At the same time in the Senate, the Shadow Minister was calling it bizarre and ridiculous. Speaker, we're focused on housing and we'll continue that work because that's what Australians elected us to do.
Give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, given the challenging security arrangements at home and abroad, what steps has the Prime Minister taken to repair our deteriorating relationships with Israel and the United States?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I find it absolutely extraordinary that the Shadow Minister for Trade has asked a question about our deteriorating relationship with our most important partner, the United States, in the presence of a US congressperson. I refer to the comments of the Deputy Prime Minister who spoke very clearly about the parties of government in Australia and the way that we deal with serious issues. Today we have had question time begin with a question seeking essentially information from our intelligence agencies. In the answer that I gave, I quoted the former head of the Intelligence Committee, who on 2GB just this morning outlined why at that time and even since he would not give that information about why decisions are made and that intelligence basis. That is the way that it operates between adults. When it comes to the follow-up then, we had a question to the Deputy Prime Minister alleging that somehow, like the fake moon landing or something, that meetings that were held by the Deputy Prime Minister with the Vice President of the United States.
Order. Yeah, the Prime Minister will pause. All the members on my right, I'd like to hear from the manager.
Well, the Prime Minister is answering question 1 and question 2, but he isn't answering the current question. By his own confession, he's answering the previous question. So I ask the Prime Minister to answer the question that you have been asked now. Because it's not commentary time, it's not lecture time. It's not commentary.
Resume your seat. Yeah. The point of order was on relevance. Yeah. I took that straight away. And I don't know why that's funny. Prime Minister is going to continue with his answer to make sure he's being directly relevant to the question was asked about the relationship between Israel and the US.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thought he was going to move an extension of time. The relationship with the United States has been above partisan politics. And when Leader of the Opposition, I received a phone call from then Prime Minister Scott Morrison, in 24 hours' notice, came to Canberra without knowing what the meeting was for, had a briefing from our defence agencies and intelligence agencies about the proposals that were there in place about AUKUS, kept that confidence about that briefing, convened a meeting of my shadow cabinet just 1 hour after the announcement, and then had a full caucus meeting to back in the AUKUS arrangements. That is how we dealt with the US relationship. We continue to be proud of the fact that the relationship with the United States is our most important, and it is extraordinary that you would come in here and attempt to undermine
Time has concluded. Order. We're just moving on. We're just moving on. Order. I'd like to hear from the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government helping regional Australians into home ownership after a decade of being ignored?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Braddon for her question, but also for her extraordinary advocacy for her community. If anyone has met the member for Braddon, you will know she is an extraordinarily fierce advocate for her community. She's very hard to say no to, and she is a terrific representative. Whether it is from Devonport, for Ballarat, to Bendigo, to Leichhardt or Lingiari, Labor represents the regions across every single corner of this country. And this evening, I absolutely look forward to welcoming the Prime Minister to the regional city of my hometown of Ballarat for one of the many Bush summits being held this week. The Prime Minister has attended all of the Bush summits, and I'm very proud he was in Wagga this week and he'll be in my hometown of Ballarat this evening. And I know that one of the things that my community and every regional Australian is looking forward to hearing about is the Albanese government's delivery on housing for the regions, something that was neglected under those opposite. Our $43 billion plan for housing is making a real and substantial difference across regional Australia. In particular, the decision to bring forward from the 1st of October this year the expanded regional home guarantee scheme. And this will mean no income or location caps, all regional Australians being able to benefit from that policy. Regional first home buyers being able to get into the property market with a 5% deposit without having to pay lenders' mortgage insurance. For far too long, regional Australians have been left behind under those opposite. We saw a decade of ignoring regional Australians' housing issues, no plan for housing, no plan for, frankly, investing in significant infrastructure and no real support for regional communities. We are doing the hard work, building the homes, building infrastructure and backing regional growth with real funding. We're all getting regional Australians into more homes and sooner. Since introducing the Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee in 2022, we've issued over 23,500 guarantees in the regions and supported 38,500 regional Australians into home ownership. In my own hometown of Ballarat, thanks to Labor's scheme, 1,000 families, 1,000 people have benefited from getting into a first home because of the policies of this government. It of course comes on top of our $1.5 billion in investing in infrastructure to really get housing moving, particularly in the regions. The opposition had a decade to act on regional housing. All they did, frankly, was leave it in crisis, and we are once again having to clean up their mess.
The call to the honourable for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How has the government managed to find so many millions of dollars in taxpayer money to fund inner-city cycleways, including for bike lanes in Sydney and Grayndler, but so much less to support South Australia's response to the once-in-a-generation ecological event that is the devastating algal bloom? Why do countless communities and small businesses in South Australia, many here today, Prime Minister, have to pay for the cost of Labor's inaction?
Order. Order. There's far too much noise. The member was entitled to be heard in silence. Not happy with the level of interjections. Okay. The Leader of the Opposition. I'm just saying I'm not happy with the level of interjection, so that's not a time to interject. Order. We'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much.
Order.
I met with all of the councils earlier today and they thanked the government for the work that we are doing when it comes to South Australia's algal bloom. This is an ecological event that is directly related to the impacts we are seeing right across our continent of climate change. What we have seen here is floodwaters come through the Murray-Darling Basin, out through the Coorong, into the ocean at a time when extra nutrients have therefore gone into the water, and the water is 2 degrees hotter than it would normally be at this time of the year. This is not something that is the result of any single government action. This is something that I've met with the South Australian government on. Importantly, we have provided a range of funding. Indeed, every bit of funding that we have been asked for has been provided. But it is also including $20 million to support the South Australian government to not just combat the effects of the algal bloom, but improve preparedness for future events. Now, does anyone think that abolishing our commitment to net zero and action on climate change will make these events more likely or less likely to happen in the future? And at a time where those opposite are running a relentless campaign from some in the National Party. It's even brought the member.
Order. I want to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Relevance again, Speaker.
No, resume your seat. No, resume your seat. Resume your seat. No, not entertaining it. If you ask a question or anyone asks a question and the Prime Minister is giving facts and figures about the topic and then he's going to go into reasons behind that, he's entitled to do that. We're not just getting up and saying, I don't like an answer and that's my point of order. That's because that's what we're doing. The Prime Minister has the call. And I can simply say I won't take any points of order, which other speakers have done. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This issue is directly related to climate change. The people that we met this morning understand that it's directly related to climate change. The scientists who we met with last week, who are undertaking practical work, understand that this is directly related to climate change. And those opposite are busy. We don't know whether, according to the taker of the point of order, has said that they're having a 9 to 12-month experience over whether they'll take support for net zero will continue. But it is extraordinary that they're actually becoming more right-wing on climate than Scott Morrison was.
Order. hear from the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. How does the Albanese Labor government's recent decision on new frigates help build a future made in Australia and keep Australians safe? Why was this decision so important after a wasted decade in defence industry?
Give a call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
I thank the member for his question and applaud his commitment to Aussie manufacturing. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government has selected the Megami class as the preferred platform for our general-purpose frigates for the Navy. This frigate decision is the biggest capability decision made by this government since announcing the optimal pathway for our submarines. It delivers on our plan to double the surface combatant fleet, giving the Navy much greater firepower. It's a plan backed by the Albanese government's $55 billion investment over the decade to deliver more ships more quickly. And it's a plan to build 8 of these next-generation stealth frigates right here in Australia. And it's supported by tens of billions of dollars of investment that we will make in Western Australia as part of our commitment to continuous naval shipbuilding. And I'm proud to say it will support over 10,000 well-paid, high-skilled jobs in WA and thousands more across Australia as Aussie businesses build these next-generation stealth frigates. Speaker, this truly is delivering a future made in Australia. Now, this decision was made months ahead of schedule and is an example of how we're accelerating critical defence capability projects to keep Australians safe. Just like how we accelerated $1.3 billion in counter-drone capabilities to protect our troops and bases, a capability those opposite ignored when they were in power. Speaker, we'll sign the frigate contract early next year, and the first frigate will be delivered in 2029, and we'll have 4 frigates by 2034. That's 4 times as many frigates as the former coalition government planned, and with the first new frigate delivered 5 years earlier. Let me repeat that, Speaker. 4 times as many warships, and the first 5 years earlier than the plan of those when they were in power. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about a wasted decade. Our record on defence capability stands in stark contrast to the coalition. Under us, we'll have the largest surface combatant fleet since World War II. Under them, they delivered the oldest fleet the Navy has had in the history of the Navy. Under us, we're creating tens of thousands of jobs as part of continuous naval shipbuilding. Under them, they closed 2 shipyards in Australia, costing thousands of jobs in Melbourne and the Hunter. Speaker, the Albanese government is getting on with the job of keeping Australians safe and delivering a defence future made in Australia, delivering more well-paid jobs for Australians, while those over there can't be trusted with defence or national security.
Concluded. Give a call to the member for Calare.
To the Prime Minister. The 2022 Central West New South Wales floods saw extraordinary acts of courage and service across our communities. Eugowra was the scene of the biggest helicopter rescue in Australia's history. Despite this, the National Emergency Medal is still not available to emergency responders, volunteers and community workers who performed with such distinction in that crisis. Yet those serving in disasters that have hit other parts of Australia are eligible. So when will our community heroes get the recognition they deserve?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Calare for his question, and as he knows, I went to Eugowra on 2 occasions during that period, including with the member. We provided substantial support in partnership, not just to Eugowra, but to places like Forbes, which were then, I think the redistribution might have had an impact, but were in the member for Riverina's electorate at that time as well. And we worked with the state government to ensure that that community that had been devastated. It was quite extraordinary seeing the power of the floodwaters lifting up whole bridges and moving them, steel structures, literally hundreds of metres from where they had been. for many, many decades. In addition to that, the impact, of course, on the human impact was devastating on that community. But it was terrific to go with the member and to see firsthand the resilience of those communities, and to be able to thank emergency service workers and others. At the worst of times, we always see the best of the Australian character, and we did on that occasion as well. I'll take that on notice, that question by the member, and we'll respond appropriately to him, and I undertake to do that in the next week. I know that he is very passionate as a local member in being a strong advocate on these issues, and that those communities certainly have suffered a lot, but I thank him for the question, and I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Order. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I call the Deputy Leader of the House with papers.
Thank you, Speaker. This document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the impact of the government spending spree on Australian households. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Mr Speaker, it took the Albanese government 3 years to realise that Australia's living standards had dropped more than any other developed nation. It then took them 3 months to organise a meeting that would go for 3 days to ask other people what to do about it. Now, I was one of 25 people who was issued a golden ticket from the Treasurer to attend that round table. And on accepting the Treasurer's invitation, I put out 3 markers on behalf of the Coalition. If we're to deal with Australia's living standards, these 3 markers were key. Number 1, you do not raise living standards by raising taxes. Number 2, you do not raise living standards by raising the cost of doing business. And number 3, you do not raise living standards by raising the burden on future generations. Now, for those with even the smallest of knowledge, those who know the bare basics of economics would see these markers as self-evident truths. And yet Labor's round table defied all 3. The outcome of Labor's round table is higher taxes, higher costs of doing business, and a higher burden on future generations. And so let me be very clear. The Coalition did not agree to the outcomes of Labor's round table, and the Coalition did not agree to the principles against which this government wants to raise taxes for everyday Australians. Now, as I reflect, albeit only 1 week after the round table, I realise this was less a productivity round table and more a socialist summit. What we saw was an unholy trinity of big government, big unions and big superannuation funds. This is the plan of the Albanese government, to basically concentrate the power of these 3 to expand the tentacles of government into the lives of everyday Australians. It is Labor which sees government at the centre of Australian society. It is the Coalition that believes that the centre of Australian society should be the Australian people. And now, in its 4th year, the Australian people are starting to feel the real symptoms of a government that puts itself at the centre and not the people. And the Australian people are feeling that through their everyday living expenses. It is why we even heard this week that since Labor has come to government, the cost of electricity has gone up by 39%. 39%. The cost of gas has gone up by over 38%. Over 38%. Now, we had asked this very week the Treasurer. Today, the Shadow Minister asked the Minister for Climate Change and Energy an explanation as to why these energy costs are going up, but the government cannot answer the question. It is a direct consequence of government policy. And it's the Australian people who are paying the price, because this is a government that puts itself at the centre and not the Australian people. Now, of course, the Treasurer claims that this government has done a wonderful job when it comes to interest rates. However, the average mortgage holder today is paying $1,800 more in interest payments every single month since Labor has come to office. As of today, $1,800 more every month in interest payments, and that is just the average mortgage holder. Why? Because this government cannot manage money. This government cannot manage the economy. The thing is, Deputy Speaker, it's not just the pain of the Australian people today, but we know this government is quickly racing the debt to $1 trillion. $1 trillion. By their own estimate, it will hit $1.2 trillion by the next election. Labor's debt. This is Labor's debt, which will be left to the next generation of Australians to pay off. Fact check. Our children and theirs will pay the price of this government's debt. Their plan is 10 years plus of deficits. And why? Well, it comes down to one reason. This government cannot stop spending. They're on a spending spree. We know that spending as a percentage of GDP has gone from 24% up to 27%. In this financial year, they are spending $160 billion more than what the Coalition spent in our last budget. They just can't help spending. Now, I raised this at the round table. And made it crystal clear that the government has to stop spending. The Treasurer didn't like that.
I bet he didn't.
It smashed his glass jaw.
Crystal.
And you could feel it, his ego going everywhere, slashing anything in its wake. So upset he was about his spending spree. But it has to stop. It has to stop. The recommendation that I made on behalf of the Coalition at the round table was that the government adopts some fiscal rules, some discipline to contain the Treasurer's spending. Do you think the Treasurer accepted the idea of rules? No. Did you know since the Hawke government, every single government has adopted fiscal rules for their Treasurer, except the Albanese government? And when we put it to the Treasurer this week, would he introduce fiscal rules? He doesn't want to introduce fiscal rules. When we put it to the Prime Minister, will he rein the Treasurer in? Is he strong enough to do that? If every Prime Minister since Hawke has been able to apply some discipline on the Treasurer, will this Prime Minister do it? No.
If there's rules, he can't get to 27%.
No.
They're addicted to
They don't want rules. They are addicted to spending. Who wants rules when you just want to spend? And that's what the Candyman wants to do. He is a big spender. So there are no rules. But then, hang on, under pressure, because I'm not the only one calling for rules, by the way, Ken Henry has called for rules, Philip Lowe has called for rules, the chief economist KPMG, the chief economist AMP, I mean, they're all calling for rules, and under pressure, the Treasurer came out and said, you know what, he's now got a rule. The rule is he is going to bank most of the upward revisions to revenue. So in other words, when revenue comes in that's unexpected, he's going to bank most of it. In other words, he's only going to spend up to half of it. So I thought I'd check this out, Deputy Speaker. So I looked at the Treasurer's own budget figures, and you wouldn't believe what it tells us. This financial year, right, the upward revision for revenue is $7 billion. So guess how much of the $7 billion the Treasurer is planning on banking? None. He's actually going to spend $7.2 billion of the $7 billion. So the very week he fabricates a rule, actually he breaks it. This is the problem we have, you see, Deputy Speaker. We have a government that cannot control spending. And that is why they call him King Tax-a-Lot. King Tax-a-Lot and the Knights of the Round Table. Creating ideas so they can take those ideas to be considered by the nitwits of the cabinet table.
Okay.
And there's only one set of
order
ideas.
Now. Order. I have been listening to a number of these imaginative names that you are making up for people who sit in the parliament. You know you've got to use correct titles, so let's stick to it.
Labor has one plan: increase taxes, they'd run out of money, and they're coming after yours.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a mug. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. It's a mug.
Sorry, look, people want to shout at me as they leave the chamber that will be regarded as highly disorderly. Minister, Assistant Minister, I didn't see that, but I saw it at the tail end, and you aren't to have props at the dispatch box. You can just sit down now, please, Member for Goldstein. I'm assuming that's probably what your point of order was. Okay, let's start again. A little less heat, and that includes interjections. Let's try it again.
Mugs, and suddenly there's the member for Goldstein. Deputy Speaker, the fact is that those opposite...
Okay, a point of order from the member for Cowper.
Members?
I did not hear. My apologies. So, excuse me, would you like to challenge my reading of the situation? And if so, get into your seat and make a proper point of order, or leave the chamber quietly and respectfully, please. Member for Cowper, you've raised a point of order. Member, Assistant Minister, I did not hear, but if there was something unparliamentary or a reflection, could you please withdraw?
I withdraw,
or for the
Deputy
assistance
Speaker.
of the House.
As we talk about glass jaws, Deputy Speaker. Now, the fact is, those opposite printed the mugs. They're pretty embarrassed about it. That's why they're jumping to their feet the moment anyone mentions it. But they never delivered a surplus. Labor has delivered 2 back-to-back surpluses. We've kept average real spending growth to 1.7%. What about their average real spending growth? 4.1%. We have found more than $100 billion in savings since coming to government. Those opposite talk about hard choices. What was the hard choice that they came to the last election with? A $600 billion nuclear plan delivering less than 4% of Australia's electricity needs in decades. They took a plan to the last election that would not have turned on a light for 20 years, that would have pushed up energy bills by $1,200 a year and would have involved spending more. They took another policy to the last election, their long lunches for bosses policies. Who remembers that wonderful policy, a policy they were so proud of that by the end of the campaign, they weren't talking about it. If every eligible business had claimed the maximum, the cost would have been more than $10 billion. And what would it have done for productivity? It would have driven productivity down. That's what happens when you take long lunches. So we're taking no lectures from those opposite about budget sustainability and about productivity. The other side talk about the importance of lower taxes. But to the last election, they took a policy of higher taxes. They were going to increase income taxes on every single Australian. They talk about not burdening future generations. But the fact is that their policies of scrapping net zero and putting their heads in the sand on climate change are the very epitome of handing the burden onto future generations. They'll say one thing when they're talking to business and another thing when they're talking in the House. The Leader of the Opposition this week was speaking to an Australian industry group event, and she described the Treasurer's Economic Reform Roundtable as being, quote, a welcome conversation and, quote, a constructive discussion. And then the Deputy Leader of the Opposition comes in here and tells us that it was a socialist summit. Yep, you got us on that one. The kind of socialist summit where you invite along the Business Council of Australia, ACCI, AIG, COSBOA, a current banker and a former banker or two. The fact is, those opposite talk a lot about spending restraint, but at the last election, their costings revealed deficits $7.9 billion higher over the first 2 years. Bigger deficits, bigger debt, and a $600 billion nuclear plan was what they took to the Australian people last election. You just need to compare the track record to see what coalition rhetoric produces compared to what Labor's delivered in office. Payments as a share of GDP rose under the coalition from 23.9% of GDP in 2012-13 to 26.4% of GDP in 21-22. And payments as a share of GDP were forecast to be above 27% in the 2022 pre-election economic and fiscal outlook. Gross debt as a share of GDP was forecast to peak just under 45% of GDP in the 2022 pre-election economic and fiscal outlook. It is now, thanks to Labor's tough decisions, forecast to peak at around 37% of GDP. We've delivered those surpluses, we've reduced coalition deficits, and debt will now peak lower as a share of GDP than it would have done if the coalition had stayed in office. Debt now is $177 billion lower, saving some $60 billion in interest costs as a consequence. Real payments growth is less than half the average under our predecessors. The budget position has improved by more than $207 billion. We have turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses and almost halved the deficit in our 3rd year. And we've done that while ensuring that the Australian people have seen better economic outcomes. We've kept unemployment low. We have ensured that the minimum wage increases for low-paid Australians. While we're seeing in Canada unemployment of 6.9%, New Zealand 5.1%, the UK 4.7%, here unemployment is sitting at just 4.2%. We've recorded stronger employment growth since the 2022 election than any major advanced economy. We have seen progress made on inflation, which has resulted in interest rates being cut 3 times in 6 months. For a household with a $700,000 mortgage, that means they're saving about $330 a month, or around $4,000 a year. Since Labor came to office, inflation is down, debt is down, real wages are growing, unemployment is low, and interest rates are falling. Now, we know we have more to do, and that's why the Treasurer brought together the Economic Reform Roundtable in the Cabinet Room last week. Along with the Assistant Treasurer, I was pleased to join that 3-day roundtable, a constructive discussion where participants took off their sectional interest hats and put on their national interest hat. Well, maybe with the exception of the Shadow Treasurer. A conversation in which attendees acknowledged the productivity challenge that we face, productivity growth being of the worst in the post-war era, in that decade ending in 2020. We know that we were left with a significant productivity challenge, and we need to turn that around. And in doing so, we can take a leaf from sport. Sport shows us that we don't need to make a trade-off between excellence and fairness. Sport shows us the importance of dynamism, the value of having a lot of different teams competing in a competition. But in some parts of our economy, Deputy Speaker, we have too few firms and market concentration that's gotten worse rather than better. If sport was like some sectors of the economy, we'd have one team, one set of fans and one very bored mascot. Sport teaches us about the importance of inclusion. Sport shows us that by including those who grow up on the wrong side of the tracks, by creating more opportunities for women, by ensuring that people have a chance to play, that we get better results, that those who play enjoy it more, and it's a better result for the fans. And that's the approach that Labor takes when it comes to a productive economy. Our free TAFE program is about inclusion. Our programs to champion more low SES students getting a spot in uni, that's about inclusion too. The work we've done to ensure that aged care workers and early childhood workers are fairly paid is reflected in the understanding that sport is strong when the players are fairly paid. Australia does fabulously well in the sporting field, but it's thanks not just to our sports people, but to the institutions that support them. The Australian Institute of Sport, the great coaches that we have, the talent scouts that are out there, and the sustaining work that we do, making sure that we prevent injury. All of that can teach us about getting a more productive education, health and economic system. Labor is committed to a more productive economy and a more inclusive society.
Give the call to member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Labor's big government dream is coming to fruition with nearly half of the country now relying on public sector jobs, welfare, pensions and government contracts. And we know that this trend is only going to get worse, with 82% of new jobs created in the past 2 years being taxpayer funded. That is a dramatic reversal from over 75% of new jobs being private sector jobs under the last term of the coalition. Absolutely. And look, having low unemployment is a good thing, but it doesn't take a PhD in economics to understand that taxpayer-funded jobs are not the answers. The Treasurer might like to point out to statistics to claim that the economy is strong, but Australians living in the real world know better. Around my electorate, and I'm sure it's the same in your electorates, and I do mean across the floor, that businesses are doing it tough. They're closing their doors at record rates. You get accustomed to seeing vacant signs popping up in increasingly high numbers. And people and businesses out there are hurting. They know that under the Labor government, food has gone up 15%, health up 15%, education up 17%, housing up 19%, rents up 20%, insurance and financial obligations up 20%, and we all know this one because we all feel it, electricity up 39%, and gas is on par 39%. And it's going to be free. It's no wonder people are closing their businesses and not being able to put food on the table after going out and working all week. We now have working poor because of the policies of this government. In the year to June 2025, real wages grew by just 0.3%, with most of that coming from the public sector pay rises. In simple terms, taxpayer Taxpayers are paying for wage growth. If you work in the private sector, that means that you are paying for bureaucrats' increase while your own wage remains flat. How often do you hear that? All the time. And then we see productivity. Productivity has gone backwards under this government by 5.7%. Lowest in 60 years. Small business, the engine room in the economy, is on the brink, with insolvencies up 57% in 12 months. And the Productivity Roundtable Talkfest was just another expense on the taxpayer with predetermined outcomes. It is shameful. We've already seen Labor's idea of the productivity plan. It's called Future Made in Australia, a multi-billion-dollar ad campaign dressed up as a policy. There's nothing productive or visionary about it. It's just old-school Labor, where politicians and bureaucrats pick the winners and taxpayers pick up the bill. What if, instead of another scheme, the government just stopped making things harder? Wouldn't that be nice? What if it paused the relentless red tape and got out of the way of business and let private sector lead on jobs and innovation, which they do so well? We on this side of the floor know this. You don't raise living standards by raising taxes. You don't raise living standards by raising the cost of doing business. You don't raise living standards by raising the burden on future generations. Australia's prosperity has always come from the hard work of entrepreneurs, innovators, small business and individual workers who get up every day and get on with the job, not from the hand of government. The Coalition will back those who take risks, reward effort and investment, and clear the path for the private sector to thrive. This is the only way to truly lift wages, ease costs of living pressures and build lasting prosperity. Yeah.
And I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. Wages are rising, unlike those opposite who kept wages deliberately low for 10 years, hurting working families, hurting the households that they proclaim to get over the line. Why? Where does that money go? Our children have been locked out of the housing market. That is the best part of economic development, owning your own home. For 10 years, didn't even bother to have a housing minister. We've built more homes in the last 3 years than the Coalition did in 10. There's 490 social and affordable housing homes being built in Cairns right now. By the end of 2026, that number will top 500. You want to talk about households? We're building them. We're building them for people to live in, for people to build their lives, for people to participate in the economy and make their time here on this planet better. That's what Labor does. We think about the people and the people impact the economy. You want to talk about economy? I'm the basketball player, but I understand supply and demand, so we're addressing supply. You look at our cheaper renewables, the batteries, home batteries, guess what that produces? Demand. There we go, economic management. But if you're looking at it more closely, interest rates, they're lower. Unemployment remains low and steady. Tax cuts for everybody, wages are going up, childcare is getting cheaper, healthcare is getting cheaper. We are building more roads, including $7.2 billion on the main artery in Queensland, the Bruce Highway, which will include improve transportation, reduce costs and make sure we don't have so many problems during the wet season. That, by any definition, is good economic management. Yeah. Surpluses. A lot is made of surpluses. We've had two. Well, the opposition, they had the merchandise. They had some cups. Get a T-shirt. I can wear an NBA T-shirt, doesn't mean I played in it. It's always good to wear the shirts that you actually earn. The clean energy policy is an investment in our future, Australia's future, our children's future. It will create real jobs, real opportunity, manufacturing jobs in places that need them most. Because where are the most renewables? The regions. We got the most wind, we got the most sun, we got the most space, we got the most water. The regions will lead the way in a renewable energy tidal wave that will take Australia into the 21st century, not looking backwards, not trying to prop up ageing and failing coal stations, not thinking about nuclear. The most expensive form of electricity. What was it, an $1,800 increase that every single Australian would pay for a nuclear ambition that was 20 years in the future? I'll be 65. My children will have bought their own houses. Well, they'll build their own houses because of a 5% deposit. They wouldn't have built their own houses if those opposite had their way, but they'd have less super. They'd have been on their knees. But we are preparing them for a great future. We're delivering them the economy that they deserve and the one that they can thrive in. Deliberately, wages were kept low, hurting people, but we've enshrined penalty rates. So when I go back to Cairns tonight and I go and have a beer with some mates on the weekend, I know that the bloke serving me the beer is being paid properly. He's giving up his Sunday so I can enjoy mine. But the best thing about that beer, it's cheaper. Everybody loves cheaper beer. It's going down great guns in the far north. So I'll be having a cheaper beer from a bloke that I know is getting paid well as he saves up for a 5% deposit for his first home. What a great day. We know that the job is not done. We know that there's more work to do. But while those opposite were workshopping clever nicknames, I noticed Nuclear Man didn't get a run. We're getting on with the job. We were voted in to lead and build Australia's future.
I will remind the member for Leichhardt and others to use correct titles in the chamber, and I give the call to member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is so important for the next generation of Australians that this parliament understands the importance of fiscal prudence. Because when it comes down to it, when governments borrow from the future, what they do is not just pump prime the economy today, but they indebt future generations. They then increase taxes on future generations. But in addition to that, they then add on inflation today. So when you see an uptick in inflation, as people are right now, and we saw that in the data this week, that is because this government is spending too much money. State and federal governments simply can't contain themselves. And when they do that, you pay the price today, you pay the price tomorrow, your children pay the price, and your children and your grandchildren will continue to pay the price into the future. And all because not just they can't manage money today, but in addition to that, they can't figure out and they're not prepared to invest in the reform this country desperately needs to build out the future economic growth that it desperately needs right now. It is hard. I am not going to try and pretend otherwise. But people elect governments to take responsibility, to stand up to the moment, and to choose to be part of building Australia's future. And that is not what they are stepping up to the occasion to do. So their only solution is to try and spend their way out of their present problems and indebt future generations in the process. And it's even worse than that, Deputy Speaker, because the legacy of where we are now is only likely to compound. While we've had this government engage in victory laps every step of the way to date, it has not ended the problems of inflation. We've had the Treasurer out there saying the problem's over, we've reached the peak, it's all over. The data is increasingly showing that's not the case. And in fact, because they haven't addressed the root cause problems that are now confronting the economy, they are going to compound. We have a problem where we have centralised wage fixing, and that is going to make it harder to get economic growth. Because of that, it's going to be harder for Australians to get jobs. But when you have centralised wage fixing, when you have a problem of low productivity, it only leads to one thing, which is higher inflation, higher interest rates and higher unemployment. That is a disaster for Australia today and a disaster for Australia into the future and for future generations. This stuff matters because we are all going to live with the consequences of it into the future. So now is a time for the adults to stand up and to take responsibility. But instead what we have, and we've just seen it now in the question time right only a few moments ago, where the Prime Minister, every time he was confronted with a difficult question, deflected and said things were either above politics or then tried to deflect and run interference for his ministers who couldn't answer questions. And that's what's so disappointing. Whatever I think of the current Prime Minister or his government, there is a simple reality. He has been given a very large majority and been entrusted by the Australian people with an opportunity to do something significant. And at the moment, they are not meeting that trust. And my hope is that they will actually do something great for this country because the Australian people need them to do something great for this country. Instead, what they're doing is creating future subprime problems in our mortgage market. They're making it harder for future generations to be able to go on and buy their own home. They're taking money that young generations desperately need for saving to be able to go towards their deposit for their first home and putting it into savings accounts, while the evidence increasingly shows that people have too much money in their super, but they're not having enough for their savings for their first home. Their priorities are wrong because every bit of their decision-making is focused on how they can empower themselves and control Australians, not empower Australians. Now, Deputy Speaker, there is one other matter that I want to raise, and I'm saying this with generosity. During the 90-second section before question time, I asked to table some documents, and includes an ANU study that focused on the homophobia directed towards politicians, which, by the way, included homophobia directed towards people like Senator Wong. I asked for leave, with generosity, to table that study as well as other documents. And I am again asking politely to table those documents. I seek leave to table the documents.
Is leave granted? And I would... Leave is being sought, and I'm asking the government member at the dispatch box, is leave being granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's all right.
Member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to respond to this matter of public importance as raised by the member for Fairfax. His MPI claims that the Albanese Labor government's so-called spending spree is harming households, which honestly baffles my mind. The truth could not be further from this claim. When we came to office in 2022, we had inherited from those opposite $1 trillion of Liberal debt, deficits as far as the eye could see, and a budget weighted down with waste, rorts and mismanagement. Since then, the Albanese Labor government, our government, has turned the nation's finances around, doing so while putting cost of living relief at the centre of its agenda. In only 3 budgets, we've delivered 2 surpluses, which would be unknown to those opposite. We turned around more than $207 billion of budget deficit, reduced the projected debt by $177 billion, saving Australians $60 billion in interest payments that would otherwise have gone to the banks. It's amazing what you can do with that extra $60 billion when you're not giving it to banks. A Labor government has achieved this while carefully restraining its spending. Real payments have grown under Labor. We're doing it at 1.7% a year, less than half the average of what it was under the Coalition. In contrast, those opposite have not found a single dollar to save in their last budgets. But, Deputy Speaker, numbers on a balance sheet are not the measure that matters the most. What matters to us, to Labor, is the impact on families, on workers, pensioners and young people, particularly for me in communities like Bass. In Bass, households were under severe pressure from global and other factors beyond the government's direct control. But the question for Bass households that I get asked is simple. Is our government helping to ease this burden, or is it leaving them to fend for themselves? And I'm very proud to say that we are helping. How are we doing it? Well, since July 1st this year, 8 new measures have come into effect that have put real dollars back into household budgets. Minimum and award wages have been increased. The superannuation guarantee went up again, building stronger retirements. Energy bill relief is flowing to households across the country, building again on the work that Labor has been doing since 2022. We've cut the cost of medicines twice. We've introduced 60-day prescriptions and boosted bulk billing incentives and freezing PBS co-payments. For families in Bass, those changes are not abstract. They've saved them real money at the pharmacy counter. Since 2022, cheaper medicine reforms have saved people in Bass alone more than $9 million. Across Tasmania, it's $32 million that has been saved. That's money that would otherwise have come out of family budgets every single time a script was filled. You can't tell me that that doesn't make a difference. You cannot tell me that that does not matter. We've also delivered cheaper childcare, free TAFE, and expanded paid parental leave. And these are not luxuries, they're essential supports that help families to get ahead and to keep our economy strong. This is not wasted money. It is planned for and it is important. And how we're helping with those costs today, we're also focusing on that future. In energy, in skills, in healthcare, in infrastructure, the building blocks of long-term productivity and prosperity. Those opposite may want to talk about a so-called spending spree. But we wouldn't have to be spending this much money if they had done their job. What they don't want to talk about is their record. The $1 trillion of debt. Nothing to show for it. 9 years of stagnant wages. Missed opportunities on energy, on skills and on health. The economy was weaker and more vulnerable and with fewer tools to actually help households. In contrast, our government, the Albanese Labor government, has delivered responsible economic management and real help with the cost of living. Inflation is in the target band. Wages have been growing. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created. You cannot tell me that does not make a difference. Deputy Speaker, people in Bass didn't vote for more of the same old cuts and excuses. They voted for action on cost of living. They voted for a government that backs them in, and that is exactly what Labor is delivering.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the take-home message from this matter of public importance this afternoon is very simple, and it's an important message for all of us in this place to remember. And that is government spending and government decisions impact the lives of everyday Australians. It is more than fair for all of us on this side this afternoon to draw a clear line between what this Labor government have done over the last 3 years and the way that everyday Australians feel about their lives and their hip pockets. And there's many examples of how they feel about their hip pockets and the bills that are landing in the mailbox. And one example is in relation to mortgage expenses. Because as a result of government spending, inflation stayed too high for too long. And the impact of that is that the Reserve Bank's hands are tied. There's only one mechanism that they can use to try and counteract what the Treasurer does, and that is to keep interest rates higher for longer. And what does this mean for everyday Australians? It means that every single month the average mortgage holder is paying about $1,800 more on their mortgage than what they did when Labor first came to office in 2022. But there are other markers that Australians are feeling about why this Labor government is actually failing them and their families. Electricity prices up by 39%, gas up by 39%, rents 20%, education 17%. And I was recently contacted by a mother whose got some children in daycare at Hope Island in my electorate, and they explained that their daycare costs have now gone up by 25%, 25% over 2 years. Now, at the last election, you would believe nothing other than the fact that Labor would deliver cheaper childcare. But the reality is so much different to that for every average Australian. Now, a few words on our Treasurer. In the last 3 years, Labor has added $100 billion to the national debt. We'll hit $1 trillion this year and $1.2 trillion by the time the next election rolls round. The Treasurer is planning a decade of deficits, and now he has really one option that's in his sights, and that's to come after everyday Australians to help him pay for it. Now, we know that the Treasurer wants to etch himself in the history books. He wants to be on the mugs and the tea towels out there in the parliamentary shop. But no other Treasurer has sat on that bench and been responsible for a higher level of national debt. Now, that is an achievement not to be proud of. So after 3 years, the Treasurer offered up a 3-day think tank. But that wasn't even real, it was staged, because we know that big government, big unions and big super had already decided what the outcome was going to be. Everything was already in the newspapers. We read about it. The Coalition has clearly outlined markers for success, and Labor has failed them. You don't raise living standards by raising taxes. You don't raise living standards by raising the cost of doing business, and you don't raise living standards by raising the burden on future generations. The Treasurer wants you to believe he is careful with the nation's finances, but he has thrown out the budget rulebook so he can go on a spending spree at every Australian's expense. He's given himself a credit card and it's got no limit, but the bill is going to be paid by every Australian. The ultimate buy now, pay later scheme, but with a repayment plan that's dumped on every Australian household. Over the last 3 years, Labor has racked up debt equivalent to every man, woman and child having a debt of $4,000. Australians deserve better, and the government's two strategies of debt and taxes are not a recipe for success.
Member for Brisbane has a call.
Deputy Speaker, Australians spoke pretty loudly at the last election, and the makeup of the chamber pretty much tells that story. And why? Because they wanted to see cost of living pressures reduced. They didn't want to see a $600 billion nuclear fantasy, which is incidentally a very big spend. And during the campaign, I think many members in this House would agree that cost of living was the #1 issue, and in my electorate it didn't matter whether it was Seb who was studying at university or the young couple trying to buy a house, or even retired Ray who was gardening when I dropped by. And our #1 priority was helping Australians with the cost of living, raising the standard of living, and we make no apologies for that. Let's look at what we've already done. Tax cuts for every Australian, $300 in energy bill relief for every Australian household and $325 for small business. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive, restored bulk billing to 11 million Australians, creating an additional 6 million bulk billed GP visits. We've delivered cheaper medicines at a cost of $25. We've cut student debt. We've delivered free TAFE. We've delivered cheaper childcare. We've delivered real wage increases for Australian workers. Not only did we see 3 consecutive pay rises for Australian workers on awards, we also delivered pay rises for aged care and early childhood education care workers. And who does this greatly benefit? Women, because women make up the majority of workers in those sectors. But wait, Deputy Speaker, there is more on the way. We will deliver new tax cuts for every taxpayer, we will deliver more energy bill relief, and we'll wipe 20% off student debt. Well, that's happening right now. We will deliver the biggest boost to Medicare, delivering those extra GP visits I mentioned. We're expanding the growing network of Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, including one in Brisbane. We're making free TAFE permanent, and we're delivering affordable childcare close to home. And in case you missed it, we're building the biggest ever house build. We want more Australians into their own home. We'll give first home buyers access to that 5% deposit, which will start in October, and invest $10 billion to build up to 100,000 homes for sale to first home buyers only. We're making the tax system simpler by delivering 1,000 instant tax deductions, and we're delivering our cheaper home batteries program to help with energy cost relief. We've also legislated to protect penalty rates in awards, and that went through today, and I'm very proud of that. And we're ensuring that the wages of around 3 million workers do not go backwards, like it did under the opposition. The Shadow Treasurer hasn't really learned anything from the election results. Australians made it loud and clear that they wanted action on cost of living. And on this side of the House, we believe in helping one another when the opposition over there would rather focus on cuts. When Australians are hurting, it's the role of government to step in when we can. Now, let me just remind those opposite of their record when they left office. As the Minister highlighted and others before me, Australia's budget was at its weakest point under the former Morrison-Joyce government. The coalition inflicted immense economic damage and inflation on Australian households and families. Their shameful record of waste and rorts led to skyrocketing inflation and interest rates. Households were under immense stress and pressure to make ends meet. Yet, the coalition continued to spend and mismanage Australia's finances. Despite this pressure on households, the Morrison government still decided on tax cuts that left behind people earning less than $45,000 a year or less. Where did their tax cuts want to go? They went to the rich, those who did not need it the most. Households were simply forgotten by the former coalition government. So, here we are today. Under Labor, more households are working and earning more, and they're keeping more of what they earn. Under this government, real wages are up, superannuation is strengthening, inflation is down, unemployment is low, and incomes are growing. We won't be lectured by those opposite on how to lift living standards, nor on economic management. Your record speaks for itself, because what we do, to use the member's words, what we do matters.
And I give the call to member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have heard a fair bit of dribble in this discussion of matter of public importance, and it's no wonder. We've got the member for Leichhardt and the member for Bass. I appreciate they're new members, but they've got basketball backgrounds. The member for Leichhardt played the game at the highest level in Australia, and the member for Bass indeed was a basketball coach, and well done to them both for that. Sport is healthy and basketball's a fantastic sport, but when you come into the chamber on an MPI, just make sure, don't always take the talking points that you're given by the dirt unit of the Labor Party and just spout them in the chamber, because sometimes you might get led astray. Sometimes your pass might be misplaced. And we heard the member for Leichhardt talking about the tidal wave of green energy projects in regional Australia, suggesting that this was a good thing. Let me tell you, if he visits the Riverina, he will hear completely the opposite, because those green energy projects are going to hurt, and they are already hurting the lives and livelihoods of my constituents. And the member for Bass talked about the $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt. I just might remind the member for Bass that it was the Liberal National Party. We are in a coalition. I appreciate she acknowledges that. But when there's talk about the $1 trillion, member for Fenner, just be quiet for a moment, you might learn something too. When Labor members talk about the $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt, to quote them, I just want to refer them to the RMIT ABC fact check of Monday, 8 May 2023. Now, this is the ABC. This isn't me. This isn't the Liberal or National Party talking points unit, but they say this. When we refer to An April 13, 2023 interview with Sky News, Treasurer Jim Chalmers, I'm reading here, I know he's the member for Rankin, but he said he was concerned, quote, about the cost of servicing that $1 trillion in Liberal debt that we inherited from our predecessors. That's what he said. And the ABC fact-check investigated. Mr Chalmers' claim is spin, the fact-check said. When the Coalition left office in March 2022, Labor was left with $888 billion of gross debt. Appreciate it's a big number. Or $517 billion of net debt. Listen to this one. But while most of that debt was accrued during the Coalition's term, a sizable chunk was inherited from the previous Labor government. Labor's share amounted to either 25% of gross debt, $218 billion, or 31% of net debt, $161 billion. Quote, in neither case did this represent a tiny fraction of the total. Now, what the member for Bass, and I appreciate she's a new member, but what she would know, what she should know, and what the member for Fenner will be able to know, because he was here at the time, is that there was a global pandemic. We had to address the most challenging of times where we kept small businesses open. Please just, I sat in silence while you had your contributions. Please give me the respect to do the same to me. We had... No, I didn't interject.
Okay,
please, I didn't. Because trust me, the Deputy Speaker would have told me to be quiet.
You've got about a minute and 20 seconds to behave and get to the end of this moment. So over to you, Member for Riverina.
Thank you. And these were challenging times, and money needed to be spent, and money was spent, not only to keep the doors of business open, but indeed to keep people alive. And when we talk about keeping the doors of business open, here's a number which doesn't need fact-checking, 29,521. And that is between June 2022 and March 2025, while Labor's been in government, according to ASIC, the corporate regulator, that's the number of businesses that have gone broke, gone insolvent. And we talk about housing, the number of construction companies that have gone to the wall. And I have to say, when we talk of spending, in the last 3 years, Labor's added $100 billion more, probably, to the national debt. We'll hit $1 trillion this year, and that will be on Labor's watch, $1.2 trillion by the next election. And when we think about the jobs that have been created, they have been on the public purse, and what they have done is add to compliance for businesses. This is hurting the economy. This is hurting everyday households. This is forcing prices up. And so when you're given the talking points by the Labor Dirt Unit, just do your own fact-checking and know that they're not right.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. The opposition would have us believe that this government is in a reckless spending spree. But let us be clear. What they call a spree, families in my electorate call a lifeline. Before entering this place, I was the CEO of the Nappy Collective. That work started with a simple idea: to collect nappies when children had grown out of them or toilet trained too quickly and pass them on to families in crisis. Families looking for help because of the crushing weight of the cost of living pressures following years of Liberal, Nationals, cuts and attacks on workers. Parents who were unable to afford essentials. We all do our best for our children, but what if, at even your best, you can't provide them with a clean nappy? Not because of a crisis, but because of rising costs that had pushed them to the edge. And the failure of minimum wage to keep pace, that is the reality outside this chamber. And that is why this government has chosen action over slogans, responsibility over scare campaigns. From the 1st of July, every household in Australia will see another $150 taken off their power bills. That relief matters when you are sitting at the kitchen table wondering how to pay the next bill. We have delivered a 3.5% pay rise for millions of Australians on minimum and award wages. These are workers who spent every cent on food, housing, school costs, not luxuries, but basics like nappies. And this government is making sure their wages keep pace with the cost of living. We have extended paid parental leave to 24 weeks, and for the very first time, super will be paid on parental leave. That does not just help families in the here and now, it means long-term financial security, especially for women who often retire with less. We are making sure student nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives are paid during their practical placements. Young people training for those critical professions will no longer have to choose between gaining experience and paying their bills. We are strengthening Medicare with a $1.8 billion boost for hospitals, new rebates for longer consultations and better care for women's health. We have just spent the week speaking about how the cost of prescriptions will come down, because good health care should not depend on your bank balance, and women's pain should never be dismissed or ignored. It's not just about cost of living, it's about the quality of life you live. And we are backing ambition with support for apprenticeships in housing and construction, with discounts on home batteries to permanently lower power bills. And we will continue to provide help for small businesses to invest and grow. Speaker, this is not a spending spree. This is a government stepping in responsibly and carefully to make sure families do not fall through the cracks. When I think of the parents who came to the Nappy Collective for the first time, parents who never thought they would be in that position, I know exactly why these measures matter. They mean fewer families pushed to the point of desperation. They mean a little more breathing room. They mean dignity. Those opposite can talk all they like about numbers on a page. On this side, we will keep talking about the people behind those numbers, the families, the workers, the students, the small businesses who need and deserve a government that has their back. This is not about ideology, it's about compassion, it's about security and it's about fairness. And that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. Seriously, those opposite have no idea what families are going through. The choice is clear. Labor delivers relief and responsibility. The Liberals and Nationals deliver nothing but defects, debt and cuts.
The time for this discussion has now concluded, and I have a message from the Senate returning the Fair Work Amendment Protecting Penalty and Overtime Rates Bill 2025, yes, without amendment. I believe we are seeking to table report.
Deputy Speaker, I thought there was a message from the Senate.
I've done the message from the Senate. Gosh.
Just over here,
Message is done, so now's your time to shine, Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 1, 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Thank you. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I present the committee's advisory report on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 1, 2025. ASIO Amendment Bill No. 1 proposes a single change to the ASIO Act, extend the operation of the ASIO compulsory questioning warrant framework for a further 18 months, from September 2025 to March 2027. While Bill No. 1 proposes only a time extension, the concurrently introduced ASIO Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025 seeks to make the compulsory questioning framework a permanent part of ASIO's intelligence gathering powers and other more comprehensive reforms. The PJCIS has already adopted an inquiry in relation to Bill No. 2. The extension of sunsetting proposed in Bill number 1 would allow the committee to complete an in-depth review of ASIO's compulsory questioning powers that had commenced in the previous parliament, drawing on evidence to that review and inviting new evidence to the Bill number 2 inquiry. The committee looks forward to completing a full inquiry into the existing powers and proposed amendments in Bill number 2 and reporting to Parliament in due course. Bill number 1 has already passed the House with bipartisan support and is now before the Senate. The committee recommends that the bill be passed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Housing Australia Act 2018, Housing Australia Investment Mandate Amendment, delivering on our 2025 election commitment direction 2025, resumption of debate on the motion and that the House take note of the report.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it is the great dream of every Australian to own their own home. And this is so crucially important. Having a roof over your head and owning it yourself has to be the aspiration of Australians, particularly those who obviously are working, paying taxes and have aspirations. But it's becoming more and more difficult. And it was really interesting to read in The Australian yesterday the highly respected Robert Gottliebsen's piece headed "Government Charges Pushing New Home Costs Above Market Value." And he gave the government some credit in the introductory sentence, saying the Albanese government's first home buyer scheme will help a lot of younger Australians gain a dwelling, and that's the first good step, but it does not address the fundamental problem. And he is so right. In many areas of the dwelling market, the cost of building, he continued, fuelled by government taxes plus construction costs, has risen to a point where on a bricks and mortar comparison it's cheaper to buy an existing dwelling than to build a new one. And I appreciate that, but also the fact that so many construction companies are going to the wall, pardon the pun. They truly are. They can't build a wall because they're going bankrupt, and indeed it is becoming more and more difficult. The demolition, again pardon the pun, of the Australian Building and Construction Commission in the first term of this government took away the regular cop on the beat as far as construction working sites going. And then, of course, we've got, particularly in apartments, a militant union movement adding, as Robert Gottliebsen said, cost uncertainty, particularly in Brisbane, according to his article. And he talked about the gap between market value and building costs, making banks nervous about lending. But then you consider the Daily Telegraph report back on 31 July, where it reported that construction firms are falling like dominoes, with insolvencies almost tripling in a decade. And this is casting considerable doubt over New South Wales, my home state's plan to build hundreds of thousands of new homes. In fact, the figure is 377,000 new homes. That was the plan by 2029 under the National Housing Accord. But then consider the number of construction companies failing, the number of construction companies going into liquidation. In 2024-25 financial year, this increased to a historic high of 1,567, up from 611 in 2014-15. Now, that data comes from the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, and industry leaders are very worried. All well and good for Labor to come in here and talking about the Housing Australia Investments Mandate Amendment, all well and good for them to crow about the fact that Labor's building 1.2 million homes. That's the plan. Well, I've said it many times, good luck with that. And I do genuinely mean good luck with that, because with construction companies failing by the numbers that I mentioned, it is going to be so difficult. What Labor needs to do is reduce compliance on business. It is crucial that the government does this. We've already seen nearly 30,000 small businesses go into bankruptcy under this government. Many of them are in the construction space. It is so hard. And I know that Labor's talking up the importance of tertiary, and yeah, it's fine to have a university education, but Labor, and they go on about free TAFE, and that's a misnomer too, but what about the relief help for tradies, for sparkies, for chippies, for brickies? It's just not there. If Labor wants to do something in the housing space, it needs to address much better the cost of living pressures on so many Australians, so many Australian families, those Australians who once had the idea, the dream, the aspiration of owning their own home, which is off into the never. It's becoming almost an impossible dream. And, you know, we've got buyer's agent Diane Clemgood describing the current housing market as limited and madness. And it is. And it truly is. And Labor is doing very little about it. This is just a folly.
So the question is the document be noted. I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Talking about madness from the member for Riverina, I would say that we are working on cost of living, and one of the things that we could do to actually help households is help with their wages. And what I would say is that the Coalition's policy in the last government was to keep wages deliberately low. That's unacceptable, and that's not what Australians want. They want to earn more and keep more of what they earn so they can get into the housing market. And Labor has been throwing everything that it can, putting it on the table to make sure that we are making tangible differences to the lives of everyday Australians. And it is clear that that was shown at the ballot box on election day earlier this year. So I am thrilled to have the opportunity to speak on this bill and welcome our policy of a 5% deposit for all first home buyers, and it adds to a list of proud achievements that Labor has been working on. This includes the Housing Australia Future Fund, $10 billion to ensure that we have a steady stream of social and affordable housing, and we will not waste a decade like the Coalition did. We also have the National Housing Accord. This is a plan of bringing all state and territory governments together to make sure that we have a vision for the housing supply that we need. That will be 1.2 million homes by 2030, but as a part of that, we also committed $350 million to build 10,000 homes. We also have the Help to Buy scheme, $6.3 billion. We're backing home buyers with shared equity. We also have the Social Housing Accelerator, another $2 billion to help refurbish homes and provide new homes to the states and territories. And we even have Crisis and Transitional Accommodation Fund, which is $100 million, which is for women and children experiencing family and domestic violence, and also older women at risk of homelessness, which is one of the fastest groups that we have of our communities that are experiencing homelessness. Also, I have to commend the Minister for Housing, because we are a government that not only makes commitments, not only do we set out a time frame, we also sometimes over-deliver. And so rather than this scheme of a 5% deposit starting on the 1st of January, we have brought it forward to the 1st of October. And we are doing that because we want to get people into their own homes sooner. This is what we do when we have a keen and active cabinet that is working on the problems of everyday Australians. Over 180,000 first home buyers have already benefited from our 5% deposit scheme. 1 million households received nearly a 50% increase in rent assistance. 500,000 homes have been built since we came into office, and 28,000 social and affordable homes are in planning or construction. The thing that this deposit, this new rule does, it basically means that you don't have to save up for a 20% deposit, which can take such a long time. and we uncapped the scheme so this can be something that's available for all first home buyers. And for single parents, we are continuing the family home guarantee that will help them buy a home with as little as 2%. And it reminds me of my dear friend who I studied with at Murdoch University. We were studying community development, and she was living in social housing and was working hard to provide for her family, her daughter, and the sense of having a secure roof over her head was important. She graduated from university, got an excellent job with her new master's degree, and was so excited to have the opportunity to have housing permanently over her family's roof and over their heads for the rest of their lives. And this is what Labor governments do, right? But let's think about it. If we think about the opposition's time in power, there was a total neglect of social and affordable housing. There was no national coordination or leadership. There was a wasted decade of reform on planning and regulation. There was contempt of renters and a failure to act in the middle of a rental crisis. And there was a wasted decade of potential federal impact on housing. It's kind of funny because there was also a period of time where there was no housing minister, which I think is quite extraordinary. I'm surprised that Scott Morrison didn't declare himself the secret minister for housing as well. This is probably our number one issue. That would have actually been maybe useful, but didn't clock that, right? So we inherited a mess. And so the thing that I'd say that we are working systematically on this, and some of these policies will take time to implement, and there'll be a time lag because it takes time to build houses. But we're even working on how quickly we can build houses, from fast-tracking trade skills that we need, also making fee-free TAFE legislated forever. And so we are doing everything that we can. It's interesting because the Coalition in their time neglected social affordable housing because they did not value it. They did not value people having a roof over their head. They built less than 400 homes in government, and they promised to cut our investments if elected. They attacked the Housing Australia Future Fund, forming a coalition with the Greens, which would have meant that a $10 million fund locking in social housing for the long term could not be implemented. Then, after delaying it for months and the latest talking points that it's not moving fast enough, they attacked the National Housing Accord, a milestone for federal leadership and a collaboration with the states. This is what the Labor governments do. We work with others, and the Productivity Roundtable showed that as well. The Coalition delayed the Help to Buy scheme, accusing us of wanting to own other people's homes, never mind the real people living in their own real homes right now like it. They committed to cutting a $2 billion social housing accelerator, which saw us in coordination of the injection of funds straight to the states. I said, if the Liberal government wasted a decade on planning and regulation with no planning reform, that's quite sad. So out of our summit that we held the week before Parliament, we had agreement and committed actions on real planning reforms and building environmental regulations fit for purpose and freezing the building code with agreements across sectors. This is something that we're doing because we know that it is really important that we get as many homes built as quickly as possible. The Liberal contempt for housing is as old as the Howard years, and it's the same thing, and it's clear today. It made for a great question time moment where there was this exchange between John Howard and a radio presenter called Phyllis. The presenter said, "You said no one's complained to you about the rising increase in the value of their home. Let me be the first to complain. People like myself are actually being forced to face the possibility that we may be renting for the rest of our lives because getting into it." Prime Minister, do you own a home? Presenter, no, I rent. Prime Minister, no, well, I'm sorry. I was talking about the people who own a home. I did, to be fair, I did make that point. I said I haven't found anybody who owns a home to complain to me about the value that it has gone up. Then Phyllis called in, showing her sense of intergenerational fairness, and she said, we're on a pension and we would like to sell our home and go into a unit or a townhouse or something. But we can't do that because if we do that, we're going to spend the whole amount on the townhouse or a unit and we'll have nothing left over that we need to do. So we're stuck. So the Prime Minister said, look, Phyllis, what I said is not everybody was sitting on a nest egg. I said people had not complained about their value of their house going up. Well, you're not actually complaining. What you're really saying is that the value of your house hasn't gone up enough. Phyllis says, no, I disagree. I think it's ridiculous that the inflation of house prices. What about our grandchildren? The Prime Minister, well, look, this is a valid point and I've acknowledged that. I'm not saying that there aren't problems for people buying their first home, but you have to look at it in terms of both the existing homeowners and future homeowners. And what we have to try and do, and you have quite rightly identified in relation to your grandchildren, is find ways of mitigating the costs to get into your first home. Well, Prime Minister John Howard, we're onto it. We're acting, and this new scheme is a way of getting new first home buyers into their home sooner, faster, better.
Thank you. And it being almost 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, our country continues to be shaken by revelations of systemic and institutional abuse against women and children. Stories continue to surface in our childcare centres, our armed forces, our schools, our aged care facilities and in our homes. This fact should be deeply uncomfortable for us and a constant reminder that while countless hours have gone into royal commissions, inquiries and strategies to end this epidemic of violence, we cannot afford to lose momentum. For instance, in Tasmania, the inquiry into child sexual abuse in institutions laid bare a harrowing history of suffering. The testimony from victim survivors, whistleblowers and advocates were courageous and confronting. Yes, yet this issue and the resulting recommendations for change were noticeably thin on the ground in the lead-up to the recent 2025 Tasmanian election. Now, it could be that the solutions are so universally agreed upon that it no longer needed public discussion. But history doesn't give me confidence, and the costs of complacency are much too high. Remember, as recently as 2024, police reporting showed 644 sexual assault cases and over 5,600 family violence incidents just in Tasmania alone. And we know, sadly, that cases like these are underreported, so the true numbers are certainly even higher. Now, Deputy Speaker, with all the inquiries and declarations and statements about ending violence against women and children within a generation, I think we are hopeful that when someone finds the courage to speak out against violence in 2025, that they would be met with support and care, that speaking up would mark the beginning of safety and healing. But sadly, this is still often not the reality. Instead, victim survivors confront systems that are ill-prepared to receive them or, in fact, turn against them. For instance, income and child support systems become weaponised, and AI and digital technologies are used to track and harass. No wonder legal, counselling and emergency support services are increasingly stretched to breaking point in their attempt to simply meet demand. Even in the here and now, I hear stories of women who have spoken up but are then met with systems that are too often re-traumatising, while young people under 18 often have no clear pathway whatsoever to seek help if they are experiencing domestic or intimate partner violence. The reality is that the systems and supports created decades ago for those seeking refuge or healing from violence are now under-resourced and overwhelmed by the growing demand. Demand which is driven by welcome cultural awareness and societal change, but still needs corresponding investment. It is patently outrageous, for example, that women's legal service lawyers are paid less than lawyers in community legal centres. What's more, organisations are calling out for stability because, quite simply, to plan effectively and adapt their services, they require adequate funding and long-term contracts. Speaker, this need for long-term investment is especially urgent in Tasmania, which has a second highest rate of sexual violence in the country, yet receives the lowest state government funding contribution to domestic, family and sexual violence. Doesn't the Tasmanian state government even understand the simple premise that healing cannot happen on scraps and good intentions? Clearly not, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what's also needed is our schools, workplaces and institutions to proactively reshape the environments they operate in to support our most vulnerable. Institutional transparency and accountability is fundamental, and every level of government needs to work towards more flexible and adaptive systems. Moreover, every service that victim survivors go to for support must be built on trauma-informed practices and guided by lived experience advocates. And finally, Deputy Speaker, we need to finally stop waiting for a crisis to motivate change. Surely enough victim survivors have shared their trauma already to ensure that we know already how to improve the future. Surely it's now the responsibility of all of us in power to transparently get on and relentlessly challenge misogyny, victim blaming and discriminatory practices wherever they thrive. Frankly, the burden and responsibility of reform needs to shift from victim survivors. Yes, their voices and lived experiences must be central, but it's the job of decision makers to take responsibility for driving structural reform, cultural transformation and to restoring systems that have failed too many for far too long. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to, the member for Macarthur.
Okay, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a very busy couple of weeks in the Macarthur electorate recently, especially for those with an interest in health-related matters, with visits from the Special Envoy for Men's Health, Dan Repicoli, the member for Hunter, the Minister for the NDIS, Senator Jenny McAllister, and Assistant Minister for Mental Health, Emma McBride, and we've had a great time. Firstly, Minister McAllister joined me to meet with the terrific teams at Little Orange Studios, Campbelltown Arts Centre and Macarthur Disability Services. We began our day at Little Orange Studios, which is a studio based out of the Campbelltown Arts Centre, where they provide services for people who have disabilities, including people with hearing loss, a vision impairment or intellectual disability and autism. The Arts Centre not only provides a space for these creative individuals, and you can find their artwork proudly on display and for sale in the Arts Centre shop, but following this they also do get lessons in art and in social engagement, and it's really a great service for the people of Macarthur with disabilities. Then we visited the incredible team at Macarthur Disability Services at their Campbelltown office. I've worked with MDS for the last 40 years in their continuing long track record of providing supports for people with disabilities to get into the workforce, to train in a whole range of areas from hospitality to working in factories, to transport, etc. And they've done a great job for many, many years. And I'm very proud of their work and the way they work to make sure patients of mine with disability can get into the workforce once they leave school. And I'm very proud of their work. MDS now have an array of centres around Macarthur which provide those living with a disability the ability to learn very important skills and supports. The Minister and I were treated to some terrific cups of coffee made by their in-house cafe team, who learn barista, service and waiting skills, helping them gain the experience to take into the world of hospitality. And I thank Minister McAllister for her visit. The Assistant Minister for Mental Health, Emma McBride, then visited the soon-to-be completed Medicare Mental Health Centre in the heart of Campbelltown, the first of its kind in our region, and an incredibly important initiative which will allow people on a walk-in basis to get access to mental health care, which will form an important link between those in the community with mental health issues and our hospital services, and provide services at a time and a place where people can access it. The centre is going to be staffed with mental health social workers, nurses, peer support workers, mental health workers, and will have access to psychiatry services, etc. It's very close to Campbelltown Station and very close to our hospital. It gets even better because it will provide free walk-in mental health services across the board and across the age spectrum, including for children, adolescents and adults. It's a big win for Macarthur, as individuals of all ages, incomes and backgrounds will be able to access care. And then, last week, we welcomed the Special Envoy for Men's Health and expert beard grower, Dan Repicoli. I was a bit put back when we were talking to the students up on the stage, and Dan did tell the students that if I'd eaten my vegetables when I was a kid, I would have been as tall as him. But he really provided a great insight to those kids and to their teachers and to their parents about men's health and how that starts in childhood and how they can have healthy bodies and healthy minds in the future. Dan's role is unfortunately ever increasingly important as men of all ages struggle with mental health and physical health. And we do need to make sure our kids are well prepared for the adult life that they will face. The kids loved it, and we also afterwards, beforehand had met with Lee Ninham, a local Campbelltown champion of men's health, who runs our Mr Perfect barbecues on weekends to help men with mental health issues get out of their houses and into social interaction and supports in our community. It was a great week for Macarthur. I really thank all three of both the ministers and Dan for coming to my electorate. We had great fun, but we also were able to deliver some really important services to the Macarthur electorate, which I'm very proud of. I thank St Greg's College for having us there. I hope that they enjoyed it as much as I did, and it's a really great sign that the Albanese government is serving the community.
Expired, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the large electorate of Parkes stretches over 400,000 square kilometres in a slice of New South Wales that showcases just about everything that Mother Nature can come up with. As one region battles drought, another faces flooding. This month, there have been natural disaster declarations in both Narrabri and the Gunnedah Shires in the Parkes electorate following two major flooding events. These declarations would be good news for those shires if they weren't already completely disheartened by the fact that they are still chasing funding to fix road damage from the previous 3 years' worth of flooding events. Deputy Speaker, there is a major disconnect between available federal funding and the New South Wales Government's priorities. Not only in Narrabri and Gunnedah, but councils throughout New South Wales are fighting a battle to access money to fix their road network, and I'm sure that's the same right throughout regional Australia. Councils face huge delays, are knocked back for the large percentage of the funding that they need, and do not receive the funding for years. I believe there is far more than $100 million in disaster funding outstanding or denied for roads among New South Wales regional councils. In addition, councils are repeatedly told that they cannot flood-proof these roads. They must replace them to the same substandard that they were before the event. Speaker, this means that these roads are destroyed every single time there is a flooding event, over and over again. How is it responsible financial management? People need these roads every single day, not just once in every 3 years. The money is there for the road funding. The blockage must be cleared, and more action must be taken between the federal government and the New South Wales government to get the funding out to councils sooner. And Speaker, I'd just like to share some correspondence from a few of the councils within the Parkes electorate in relation to disaster relief claims. From the Parkes Shire, over the past 5 years, Parkes Shire has faced 6 declared natural disasters, including severe storms and flooding. Most recently, in November 2022, the recovery from these events has required substantial efforts and resources. The Council incurred significant costs in restoring critical transport networks, clearing debris and addressing community needs. Following a thorough review, Council has identified approximately $1.4 million in unclaimed storm damage expenditure. Based on the guidelines from Transport for New South Wales, approximately $1 million was considered to be potentially eligible with sufficient evidence, while $177,251 was deemed ineligible. The costs in question are real and essential expenditure incurred to restore vital infrastructure and transport access. Council has now been advised that a further $910,153 submitted for assessment has been reviewed and only $173,749 has been approved for reimbursement. A deeply disappointing outcome that further restrains Council's financial position. We'll move on to Gunnedah Shire Council. The community of Gunnedah has suffered 9 flooding events between November 2021 and October 2022, which included 7 major flooding events. These events were captured under DRFA by 3 events. Frustratingly for Council and incredulously for the community, we are still waiting for approval to undertake almost half of that works. $10.1 million has been approved out of a claim for $14.8 million. So $4.7 million has been denied. In addition to the significant delays in getting approvals to undertake repair works and in receiving payment for works completed, Council continues to face challenges in receiving consistent and reliable consideration for claims submitted and proposed treatments. Transport for New South Wales officers and multiple changes in the reviewing officers have provided differing guidelines and guidance on claims throughout the years. This has necessitated years of repeated and having to resubmit substantiation for the proposed treatments and associated cost. This does not just come at a cost and a time, but also a financial burden for reworks and inflationary impacts, and of course the impacts on primary producers and community amenity.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise today to speak about a particular group within my electorate that I'm very, very proud of, and that is a community that has been thriving since World War II and prior, and have done many, many things, not just in my electorate, but right around Australia, including the member for Sturt's electorate, and that is the Italian community of South Australia. I'm very proud to represent nearly 10,000 people who claim to have Italian heritage in my electorate, and I'm very proud to have many clubs in my electorate, like the Abruzzo Molise Club, the Anzano Club, and certain places of religious worship, Catholic churches, that many Italians congregate around through their social clubs, such as the Queen of Angels at Hindmarsh and Queen of Angels at Thebarton Mile End, and the Sacred Heart Church at Port Road, Hindmarsh, but also a very, very energetic group that have been meeting for a number of years, the Thebarton Italian pensioners of Thebarton, who meet at the West Torrens Community Centre every Wednesday, and once a month they put on a lunch, and I've been very blessed to have been invited to most of their events. And I pay tribute to Frank Violi, who has been their president for many, many years, who just retired from the position recently. But I rise to speak about something even more important. Most of these clubs are all under the auspices of the South Australian Italian Association, which is in my electorate in Carrington Street. And for many years they ran Italian language classes, in other words, Italian as a community language for second generation Italian Australians and first, second, third generation. But unfortunately that stopped going back a few years. It was a great course and it allowed people to foster connection with their heritage, their language, their family's language. But there's some great news. They've restarted it again, and under the auspices of Phil Donato, the president of the club, they're restarting the Italian language classes, not just for people of Italian heritage, but for everyone. Mr Speaker, the teaching of community languages for the Italian community schools is very important. As we're getting into the next generation of third and fourth generation, it's getting harder for them to maintain their language. And it was never a more crucial time than now for this community Italian language school to get up and running. Of course, we've written to the Education Department to see what assistance can be given. They've already got some students starting already, and certainly it is very important, especially for many children, to communicate with grandparents, which we take for granted, many of us in this place. But when you think about it, as people get older, they lose their second language abilities, and certainly as we go down the generations, they lose those first language abilities that perhaps their parents or grandparents or great-grandparents had. So it's even more crucial than ever. Deputy Speaker, the speaking of bilingual languages or speaking two languages in this country is very crucial. And I think it's something that we should try and maintain as much as possible throughout our communities. There is nothing greater than being able to speak a second language, but it assists our nation as well for trade, for foreign affairs, for a whole range of things. Many of our basic communications with other countries are done through the community groups that we have, who have so much connection to countries, whether it be through their parents, their grandparents, or even their great-grandparents. So, Deputy Speaker, it's great to represent a community such as the South Australian Italian Association of SA. They started out as the Catholic Italian Welfare Association in 1949, and then they became incorporated in 1952, and they merged with other Italian organisations, and they formed the Italian Australian Centre in 1965. From there, the South Australian Italian Association was born in 1967. And their current building, as I said, stands in Carrington Street, and it opened in 1972, and it served as a hub for Italian culture ever since, actively promoting a sense of togetherness, inclusion, maintaining the culture, heritage, and the language, which is so important, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. And it's because of this that I'm so proud to represent them and to represent the South Australian Italian community and their board on the SAIA board, a team of highly competent, dedicated professionals, and as I said, who have recently re-established the Italian Community Language School with a mission to deliver accessible Italian language programs.
Concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spend a lot of time talking with small businesses across my electorate in the Redlands. They're the family-run firms, the tradies, the shop fronts and service providers who put their own money and their own time on the line. And I'll tell you what they're telling me, that it's getting harder, not easier, to make ends meet. They tell me about the risks of putting on new staff, that they want to grow, they want to invest, but the barriers are stacked against them. Costs keep rising, red tape keeps piling up, and the confidence that drives investment has been sapped. We have a productivity crisis in this country. Both sides of this parliament will agree on that. The heartbreaking thing is that when I talk to local businesses about how they can grow their production, how they can employ more people, their response is far too often, unfortunately, it's just become too hard. Last week, we saw 3 days of talk right here in Canberra. Sadly, there have been no outcomes out of the government's productivity summit that offer a shred of relief for families or businesses. Nothing to reverse Australia's nosedive in productivity growth and the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. Instead, we saw big unions opening the door to higher taxes on superannuation, savings, housing and the family business. This is the same old agenda that we've seen from the other side of this place, unfortunately. We've seen the government outlays blown out from 24 to 27% of GDP. Debt is climbing to $1.2 trillion, and the Treasurer's only answer is more taxes. Business groups are warning that this approach will drive down investment and productivity, and that's, of course, the exact opposite of what's needed. Unfortunately, productivity is in freefall in Australia. Australia's competitiveness ranking has slid from 13th to 18th in just 2 years. We've seen annual growth running at 1.3%, less than half the long-term average, and Australia has fallen from 20th to 60th in the world for growth per person. And of course, that measure is critically important when you're boiling these stats down to what this means for Australian households. Mr. Speaker, I recently surveyed businesses across the Redlands to get a true picture of how things are going on the ground. The results should ring alarm bells for every member of this House. 96% of businesses in my electorate expect their operating costs to rise over the next year. More than half of local businesses believe the economy will shrink this financial year. Price pressures are identified as the single biggest handbrake on growth, and only 11% of businesses in the Redlands believe federal policy is helping to drive jobs or investment. And these aren't just statistics, I believe they're warning signs. They're the lived experience of employers who are the backbone of the economy in my community. Labor's answer to all this is just another summit, another roundtable, another talkfest. Sadly, this latest effort mirrored last term's Jobs and Skills Summit and Kevin Rudd's 2020 Summit, heavy on hype and light on delivery. Rather than more talk, local employers are telling me they want more action. They are proposing practical reforms. Some of the ideas that I've heard from local businesses include bringing back full expensing so businesses can instantly deduct capital investment, cutting unnecessary regulation, especially for small firms, simplifying awards and workplace laws so enterprise bargaining is actually flexible, backing business investment with competitive tax system, and ending this government's habit of picking winners and handouts for favoured sectors. Mr Speaker, productivity doesn't come from a minister's press release, it comes from the ground up. It comes from the hundreds of local businesses in the Redlands who back themselves every day and who create jobs for our community. They deserve a government that gets out of their way and gets off their back. And here is the truth. If we want to turn around our nation's productivity, if we want to restore living standards, if we want our children to inherit a country that is stronger, wealthier and more secure, then we need to back small business. Not with talk, not with summits, but with real reform. Because when small businesses succeed, Australia succeeds. When local employers thrive, families thrive. And when we put our trust in the enterprise and the hard work of our small business people, this sector of the economy has never let us down. Napoleon once sneered at the English that they were a nation of shopkeepers. He meant it as an insult, but history proved it to be a compliment, a nation built on enterprise. And in Australia, that inherited tradition of small business runs deep. Menzies, of course, reminded us of the great middle class, the men and women who run the corner stores, the workshops and the farms. John Howard often spoke about small business being the backbone of the economy, and he was right. These businesses aren't just numbers in the accounts, they're families, they're livelihoods, they're the spirit of self-reliance and independence that has always defined this country. Supporting small business is the path to higher wages, to stronger growth and to restoring the great promise of Australia.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise this afternoon to share with this House the successes of a number of sporting clubs in my great electorate of Sturt. There are 130,000 registered voters in my electorate, and I am confident that almost every one of them is passionate about community sport. During my campaign, I met with residents from all across the electorate who were community volunteers dedicated to ensuring that their local sporting club flourished and dedicated to ensuring that kids had somewhere to play, somewhere to connect and somewhere where their physical and mental health could be curated. One of those clubs is the Saints Gymnastics Club. The Saints Gymnastics Club has been around for more than 30 years. It currently trains in a gymnasium in the St Peter's Girls' School in the far eastern suburb of Stonyfell. It has over 300 members, Mr Speaker, who are dedicated to their craft and who revel in physical fitness and strength. The Saints Gymnastic Club regularly sends competitors to national and state competitions where they have experienced immense success. The Saints Gymnastic Club is, however, currently looking for a new training facility in Sturt. The St Peter's Girls' School is undertaking a long-planned and deserved redevelopment of their gymnasium, which means Saints needs to find a new facility. They are partnering currently with lots of different sporting organisations and community organisations across the electorate, and it is my sincere hope that they do locate a new home so that the kids and young adults who train, volunteer and spend time at the Saints Gymnastic Club can continue to do so long into the future. I also point out that Saints is an excellent training ground to support community volunteers. Many of the gymnasts who now are coaches at the club trained at the club, competed at the club, and they are now repaying the investment that was made in them.
I also wish to advise the Chamber about the East Torrens Baseball Club. This is located in the suburb of Payneham in the electorate of Sturt. The East Torrens Baseball Club is unique for one particular reason. It has men's competition, women's competitions, but it also runs a competition known as yard ball. I had never heard of yard ball until I attended the East Torrens Baseball Club to have a look at their facilities and meet the community volunteers who keep the club going. Yard ball is specifically designed for children who are autistic. It is a slower pace with regular breaks and time out, so children who need to take a break, who need to have a break to be by themselves and regroup, can do so. I am proud that the East Torrens Baseball Club recently was the grant recipient in relation to the Stronger Communities program, which will enable them to continue to offer this program. Just because a child is autistic doesn't mean that they shouldn't have access to fun, physical health and mental health by virtue of team sport. Finally, I would like to give a shout out to my former council, the Council of Nord, Payneham and St Peters, and congratulate them on the development of the Payneham Memorial Swimming Pool. This is located in the suburb of Payneham. The pool has been closed for several years as the development is undertaken, but, Mr Speaker, this is going to be an intergenerational asset that will stand the test of time and allow learn to swim programs, disability access, so children with disability needs can access the pool and receive hydrotherapy care, physiotherapy care in the water, and also learn to swim. The Nord Payneham St Peters Council does infrastructure projects properly. It has dedicated design, a professional team of contractors, and the end result is going to be an intergenerational community asset that can be used by generations of families in Sturt for decades to come.
The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.
See ya.